became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. Verse 6, and the Egyptians evil entreated us, and afflicted us, and laid upon us hard bondage. And when we cried unto the Lord God of our fathers, the Lord heard our voice, and looked on our affliction, and our labor, and our oppression. And the Lord brought us forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand, and with an outstretched arm, and with great terribleness, and with signs, and with wonders. And he hath brought us into this place, and hath given us this land, even a land that floweth with milk and honey. And now, behold, I have brought the first fruits of the land, which thou, O Lord, hast given me. And thou shalt set it before the Lord thy God, and worship before the Lord thy God. And thou shalt rejoice in every good thing which the Lord thy God hath given unto thee, and unto thine house, thou and the Levite, and the stranger that is among you. Verse 12, when thou hast made an end of tithing.
Okay, real quick, so we're at Deuteronomy 26 and 12. Sorry about the online technical difficulties. It happens. it just is what it is. But yeah, we're live. We're good to go. We're at Deuteronomy 26 and verse 12. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 26, verse 12. When thou hast made an end of tithing, all the tithes of thine increase the third year, which is the year of tithing, and hast given it unto the Levite, the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, that they may eat within thy gates and be filled.
Right, and this is how you know that the tithes, we talk about it, the tithes wasn't just spices and cumin and all those things, because the Levites needed it to eat. They couldn't just eat spices. They needed actual food to be able to perform their duties.
Right.
So it said, when you tithe, the tithe of all your increase. So that was flock. If you got extra servants, whatever you increased in, whatever Israel increased in, that's what you would bring to the priest. You know what's funny about the tithing thing? Think about it. We're the righteous. Let's not use the word righteous. We're the brothers and sisters that really had a good heart towards their other brothers. Were they beefing about what to give? Nah, bro. They weren't. Only the niggards, right? Only the niggards, right? When you look that word up, it means selfish.
Yep.
Only the niggards were like, well, we don't want to. I got to give my sheep. I got to give up a cert. I got to give this. No, I just only want to give this. Only the niggards was on that, right? But the charitable brothers and sisters that had a real heart towards their people, towards their brothers, and saw what they were doing, they didn't mind bringing the things that were necessary.
It just seemed like they were like the church, they had to give in order to give.
Yeah, and that's what it was. That's what it boiled down to later on, especially in Yahushai's time. That's why he told us what the Pharisees, he said the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat, right? Meaning what? They're the lawgivers. He said, what they say, do, but don't do what they do. Right? Because they became hypocritical, and that was the mindset of a lot of our people.
So the tithing that they gave, they just gave, and then the Levites got the priests. They got that, right?
Right.
But then, so a section of it was for the priests, and then another portion of that was for the fatherless, the strangers, and the...
Yeah. Everything that was brought would just be dispersed. Because where were the fatherless and the widows? Where were they mostly anyway?
Yeah.
At the temple doors, right? So, yeah, everything was brought to the temple, and then disbursement would be made, whoever needed what. You know, you can look at it as you know, up until maybe, I don't know, recently. You know, you watch your old movies, and the person was broken down, and they pull up on a church, and the father is there, right? The priest is there, he lives there, right? And you know, he tells, oh, come on in, hot cocoa, hot meal, got a bed for you.
Right, sanctuary.
Yeah, that a sanctuary, right? Think about it. That's what the church was supposed to represent, a level of safe haven for the community, right? But now church got business hours, right? Church got a 9 to 5. There was a time when church was 24/7, 365.
Yeah.
right? But now they operating under business codes. So, you know, you're not going to be able to pull up to a church these days, knock on the door, and somebody's going to greet you from a cold winter or from a winter storm or from a rainstorm where you got a flat tire. That ain't happening. You got to wait till Sunday. Or you got to wait till prayer meeting on Monday or choir meeting on Wednesday. But they're not going to be there 2, 3 in the morning trying to receive people. We know that. Seeing Joel Osteen, he proved it.
Oh, yeah.
Hurricane Harvey proved that the church ain't for the community. It's to take, right? It's to receive, but who's pocketing everything? And we know all the TV shows and all the cliches and everything about church stealing from the people. That became a big thing in everything, especially in our society, in our culture. We would actually joke about it.
Yeah.
Right? We'd actually joke about it in our sitcoms and our TV shows, right? You watch Kings of Comedy. Who was it? Steve Harvey, what did he say? The building fund?
Yeah.
He said they ain't put a doorknob on the building, right? Church falling apart, but they get in the building fund. They got this fund, that fund, bake sale, right? They're taking, but it was supposed to be stored up for the priests there doing the work, right? But then also the people that needed it. That's why we've been doing. Remember, it was the 15th. All the people that agreed to bring some canned goods, we're trying to stock that up, right? We said every 15th, bring 1 or 2 canned goods. You ain't got to bring a whole Kroger or a whole Costco case full of cans. Bring 1 or 2 canned goods, right? Until we can stock that up. Then we'll switch it to something else. Why? Well, you just never know if you might need it. Ain't that what the scriptures say? Mm-hmm. What does it say? What does the scripture say? Right? Go to Tobit. Just real quick, go to Tobit. Just on Abadiah's question. Go to Tobit. I want to say what 4?
8.
Go to Tobit 4 and 8. Yeah. Y'all know the scriptures.
We'll start 7.
Man, you really start out. Go ahead. Start at 7. We ain't gonna draw it out. Go ahead.
Tobit chapter 4, verse 7.
Right?
Give alms of thy substance.
Go ahead.
When thou givest alms, let not thine eye be envious.
Right. Don't give it and wish that you didn't, or act like, oh, I could have did something different with that. Don't give it enviously. That you gave it, then somebody else got it, and you're like, oh, see, I want that back. Nah. Go ahead.
Neither turn thy face from any poor,
Right.
and the face of the Most High shall not be turned away from thee.
Go ahead.
If thou hast abundance, give alms accordingly. If thou have but a little, be not afraid to give according to that little.
Right. Read.
For thou layest up a good treasure for thyself against the day of necessity.
Think about it in this mind state. The widows and the fatherless. Right. How did a woman become widowed or a baby become fatherless? More than likely, what was the likelihood of that in these times? War, right? We wasn't just running out on our wives and kids. So it'd be a wartime situation. But if you were that greedy guy that didn't give the alms, but then you passed away, you would want your children and your wife to be looked after.
It's true.
So wouldn't it be in your best interest to throw something into that pot? To make sure that, oh, if this situation fell on my family, at least I know I put something in, and the Most High is going to look at my little bit that I put in according to what I had and take care of my family. Right? And either way, you got men that you got situations where niggards were around us and they still benefited anyway. But really it was, what is the Most High seeing from you? Right? We weren't going to let our people suffer or let the widow and the fatherless just be without because of a man's lack. Right? We do it now. Got brothers that lack in certain areas, and we don't let their family just be without counsel and the necessities. We try to fill that gap until that man can get his thing together, right? Get his household together, get himself together, right? But read on.
For thou layest up a good treasure for thyself.
Right. You see that? It's about laying it up for yourself. But when you do it in the mind of community and brotherhood and everybody unity, there'll be something there for you. See, the world don't teach us this. The world tells us to get it for yourself first. And then whatever crumbs is left over, then you can help somebody else out. Get you right first. But really, does that really even work?
Nah.
Cats get right and they forget about everybody. I'm too right to get down and be with y'all.
Right.
I'm right. I'm good now, so I'm good. Right? But it's the opposite of looking out for everyone. And if everyone does that same mind state, then everybody will be taken care of. Go ahead.
Against the day of necessity,
Right?
because that alms do deliver from death.
Yeah, you see that? Alms deliver from death. Bottom line. Alms, tithes, all that stuff. Remember, why did the Most High have to command this as a law? This was a commandment that you had to do this. Because Israel, niggards, man.
Yep.
Niggards at their table.
Yep.
Niggards at their meat. Selfish. And don't want to give nothing and don't want to disperse anything and want to have the abundance just in case. I got a rainy day fund. We all gonna have rainy days, but imagine if we had the rainy day collective where everybody would be taken care of equally. What's that?
And it also kind of shows the Most High too, where your faith and reliance is. If you don't give even your last, like the woman that gave her last penny,
Yep.
then
Yep.
it shows that you're relying on yourself and not the Most High in your day that you need whatever.
Yeah, it shows that lack of faith. Like you said, it shows that lack of faith, that lack of belief, that lack of really, I don't believe what the scriptures say, according to my well-being, that the Most High is going to take care of me in all situations. Right? Like, but I get it. If you never tried it, that's why the scriptures say, taste and see. Right? The Most High said, try me. Try the Spirit. Try me out. Taste and see the goodness of the Lord. Like, think about when you taste something, you're sampling. You're like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go all the way in, right? Let me get a little taste. I like that, right? The Most High said, just taste. Have a little bit of faith. Try me a little bit, and you'll see the goodness. But a lot of our people don't even want to give it a try.
Yeah.
Right? We talked about it last night. We'll try everything. We'll try every religion. Black man has tried every religion. You got some women that have tried. They've been Christians, Buddhists, Rastafarians. They've been Egyptologists. They've been Hindu. They've been Muslims. They've been all these religions. And then now when it's time to try the Bible the right way, right? He that believeth on me, as the scripture has said, it's like, I don't want to try that because it's hard. It's restrictive.
Yep.
Right? All these other things are not restrictive. But our people just don't want to try the right things because they've tried so much. They're wore out. Right? They're wore out with all these different doctrines and religions and books. People are wore out, man. So I get it, but at the same time, it's still our fault. Yeah. It's our fault that you had to try to be a Buddhist. Okay. That's our own fault that you had to try to be a Muslim when all you had to do was just not try and be what the Most High created you to be.
Okay.
You don't got to try to be who you are. The white man ain't trying.
No.
Is he pushing himself?
No.
Let me push myself to be an animal.
Be more wicked.
Hell nah. He's by nature. He's already accomplishing his goals.
Yep.
Right? But see, we're trying all these different things and not trying the Most High. Goes right back to Isaiah 30. Right? We cover with a spirit.
Yeah.
We cover with all these spirits, all these different spiritual coverings, so-called, but not the covering of the Lord. That's why we're destroyed. Right? Finish that up. Out more than
Suffer not to come into darkness.
Right? What verse you at?
That was verse 10. Go verse 11.
Yeah, you can read 11 and then we can jump back.
Verse 11. For alms is a good gift unto all that give it.
And alms is just an umbrella term, but alms is just a gift that you give. It's just something that you give, right? Remember, again, there was different offerings, free will offerings and tithes it was a commandment to do to make sure everybody was playing fair and doing the same things. But then you had like alms deeds and things that Tobit did. He was burying dead bodies, right? And you had many different. You had apostles washing feet and all these different things that was going on, right? But at the end of the day, it all is an alm. It's a goodwill deed.
Yes.
Right? Or a selfless act, or looking out for somebody. That's all it really boils down to. That's what the Most High is looking at. Where is your mind? Where's your mind in doing these things? You frustrated? You mad? You tired? You upset? Right? You panicking now that you gave a little bit? Yeah, you shouldn't panic, right? Know that when you do good, the Most High is going to reward that good, right? You just got to know. But then there's also knowing who you do good towards, right? Most High said, when you do good, know who you do good to. So even all that stuff comes into play, and then He'll reward you. You see that? So we got to just make sure we're sticking on that path. But jump back to Deuteronomy. Unless y'all got any questions on that? No. Go to Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy chapter 26, verse 13. Then thou shalt say before the Lord thy God, I have brought away the hollow things out of mine house, and also have given them unto the Levite, and unto the stranger, to the fatherless, and to the widow, according to all thy commandments which thou hast commanded me. I have not transgressed thy commandments, neither have I forgotten them. I have not eaten thereof in my mourning, neither have I taken away aught thereof for any unclean use.
See that? I have not eaten in my mourning. You weren't supposed to go to a feast day in mourning. When Aaron's sons died, Most High said don't mourn. And then when you look, there was a feast day, like the next day or a few days later, or maybe even that same day. But you weren't supposed to go to the feast in mourning. So that's a scripture to where you at?
14.
Right, verse 14. I have not eaten in my mourning. You didn't participate in the feast days in the morning, in a mourning status. You were supposed to be at the feast. You know what I'm saying? Good spirits, ready to not be preoccupied with when you're mourning. You're preoccupied, your mind. So what is it showing? Like you weren't supposed to have any preoccupation other than wanting to enjoy that feast day with the brothers and the sisters, right? But a lot of times we come around each other preoccupied with the affairs of this life, and really we should be focusing more on one another, and not letting the affairs of this life be where our mind is always at. There's always going to be things to handle.
True. Con.
There's always going to be business to handle and things to take care of, and my job and my money and my car and my health. It's going to always be all that stuff. It's always going to be there. But at some point, compartmentalizing for the moment is important too. Right? Not discounting anybody's issues, but sometimes you got to put things on the back burner for a moment. Right? Put yourself to the back. Look at somebody else's issues. Go ahead.
Nor given aught thereof for the dead, but I have hearkened to the voice of the Lord my God, and have done according to all that thou hast commanded me. Verse 15. Look down from thy holy habitation from heaven, and bless thy people Israel, and the land which thou hast given us, as thou swearest unto our fathers, a land that floweth with milk and honey. This day the Lord thy God hath commanded thee to do these statutes and judgments. Thou shalt therefore keep and do them with all thine heart and with all thy soul. Thou hast avouched the Lord this day to be thy God, and to walk in his ways, and to keep his statutes.
Yeah, vouched. It's like you've contracted, right? Or you got this voucher, right? I got this voucher or this coupon. So we've contracted the Lord how? Well, we said amen, right? You gonna do these things? Remember, all this that we're reading is just a repeat that the old generation agreed to and said amen. Back in Numbers, back in Leviticus, right? So now we're at this point where we got this new generation. The old generations died off. We coming to the end of Deuteronomy. We coming to the end. We coming into the promised land. So Moses is recounting history for this new, younger generation to remind them of what their fathers agreed to and why they're here. Their father's agreement is what got them here. This far, and then their father's disagreement or disobedience is why their fathers ain't around, why they just died off and didn't make it into the land for 40 years. So remember, you avouched the Most High. You contracted him. You agreed that he was going to be what?
Their God, their power.
Yeah, that we were going to be his people. That we'll take on the duty. We'll hold the standard. Right? We'll do all that you say in the Lord, in the law. Amen. We said amen, right? Just don't, Lord, you don't tell us, let Moses tell us. Remember that? It's too much. It's too much when you tell us. Let Moses tell us and we'll agree. That's what we did, so he's holding us to that vow. Go ahead.
And his commandments and his judgments, and to hearken unto his voice. And the Lord hath avouched thee this day to be his peculiar people, as he hath promised thee, and that thou shouldest keep all his commandments, and to make thee high above all nations which he hath made, in praise and in name and in honor, and that thou mayest be an holy people unto the Lord thy God, as he hath spoken. Chapter 27, verse 1.
Any questions on that? Right, to avouch, to affirm, to call into support. Right? So we call on the Most High to be our support. But we had to agree to do the things that he wanted us to do. Avouchable. So they're different. Avouch. Affirm, to declare, to assert with positiveness. To vindicate or justify. Evidence, testimony, declaration. Yeah, we did these things when we declared to the Most High that we was gonna follow his laws. Right?
I got something on that. To declare freely and openly.
Right. Y'all gonna do this? Yeah, we will. Amen.
Almost
All
like
right.
a marriage.
Voluntarily.
Huh?
It's almost like a marriage vow.
Yeah. It's like a marriage vow, right? Yeah. I promise to love and sickness and in health, right? I don't know the vows, right? But whatever you say in your vows, right? I'm gonna be there for you through good times, bad times, whatever you say you're gonna do. We said we were going to keep the commandments, follow the laws, right? And the Most High said, okay, I'll be there for y'all. I'll rescue you from Egypt. I'll take you through life. I'll put you high above all nations. You'll be my people. You'll live in righteousness. All the blessings of Deuteronomy that we have yet to get. Right? Because we get on the other side of Deuteronomy. We know that. So let's read on. Where are you reading to?
Verse 10.
Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 27, verse 1. And Moses with the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, Keep all the commandments which I command you this day. And it shall be on the day when ye shall pass over Jordan unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, that thou shalt set thee up great stones, and plaister them with plaister. And thou shalt write upon them all the words of this law, when thou art passed over, that thou mayest go in unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, a land that floweth with milk and honey, as the Lord God of thy fathers hath promised thee. Therefore it shall be when ye be gone over Jordan, that ye shall set up these stones, which I command you this day, in Mount Ebal, and thou shalt plaister them with plaister. And there shalt thou build an altar unto the Lord thy God, an altar of stones. Thou shalt not lift up any iron tool upon them. Thou shalt build the altar of the Lord thy God of whole stones, and thou shalt offer burnt offerings thereon unto the Lord thy God. And thou shalt offer peace offerings, and shalt eat there, and rejoice before the Lord thy God.
Right. And we did do that. We did do it. Go to Joshua 4:1. Somebody read Joshua 4:1. Hey,
Joshua
you
chapter
gotta
4,
stop. You gotta stop doing
verse
that.
1.
You can't say con if you ain't got it. Go ahead.
And it came to pass, when all the people were clean passed over Jordan,
Right?
that the Lord spake unto Joshua, saying, Take the 12 men out of the people, out of every tribe a man. Command ye them, saying, Take you hence out of the midst of Jordan, out of the place where the priest's feet stood firm,
Right?
12 stones, and ye shall carry them over with you, and leave them in the lodging place, where ye shall lodge this night. Then Joshua called the 12 men, whom he had prepared of the children of Israel, out of every tribe a man. And Joshua said unto them, Pass over before the ark of the Lord your power in the midst of Jordan, and take ye up every man of you a stone upon his shoulder, according unto the number of the tribes of the children of Israel, that this may be a sign among you, that when your children ask your fathers in time to come, saying, What mean ye by these stones? Then ye shall answer them, that the waters of Jordan were cut off before the ark of the covenant of the Lord. When it passed over Jordan, the waters of Jordan were cut off. And these stones shall be for a memorial unto the children of Israel forever.
Right. So we did do that. So you can write down in your scriptures next to that Deuteronomy 27:3. Just write Joshua 4:1. Through what'd you read through?
To verse 7.
Right. 1 through 7.
So I got a question.
Yes, ma'am.
When it says the waters were cut off, what does that mean? The waters of Jordan were cut off.
Let's see. Read on. I'll get it. Yeah, read in Deuteronomy. I'll get her question in a second.
Deuteronomy chapter 27, verse 8. And thou shalt write upon the stones all.
What verse was that you're asking it?
It's in Joshua 4 in verse 7.
Yeah, go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 27, verse 8. And thou shalt write upon the stones all the words of this law very plainly. And Moses and the priests the Levites spake unto all Israel, saying, Take heed and hearken, O Israel. This day thou art become the people of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt therefore obey the voice of the Lord thy God, and do his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day. And Moses charged the people the same day, saying, These shall stand upon Mount Gerizim to bless the people. When ye are come over Jordan, Simeon and Levi and Judah and Issachar and Joseph and Benjamin. And these shall stand upon Mount Ebal to curse Reuben, Gad, and Asher, and Zebulun, and Dan, and Naphtali.
This is talking about when they parted the Jordan. Remember they had to part the Jordan for them to pass through? Just like the Red Sea was parted? Right. So that's all it's talking about. The waters of Jordan were cut off. So watch. Then ye shall answer them that the waters of Jordan were cut off before the ark of the covenant of the Lord when it passed over Jordan. You get it? They had to pass over the Jordan.
Okay, because this is a what, a third generation or whatever, so they didn't go through the Red Sea like their parents or
Well, they did. They were with them.
They were with them?
Mhm. These were the children that were there.
Okay.
Yeah, these were the children that was there. But then remember, the Red Sea got the Jordan got parted just like the Red Sea.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So all he was doing was, what was the significance of doing the Jordan like the Red Sea to remind the younger generation that didn't remember or didn't pay attention or was too young?
Right.
well, look, I'm gonna do it again, right? That it wasn't something weird or strange, right?
And just to kind of reiterate the power of the Most High.
Yeah, above all things, to remind y'all that I got the power, and that think about it. If Moses was able to do it, then Joshua can do it. What does that mean? Does the power lie with one man? No, the power is given by the Most High. So there's all these little small reminders to the people, because they set up those 12 stones. They set up those 12 stones, I believe, in the middle of the Jordan. I don't think they put them like on a riverbank. They put them in the Jordan, those 12 stones. But you see it, right? The waters of Jordan were cut off before the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord. When it passed over Jordan, the waters of Jordan were cut off. These stones shall be a memorial. Didn't we talk about this a couple of Fridays ago? About how who was it? Somebody stopped the Jordan up and it flooded all the cities.
No, we're talking about happy. We're talking about the flood.
No. This was a couple of Fridays back. We were talking about the Jordan River. There was an instance in the scriptures where the Most High stopped up the Jordan and it flooded the cities. He like when you dam up a river, and what happened is the water built up so much that it flooded everything behind it. I forgot what scripture we were reading. There's a lot of things that happen with the Jordan River. A lot of significant things. But this was one of them. But he cut that river off so we could pass through.
Right. 17. Joshua chapter 3, verse 17.
Joshua 3 and 17, what does that say? And the priests that bear the Ark of the Covenant and the Lord stood right. So it's the same thing. Watch. And the Ark of the Covenant and the Lord among the earth passed over before the Jordan. And became the pass from the people. I mean, I guess you could read 17, yeah. Read that real quick. Joshua 3:17. Because all it does is chapter 3 and 4 talking about the same situation. Read that.
Joshua chapter 3, verse 17.
Right.
And the priests that bear the Ark of the Covenant
Go ahead.
of the Lord stood firm on dry ground in the midst of Jordan.
Go ahead.
And all the Israelites passed over on dry ground.
Just like the Red Sea. It said we passed over, it was grassy. Right? But as soon as they stepped in, see what happened is when you read this story, they got to the riverbank. See, and let me recant, Joshua didn't part it. They stepped up with the Ark of the Covenant and they stepped in the water, and the water started to part. Right?
13.
That Ark of the Covenant was, you said verse what?
From verse 13 down to 17 talks about that.
Right. There it is, read verse 13.
Joshua chapter 3, verse 13.
Right. So it wasn't that Joshua parted the Red Sea. The priests walked in with the Ark of the Covenant and the Red Sea parted. Most High told them, just walk in and this is what's going to happen. Read it.
And it shall come to pass, as soon as the soles of the feet of the priests that bear the ark of the Lord,
Right.
the Lord of all the earth,
Right.
shall rest in the waters of Jordan,
Right.
that the waters of Jordan shall be cut off from the waters that come down from above.
Right. So the waters of Jordan was a river that it was fed by Black Sea. But the Jordan was fed by another body of water. So what he's saying, the waters from above was going to be cut off, and then the Jordan River was going to be cut off to make a pathway. So go ahead.
And they shall stand upon a heap.
They shall what?
Stand upon a heap.
The water was going to heap up or back up and flood. Go ahead.
And it came to pass, when the people were moved from their tents to pass over Jordan,
Right.
and the priests bearing the ark of the covenant before the people, and as they that bear the ark were come unto Jordan, And the feet of the priests that bear the ark were dipped in the brim of the water.
Right, so the Sea of Galilee is what fed the Jordan River. The Sea of Galilee, which basically all came, it was all fed by the Mediterranean Sea. Yeah, the Mediterranean Sea, the Sea of Galilee was somewhere in here, so there was a river that flew into the Sea of Galilee, and then the Jordan River went all the way down into, man, that Jordan River went down into past Israel. It went down to Israel, Jordan, what is that? It went into Saudi Arabia. So it went from basically from Syria to Saudi Arabia.
Dang.
Yeah, go ahead.
For Jordan overfloweth all his banks all the time of harvest.
Go ahead.
That the waters which came down from above stood, and rose up upon a heap very far from the city Adam.
Right.
That is beside Zaretan.
Right.
And
we looked this up. It flooded. It flooded all the way back for miles. When you look at those two cities, they were miles and miles apart. That's how much he backed up that water, just for us to pass through. He just stopped it, and the water just kept flowing. Then it just stood up on a heap, but it backed up and flooded every city behind it. Go ahead. Most High, bro, I'm gonna flood y'all out just so my people can walk through.
dang.
Because now they gotta ask the question, wait a minute, what's this flood event for? Then they hear like, oh, the children of Israel is walking through the Jordan. But then think about it. Think about when Rahab the harlot. Think about when Rahab the harlot, right? She said, I know about y'all.
Yep.
I know your fame. But what did she know? Well, she heard about, from her parents, 40, 50 years, whatever it was, she heard Red Sea. She heard about Sihon. She heard about Og, the two kings that we killed,
Yeah.
right? And took their land. She heard about all these wars. Remember, we was fighting wars in the wilderness.
Continuously. Yeah.
She heard about these things. They heard our fame. So now this was the, uh-oh, they're here. Wait a minute, what's going on? Oh, why is the Jordan backing up? This ain't the time. This ain't the time for it to back up. Just like the Nile, the river would back up, the Jordan would back up and it'll overflow its banks, right? Just like the Nile, there was a time, when you look at these areas, there was a time where the water would just be so much because it rained.
Right.
The riverbanks couldn't contain, so it would spill over. But now they're like, wait a minute, this is way different than what normally happens.
Right.
What's going on? Well, the Most High's people are here, right? I'm gonna show y'all this so y'all can get in line real quick. Go ahead.
And those that came down toward the sea of the plain,
Right,
even the salt sea,
right. Go ahead.
failed and were cut off,
Mm-hmm.
and the people passed over right against Jericho.
Right. So we were crossing in Jericho, and the waters backed up for miles and miles and miles of these cities. Go ahead.
And the priests that bare the ark of the covenant of the Lord stood firm on dry ground in the midst of Jordan. And all the Israelites passed over on dry ground until all the people were passed clean over Jordan.
Right. So you get it? Right. Everybody else clear on that?
Nice.
Yeah, go ahead. Jump back to Deuteronomy. You gotta remember these stories, right? There's a lot of stories in the scriptures and references, and it's just remembering, keeping it refreshed.
Right.
It's a lot of stories and a lot of instances, and that's why we gotta keep studying, stay studying. But go ahead. You're done? Yeah.
Verse 10.
You read verse 10? Oh, read. The next reader.
Elijah Shabda Shah Yashkar Ban Yashrala, man of Israel, Almighty. Yahweh Shem Shai Brakatah.
Why the candles burn unevenly? Weird. Strange. Did they burn even? Yeah, so you're at Deuteronomy
27:11.
27. Where'd you read to? 14? So read verse 14 again, and then you read to 28 and 12. He read over.
Oh, okay.
Deuteronomy chapter 27, verse 14. And the Levites shall speak and say unto all the men of Israel with a loud voice, Cursed be the man that maketh any graven or molten image, an abomination unto the Lord, the work of the hands of the craftsman, and putteth it in a secret place. And all the people shall answer and say, Amen.
Gone.
Cursed be he that setteth light by his father or his mother. And all the people shall say, Amen.
They're agreeing to the Aman is the agreement.
So be it.
Remember, Khan is yes. Aman is agreeing, or so be it. Yes, that Khan, that's how it's gonna be,
Right.
right? So they're amening to these things. They're amening to everything they about to go do. They about to go disrespect their parents. They about to go disrespect their mama and their daddy, right? They about to go build all these altars in secret places, right?
Yep.
First of all, half the stuff that they amen to, we already did. Walking right up out of Egypt. We like, oh, molten image, graven image, calf, boom. Disrespect mom and dad, boom. We was already on it.
Well, what is the setup? What is setup like?
Just
Like,
be just not taking any. It's the opposite of gravity, right? Or being grave. So seriousness. You don't take your parents serious. You just blow them off. You set light. You just I ain't gotta listen to you, right? But it tells you that we gotta be grave. We gotta take things seriously. We gotta listen. Respect. It was like a respect thing. I'm not gonna really respect their word. What's that?
That's like yesterday, or I've been telling Max not to go on these two tables and swing. So the most high checked him yesterday when I wasn't looking, he did it and he fell right on his face.
Yeah. Yep. And you gotta remind them that was the Most High.
I did, I was like,
That wasn't me.
he's all crying and said, no, that you couldn't check. Told you not to do that.
Yeah, you
right?
gotta remind these kids that look, I ain't gotta whoop you. I tell you twice. Most High speak once, say twice, and he'll check you. What's that?
Verse 16.
Right. Yeah. It's. I don't want to go that route,
Yeah, I got you.
but yeah, it's you're not taking the things that they say to heart. You just brushing them off, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
Verse 17. Cursed be he that removeth his neighbor's landmark, and all the people shall say Amen.
Mm-hmm.
Cursed be he that maketh the blind to wander out of the way, and all the people shall say Amen. Cursed be he that perverteth the judgment.
Perverted.
Cursed be he that perverted the judgment of the stranger, fatherless, and widow, and all the people shall say Amen.
Mm-hmm.
Cursed be he that lieth with his father's wife,
Mm-hmm.
because he uncovereth his father's skirt, and all the people shall say Amen.
But then the coldest part is when you get into Paul's time, he said there was an abomination and fornication that we were doing that wasn't even named with the heathen, that a man should have his father's wife. That became, that damn near became customary for us, right? Absalom, he lay with all his, he took 10 of David's women, right? Right on the rooftop. Reuben,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
He lay with one of Jacob's ribs. I mean, it just became this practice, and it's so unfortunate. Like, if you can't see that the Bible is talking about us, look at how we move today, right? The way we move today, they do these social media experiments with the young people of this generation, and they'll go to them with the phone, and the dude will say, "What's the worst thing you ever did in a relationship?" And they got her on camera, and she's like, I cheated on all my boyfriends. Like, damn, how many? All 5, right? Or, a lot of them that I see, I slept with my boyfriend's dad.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, or it's now they're just doing this to women. I can only imagine if they were like, bruh, so what's the worst thing you ever did in a relationship? Right? Oh, I slept with I got a friend. She got a man, and his son. She was like, man, his son, like, try to do I guess he did like a FaceTime, but he was naked, and then try to close it real quick, like, oh my bad, I didn't mean to.
He meant to do that.
Oh, he definitely meant to do
Yeah,
it.
he definitely meant to do that.
He definitely meant to do it, because when they got down to the brass tacks of it, he was kind of known for trying to shoot his shot at his dad's women.
Damn.
Yeah, he was known for that. Yeah, like, I'm just like, damn. I could never imagine my son trying to, you know what I mean? Like, my sons, I couldn't imagine it, but you got to know that it's the way the world is forming and the way things are happening. Anything can happen, right? And the things that are being taught out there is to be like this. You're cool. It's good if we do, when you do things this way. So, but remember, the Bible is telling us that that man is going to be cursed. All these different things, man. There's going to be some type of negative recompense on your head. So Absalom, we know he died for his offense, not even by the hands of David, right? But he was so damn arrogant. He was so arrogant and full of himself. They were like, man, we're taking this dude out. David loved him so much. It was just a bad situation. We know what happened with Reuben, right? He was that firstborn, yeah, but he just wasn't looked at the same. Right? He couldn't be trusted, man.
He couldn't lead.
Yeah, so go ahead, read on.
Verse 21. Cursed be he that layeth with any manner of beast, and all the people shall say Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother, and all the people shall say Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with his mother-in-law, and all the people shall say Amen. Cursed be he that smiteth his neighbor secretly, and all the people shall say Amen. Cursed be he that taketh reward to slay an innocent person, and all the people shall say Amen.
I mean, all these things that we're reading, if you go on social media, there's some beef, or you watch the news, one of these situations fit. Why'd you kill him? Oh, well, he had what I wanted. Right? So you got people that's paying people. Lil Boosie talked about it. Lil Boosie said, listen, $1,500 to get somebody killed. $1,500. And I was like, whoa, really? Are you serious? $1,500?
Well, life.
That's. Go ahead.
Did you see the on social media the son of the lady of Sweetie Pies that has
No.
the chain of restaurants? I think in Atlanta. Her son was convicted of having his nephew killed for his life insurance policy.
Yeah, and he probably paid somebody 10 cents to do it.
And he had his mom was famous. She had a reality show on, what are the cable channels?
Right, like Lifetime or
Those
something.
Pies or something, a
Okay.
restaurant. So they got money.
Yeah.
They got money. He had money. He was running her restaurant. She had several restaurants.
That greed.
That greed.
That greed. And whoever else was in it with him was greedy too. It's greed, man. I mean, look at the look at the rapper they just shot. They just like, give me your chain.
Yep.
Right? I mean, when you look at, first of all, when you look at a lot of these situations and you look at a lot of these places and these areas, like they tell you like when you go to certain parts of LA, don't wear no jewelry.
Yeah.
Right? And then it's funny because Ice-T came out. He was like, look at me. Look at Ice Cube. Look at Snoop Dogg. We don't wear jewelry. Not that we broke, but you know the crazy thing about them? They all got their houses broken into, living in LA. They moved to the hills and got their houses broken into.
Damn.
I remember Dr. Dre's house got broken into like the early 2000s. Snoop Dogg's house been broken. Ice-T, that's why they had him on Cribs and he was talking about it. He moved all the way up in the damn hills where you couldn't even see LA. It was so smoggy. You like, that's LA? He moved all the way up in them hills. He like, yeah, you got to come find me. Right? Why? Because when you flashing things and people don't got it, what are they gonna do? They gonna come for it.
Yep.
Right? When you got dogs and you flashing bones in front of dogs, you flashing that steak in front of hungry dogs, what are they gonna do? Not saying that it's right, but that's a curse in itself.
Yeah.
To have and flash wealth and riches in front of your people, knowing that there's people out there that's broke. That Roscoe's, I've been to that Roscoe's. That's the hood. That's the hood. That's the hood. Don't get it twisted. And it's like for you to be rolling around, I think he was like in a Porsche
Yeah.
or a Lambo truck, one of them, you already stand out.
Something flashy.
Then you got all that jewelry on. Then your girl, she probably got on 50,000 Birkin bags and 18 pounds of jewelry, and you stand out and you around people that don't got it. You just gotta know the curse is that you gotta eat each other for it. You gotta kill for it. Somebody's gonna die behind that because all they did was take his chain
That was it.
and ran his pockets. That's it. Think about it. Who even knows that chain was real? Who even knows that the chain was real? Like,
Right.
But one of the rappers who said it, he was like, "Listen, y'all, when y'all put certain things on Instagram, like all your chains, when you put money to your ear, right, and half of that is not even real money, it's Hollywood money. People that see that ain't gonna be trying to decipher whether it's real or not,
That's right. Yep.
right? And when they pull up, they're like, "Yo, give me that," and you're like, "Oh, it was fake." They're not cohesively thinking like, "Oh yeah, you're right, it is fake." They're like, "Nah, I want that." We gotta think. We gotta think on a different level. People gotta grow the hell up. You know, when you look at certain people that got money, you know, when you look at these older artists that got more money than all these young dudes, when you look at a Jay-Z or you look at a Eminem, bro, Jay-Z he'll have a watch on and you won't even know what it is and it's worth 15 million, 4 million. And you gotta know about watches to know what he got on his wrist, but ain't nobody pressing him. And he got some little raggedy chain on and you're like, oh, he broke. Knowing that he, you know, look at a Bill Gates, look at people that got dough. They don't look like it. It's like black folks, we dress to look rich. And people that got money, they look bummy as hell driving around just whatever. Dirty car, don't even care about the things that we're trying to project out there. But that's the things that get us killed. But it all stems back to greed. Greed and mismanagement. Who had their hand up? Yeah.
I was just gonna ask though too, like the way these people are dying and the things that are happening to them, isn't this also, or can't this also be looked at like the Most High's?
That would be the Most High. Well, if you listen, you want to talk about the last rapper that got shot? The last bro, first of all, the week before that happened, he was on Instagram He went live on Instagram. I was just telling him. He went live on Instagram with just some regular dude. But this dude was some dude from Cali. Like one of them thugs out in Cali. And he was like, listen, when I see you, I'm going to get you. And he's like, pull up. And he's like, where you at? And he's like, I'm in Atlanta. Right? He's going back and forth with this dude. But not only is he going back and forth with him, he's like, man, you broke. You just want to be like me. He's sitting there clowning this dude. Now, I'm looking at this guy's face, and I'm like, that guy's a killer. Because he's sitting there like, okay. And his girl, old boy's girl, the rapper, his girl is in the seat laughing and giggling. And so then he puts on his glasses. He's like, oh, you just want to be like me. And da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. He's just going back and forth and clowning this dude. And I'm looking at this dude like, yo, he don't see that in his eyes is murder and death. Like he'll take it from you if you got it. So the dude is like, listen, when you come to LA, drop that location. I'm gonna pull up.
Wow.
And he's taking it light. Like, you ain't nobody, you a bum, da-da-da-da-da. The last thing he said to him, he took his chain, he put his chain on camera. He said, I'm coming for that chain. And he said, try it if you want. He said, I'm gonna make you eat those words, and he clicked off. That was it. See, nobody talks about that part. So you talk about getting what you deserve. Remember, when you put yourself out there in a certain way, you ain't really like that, or you ain't prepared for the consequence.
It's true.
You can't put yourself out there as I'm ready for whatever, and you ain't ready for nothing. Because if you're really ready, you can't be out there like that with your wife and your kids and your family on vacation,
Right.
kicking it in the hood.
Relax.
And then you just talked all this crap to somebody on Instagram that lives in that area. Me? I'm Boosie said it. When you go to LA, you have that finger on the trigger. If I was in them lanes like that, you have to be ready for the things that you call to yourself.
Yeah.
Right? The level of negativity that you invested is gonna come back. But it's funny, his girl was on she's like, we don't have time for this negative energy. Right? They leave him alone. He's a bum. And I'm like, damn, y'all just calling the dude a bum and clowning him in front of all these people. Remember, he's live going back and forth with this guy, and you got 1 million people watching it, commenting, clowning this dude. So what's that gonna build up in this guy?
Vengeance.
Con. But if we go scripture for scripture, he shouldn't even have been in that situation to go back and forth with that man. Over what? Over what? Right? A soft answer. All these different things, but a wise man foreseeth the evil. Right? And hideth himself. I'm not going to a spot where I know cats is looking for me, or where I know I might be a target. I'm not going to put myself out there as a target. That's a curse. To think what? Because you got a couple of shooters too, but where were they at? Where were they at? They knew where you were, and you didn't know where your people was at.
Right.
You weren't prepared. You were on family time. Damn, killers and thugs, they don't be on family time. It can go down anywhere. It don't matter who's around. It don't matter what they're doing. They could be with their family and hit a lick. You know what I'm saying? So, going back to the point, those are the things that when you look at all these rapper killings, when you look at all these, just think about why they don't kill actors. Why they ain't out there robbing actors? They making way more money than these damn rappers.
That's right.
Why Denzel ain't get pulled up on yet? He be in LA. Why Will Smith ain't get pulled up on? Why The Rock? Right? These cats is making $30 million a flick. Why they ain't getting pulled up on? Well, you don't see The Rock out there. He probably drives a damn Prius. Denzel probably still taking the train everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not flashing. They're not putting themselves in those situations to deal with those type of people in that element.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So yeah, the Most High does have to show through every single word of the Bible. I can look at those situations and say, damn, they didn't follow the scriptures.
Right.
Down to the smallest T. Right? To the smallest scripture. Hood Rich Pablo Juan gets robbed again. Yeah, I mean, come on. You had Sauce Walker that went to LA.
Yeah.
He almost got robbed. You had Quando Rondo that almost got killed. This is all in a month. You had, TJ, that was back in June. I was looking up on that. But he was in Jersey, and that was some beef between him But even that is stupid as hell. To almost die in the parking lot of Chipotle. Right? You trying to get a burrito bowl and a nigga pull up. He followed you all the way from the Bronx and he killed you, shot you up in Jersey. You have to get airlifted back and all this weird stuff, right? But think about what they putting out there. That energy that you put out there, right? That negativity that you put out there. Most High said you live by the sword, you'll die by it. Right? Be not overcome with evil, but overcome evil with good. Why? Because when evil starts to be the mainstay or what is overcoming you or the situations, it's always just going to be evil and negative around you. It's always going to be death. It's always going to be destruction. Right? And then you got to look at how Esau is so nonchalant about it. Right? Just dealing with these rappers, right? You know, you got, and the younger people is going to understand this. I know we don't listen to a lot of it. I only caught wind because I checked the news. There's a spot in Chicago called O-Block. Mm-hmm. O-Block is where you got, what's old boy with the dreads?
Chief.
We cut off? Right.
Chief.
Can they hear me? Yeah, we ain't going to restart it. Y'all just going to have to hear me. I don't know what's going on with the camera. But you got
Chief Keef.
What's the one? Lil Durk. He's from there. Chief Keef. All these dudes. They from this spot called O Block, right? And they beef with this other block, literally right around the corner.
Yeah.
O Block is a project.
Right.
Now check it out. In 2023 January, all the residents of O Block will be forcibly evicted because somebody came through and bought O Block to knock it down.
Wow.
So these niggas is fighting over O Block. But in 3 months, they about to all be homeless.
Damn.
Think about it. That's what the white man's on. Like, oh, so y'all niggas want to turn this into a war zone? Well, guess what we're going to do? We're going to level it. Caprini Greens in Chicago. Same thing. That was one of the most notorious projects in America. What'd they do? That's where remember the movie Candyman?
Yeah.
That's where that movie was based out of. Right? But what did they do to them projects? Took them, leveled them. Get the underbelly of the city out of there, get the element out, get the cursed thing out, rebuild it, and charge more for the rent. Gentrify, right? Yeah. These cats is dying over it, and Esau sitting back like, well, y'all ain't got enough money to even claim the block. Because what's his name? Not Vaughn. What's the dude? The dreads?
The dreads.
The blonde dreads.
Dirk, yeah.
He was like, oh yeah, I'm going to buy O Block. I'm gonna buy it. Bro, you ain't got the money to buy it. You know, right. Whack rap money ain't buying nothing but fake chains and renting vehicles.
Right.
That's it.
Let's keep it real.
Let's keep it real. Like, your little pocket money ain't buying a project from the city of Chicago. It's not happening. You're not gonna outcompete a developer that got billions and then he could go get funded by a bank. Right. Because they'll get return on their investment. Where what you gonna do? Buy it and do what? Keep it hood? But it's a curse. That's the mind. Right. I don't want to buy it to keep my people in a cursed ass estate. Yeah. But look, all these things again. If you go through the news and you look at, yeah, he said it. Yeah, you get back what you put in. You reap what you sow. The Most High is not mocked.
Yeah, be not deceived.
Right? We act like, oh, we're gonna put out negative and then the good's gonna come to us. Nah, that same negative, if not worse, is gonna come. You know what I mean? So we just got to understand what's going on. I thought it was very funny that O Block got bought. It's sad that our people got to they got to scramble to find another spot to go to, but they'll work it out. Yeah. They'll figure it out. They always do, right? Yeah. We make lemonade out of lemons, right? We know how to make it taste good. That's sour. Sweeten it up. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. We know how to make it taste real good. So. We know how to be comfortable in slavery is the problem. Read on. Where you at?
Deuteronomy chapter 27, verse 26.
Right.
Cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this law to do them, and all the people shall say Amen.
So even if you didn't agree, you was cursed.
Yeah. Golly.
Why? Because if you didn't do the law, you were going to be cursed anyway. Oh, I don't want to do that. Okay, well then go do something else. Let's see how it pans out. It never worked out good for us. Right? Read on. Deuteronomy 28.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 1.
Now, I'm not going to go all deep into the curses. Y'all all know the curses. We got many Deuteronomy 28 classes that if you need some deep understanding, right, you can go check those. I mean, we've been through it. We've been through this. Come on, man. Right? You're supposed to know these on top of your head. And forget about even knowing the scriptures. Just look out the window. You're supposed to be seeing these curses now play out. Because they are. Every instance of these curses are playing out in our communities when the Most High is not,
Messing with us.
where the Most High is not.
Yeah.
Con. And for the majority of our situations, he's not. He ain't messing with us, right? He's letting the element destroy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 1. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come on thee, and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God. Blessed shalt thou be in the city, and blessed shalt thou be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy ground, and the fruit of thy cattle, the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep.
When you look at the way America is set up, all the major cities are the hood.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you go. The outskirts of the city is where the peace and quiet and serenity is. Right? But then he comes back and says, you're going to be cursing the cities that you're in. Right? It doesn't matter what country you go to. I don't care. You go to London, there's parts of London that you don't want to go to because Israel is ruining it. Right? They got that place just bad. You would think like, damn, there's bad places in London? Yeah.
Definitely.
Hell yeah. You walk up and you walk out naked.
Yeah, you get shanked,
yeah, you get shivved. Yeah, I shivved the mate.
I shifted him.
I shivved the mate, right? Right?
Yeah.
So they shivving everywhere. A lot of shivs happening. Right? But that's our people. It's just showing you that it doesn't matter where you go. You can hate America all day, but then go dip off into another country, and guess what? You have to deal with the situations in that country. Right? With maybe even a language barrier and a cultural barrier that you're not familiar with. It's no matter where we go, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Especially where we're prominent. Right? Where we're prominent. It gotta be like that so we can feel it. So you can't sit back and say, oh no, well, that only pertains to the American blacks. No, not just the American blacks. Right? It's the European blacks that's out there in Britain trying to cry to the queen and do all that crap. Right? You trying to walk 23 hours to go see the queen's coffin? Man, you better get your ass out of line and go get to class somewhere. You tripping.
Yep.
Right? Go let the white folks do that. That's their queen. Right? She's your oppressor. But guess what? Just like how you'll run into Joel Osteen's church and sit there and yes, Joel. Yeah, yes, Joel. Right? You'll run and you'll sit in line for Queen to cry in front of her coffin, her stinky little dead body. You'll sit there and cry in front of it and sit in line for 23 hours, passing out and dying, right? Like, oh, I gotta pay respect to the Queen. Why? She's still raping a lot of our countries. Yep. Don't y'all get it?
Yep.
Some of these Caribbean countries are still paying reparations to the Queen. Yep. Jamaica just got done. I talked about it last night. It just got done in 2015. Paying slave reparations. Now, we were the slaves. Why the hell do we got to pay you? Oh, okay. Right?
Yeah.
Barbados. Right? And then they got the nerve to go on tour and try to keep the, what do they call it out there? The, not a confederacy. They call it something. The monarchy, or with these countries, they try to keep it together. And you got a lot of these countries that's like, nah, we don't want to be down with the Queen no more. She's dead. We don't want to be down with King Charles. He's about to die. Right? But our people got to wake up, man. You worshiping the Queen, and come on. everything she got on, that whole estate is stolen.
Yes.
Don't y'all get it? It's all stolen. Every jewel in her crown. India, right? The main jewel they put on her crown that they got on her coffin, that jewel was stolen from India. Right? And that's just one of them. Her little scepter, that's stolen from another country. You got jewels from South Africa. You got jewels from here. You got jewels from there. Everything about that is stolen, but our people want to do what? I need to go bow down to the queen and show respect to the queen. For what? I'm still trying to figure it out. A lot of these Caribbean countries still want to be attached to the queen.
We always want to run to France because it's supposed to be so romantic.
Yeah, right? Italy and all that. The Eiffel. I want to go to the Eiffel Tower and eat spaghetti.
Right.
Like,
what
is it?
Romantic at home.
Huh?
Might be romantic.
That's what I'm saying. Get you a box of wine. You know what I'm saying? Get you that box of wine.
You know what I'm saying?
Some crumpets. Right?
Get you the cheese.
Right, get you some cheese. Get you a good Disney Plus movie and you in there. No, I didn't say Netflix, right? I said Disney Plus. I'm trying to upgrade. Right? At Netflix and chill, that's for young folk. We trying to Disney Plus and kick it.
God.
You know what I'm saying? We trying to Amazon Prime and kick it. We grown folks, right? That Netflix is for you youngins. But yeah, man.
I was married 30 years. I learned how to be romantic wherever I was.
Yeah. That's the point.
That's it, yeah.
But we think we got to run and man.
What's these places that don't care about you, don't
Yeah.
like you there?
But we got, no matter where you go, no matter how romantic and how culturally diverse or whatever it is, just know that where our people are, in that city, they going through this. Just like how them over there in these countries look at America. And oh, they got it, right? And they got better opportunity and this, that, and the third, but they're not realizing, no. Because if you just come and get dropped off, like imagine that they dropped off all those migrants that they dropped off in Martha's Vineyard. You know Martha's Vineyard?
Oh, yeah.
Over there up north, right? But imagine if they dropped them all off in A-Leaf. They'd be like, look, let's go back home.
Yeah.
But imagine they dropped them right off on Bissonnette and 59. They'd be like, bruh, take us back to South America.
Right, there's no
because
difference.
there's nothing different.
There's no difference.
Yeah, they drop them off in damn Baton Rouge.
Oh, no.
They,
They're definitely
bro,
gonna
they,
go back.
1, 2, 3, 4, they be hiking back home.
Yep.
Right? Why? Because they're not understanding that the condition, you know, the infrastructure might look a little bit different and there might be a sliver of opportunity, but it's actually worse here because they put it in your face, slap you with it, laugh about it, just what they're doing to those migrants. These damn politicians, man, they are a trip. Yeah, they just throwing people on buses and just sending them to wherever the hell they want. And all they doing is fighting over their damn Democrat and Republican crap.
Yeah.
But see, this is what our people vote for.
Yep.
This is what you vote for. And in the long term, this is what you vote for. In the interim, in the beginning, you like, oh no, he's gonna fight for me and give me rights and this and that and that. How? You ain't blessed. You ain't blessed at all. So how is he gonna give you anything? But what he will do is mistreat your people, put them on buses, put them in concentration camps, separate children from their parents, not feed them, not give them diapers, not give women sanitary menstrual
Pads and all that
yeah,
stuff.
all those different things, right? He'll do all those things, and the whole point is they're fighting with each other. What we got to do with it? See, we just the pawn in the situation. That's part of being a curse.
The Republican Party was really the Democratic Party. That's what they call them, the old party.
The old party, yeah.
They all doing the
Same thing. Yeah. It's all under democracy, demon craft worship. Right? Because that's what democracy is. It's about controlling spirits and demons. Right? It's all under that democracy. Republican, Democrat, there's no difference. It's just a different method on how to get to the same place.
Yeah.
But we're in the middle as the pawn. Democrats and Republicans had slaves. Let's be real.
So I can't think his name, but he was a wrestler. He ran for governor somewhere in Warren. But he was saying when the cameras is on, they fighting each other.
Yeah. When they
When
off,
the cameras go off, they all drinking martinis.
it's just like when you go to court. You got the defense attorney and the prosecutor. Bro, before they go try your case, where they at?
Chilling.
Kicking it, having lunch. I learned that the hard way. I learned that the hard way, man. I remember my lawyer, this was back in the day, my lawyer was like, yeah, I'm going to go sit down with the prosecutor, right? I had some things going on. I had to pay him like $4,000, $4,500 just for him to go sit and have lunch. He's like, yeah, I'll go sit and have lunch with him and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, we'll talk about your case.
And remember, and this lawyer was a family friend. So he was doing me light. He was doing me, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I can only imagine what he was doing to cats he didn't know.
Yeah.
Bruh. He was, oh yeah, we had lunch and don't worry about it. You ain't even got to show up. Huh? But then you watch these movies.
Yeah.
Right? And they all belong to the same club.
Yeah.
They all belong to the same racket club, the tennis club, the golf club. Hey, let's meet up on the course. Right? They'll try your case, they'll lose, and he's like, see you, we're gonna knock out a few 18 next weekend. Like, what? Y'all about to go play tennis and golf?
Y'all was cool this
Yeah,
whole time?
they were. Their wives know each other.
Yep.
But see, that's the curse. Those are the curses that we gotta deal with. They're blessed where they can rape your pockets. Whether you get convicted or not don't matter to them. They getting money. Whether you get off or not don't matter. It's gonna be another nigga that's gonna have to get tried that can be convicted or not. So they're not tripping on that. Then they get to go sit with each other. They get to go meet with the judge. How many of us ever met with the judge? Right? They get to go sit in the judge's chambers and have candid conversation. Right? Sniff coke off his desk or whatever they do in there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right? But like he said, in the courtroom, it's all business. Why? For you to think that it's all business. For you to feel a certain type of way. There's a Netflix show on Queen shows her correlation. Her husband wanted to take away where he bows down to her and said it takes away his manhood, but she said no because it's tradition. She said he won't be bowing down to her. He will not bow down to the crown. He was mad because she was mad because he didn't want to. He had to do it in front of the whole world. Yeah, that's
That's tough.
yeah, when you gotta right? The woman king. Ain't it coincidental? Yeah. But that's the curses, man. There's so many different things to talk about in it. That's what?
She fixed it.
She did what? What'd you do?
I just changed the format or the resolution so now they can see you.
Read.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 5. Blessed shall be thy basket and thy store. Blessed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and blessed shalt thou be when thou goest out.
But we know that's the opposite. You come in owing taxes, you die owing taxes. Like, how the hell I'm born and owing taxes? Come on, man. Our babies be born looking like they got a car note already. They just coming looking mad as hell. My son came out looking like he already got a mortgage, car note.
Already tired of
Looking
it.
like the RS been on his back while he was in the womb. I'm like, damn, why you look so stressed, son? He came out looking stressed and old. That baby's coming out looking mad. That's the condition. The babies don't come out joyous, happy. They come out crying. They know what's up.
Yeah.
Right? We come in this world butt naked, broke, leave out with maybe a little bit of extra cloth, but broke. You go out with the Gucci belt, still broke. Yeah, man, it's sad, but that's the situation. We don't got nothing. It just shows you what happens in between the birth and the death. What's going on with life, the life in between, the actual life. Well, it's not given to the Most High, so He's not gonna bless it for the next generation. White people and nations, these nations are working on generational wealth. That's why they're the ones that have all these corporations. And they have the corporations because they've been working on generational wealth since we got here. Remember, we were part of their wealth. We're just now getting the understanding of how to have a few dollars in the bank account and not burn through it. We're just now getting to that point, right? I think, right? Financially literate.
Yeah.
We're just getting to that point where we're understanding the American financial system. We're just now getting there. Think about it. We've been here 400 years, and a lot of that was, well, my bad, all of it, slaves. So we brand new in this thing, trying to get our credit, trying to get a little bit of money, trying to save, trying to understand the bank accounts and CDs and where to invest in this and this, that, and the third. They've had the jump start on us with that for the longest. Remember, we were part of their basket. We were part of their basket and their store. We were part of their economy as a commodity that was what? Traded. We were the stock market, if y'all didn't know that. We were the stock that was being traded. We were Black Friday. We were the Black Friday discount. Get you a nigga on Black Friday, get you this black man, this young little chocolate black boy, right? He's young, strong, and sturdy. He can't do much now, but if you work him, he gonna build up, right? Just make sure you feed him, right? Like, we were that commodity, man. You were like a cattle.
Yeah.
They called it what? Chittle? No, they called it chattel. Chattel? Right. Because you weren't really a cow. You was close. You was a workhorse. Right? But go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 7. The Lord shall cause thine enemies that rise up against thee to be smitten before thy face. They shall come out against thee one way and flee before thee 7 ways. The Lord shall command the blessing upon thee in thy storehouses and in all thine that thou settest thine hand unto.
This is why we know we curse, because we're the ones trying to command the blessings on ourselves. We're not even given the place for the Most High to command anything in our lives. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this happen. So what happens? Nothing. Nothing. You spin your wheels. We've been spinning our wheels for generations. Go ahead.
And he shall bless thee in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Right.
The Lord shall establish thee an holy people unto himself, as he hath sworn unto thee, and thou shalt keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, and walk in his ways. And all people of the earth shall see that thou art called by the name of the Lord, and they shall be afraid of thee.
Yeah, they don't even recognize you as a human, as a person.
And I said it right quick, brother.
What's that?
You just said about instead of us allowing God to bless us, we doing it ourselves. That just happened to me yesterday.
What's that? Testify. Tell me.
I ain't gonna get into it deep.
You ain't got to get deep. No,
It's
you
like
got
I
to get deep.
made these plans, boy, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and the white folk called me yesterday and said, no, you're not.
Right. Yeah. You know, and that's the struggle.
Yeah.
You plan, you prep, you this, you that, and you get out to go venture to do your thing, and one traffic stop can ruin. One traffic stop. Don't it suck that one phone call?
Blow my ship out the water.
Yeah, sunk your battleship, right? But that's it. Because why? The Most High, as a whole, the Most High is not on our minds as a whole, as a people.
Right.
So when you venture out to do things, you got to do it individually, right? You're doing it in small numbers, in a small mind. And so it's easy to disrupt plans and disrupt ventures when it's on a small scale and there's not that collective mind behind it. You know, whatever it is that you were doing, I'm sure it was probably something that you need to get done. But it just sucks, man.
Yep.
When you say, even something like, man, let's start a business, and the white man gives you every hoop, every ring of fire, right? He douses you with gasoline. He lights the path, and it's all flames. And he's like, run, nigga. And you're like, huh? What is all gasoline? And he's like, nope, you want that? You got to jump through all this fire and don't get burned. You like, but then you got to say, you know what? Well, Daniel did it.
Yeah,
Meshach,
kind of.
Shadrach, Abednego, they did it, right? So where's my mind at? They did it. They walked with Christ, and he protected them. So, you know, you might have to look at your situation as timing.
But I just decided, I said, well, God has helped me this far, so I knew He's gonna come some more.
Yeah. And if anything, you know, a lot of the times, if you're doing the right things and things are not working out the way you see that they should work out, it doesn't mean that they're not working out. It just means that the Most High is moving the pieces, and He wants to see how you react to certain things. I've been seeing that lately. Whatsoever is brought up on you, take it joyfully, right? Take it cheerfully, and you know, sometimes you just want to see that. Like, how are you going to handle adversity? Or how are you going to handle when you think that you're being disappointed, right? Faith is easy to have when you ain't got to have it.
Oof, yeah, kind of true that.
It's easy to have when you ain't got to do nothing. But then now you get to this point of disappointment, and I want to get to this goal. The faith is really in between the disappointment, or what I feel is disappointment or not getting, and my goal. That's where I really got to have faith. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but I know I'm going to get to this point. Up until this point, you were just coasting. But now you got here and it was like, oh, nope, you didn't get that. Or, oh, no, it went this way or it went that way. And you're like, oh, but I want to get. Well, this is all faith. It's easy to have when you ain't got to do nothing. So the Most High is always going to put us through these exercises to see where we at. You know, so.
It's like a constant reminder that He controls
All of it.
everything.
Yep. He's always going to remind us, especially the ones that know better, the ones that can see it. What's that?
And you know, Chris, that is true what you just said, because just since I've been here and based on the little knowledge and understanding that I have received, and it even goes back to one time when you said, when you are going through this, what do? Do you stop and say, well, Lord? You don't ask Him why. Okay, Lord, where do I need to go next? I mean, what is in this that you need me
To see.
to
Yeah,
grow
to learn. Yep.
and see?
Yep.
And you know, even though my situation that I'm going through now, I have another one that have arisen. You know, it is the scripture that I'm starting to trust and let go, and not try to do it all on my own, but allow God to do it. And that's been keeping me, you know, where I need to be, facing the next adversity to come. I'm a little bit stronger, so.
And that's the strength for the next situation. I think sometimes we do ourselves a disservice where the strength for the next situation is just being able to trust that you did things right the last time, right? Build up that faith, build up that belief, that hope from the last situation. That's supposed to carry you into the next one, build you up stronger, right? When you do something the right way, doesn't it give you the preparation for the next time to have to do it?
It does.
Right. So that's all it is. That's what the Most High is showing us. When you do things the right way, the next time it's just going to be easier. It's going to be easier to get through the next situations.
It's also very humbling. It's a humbling experience when you are put through something that you can't control, and you can't get yourself out of it, and you can't put yourself in it because the Most High has done it. And so that humbling that drops you down just makes you look up and just be like, okay, surrender, and just go with the flow. That constant reminder that He's in control of everything. It's very humbling.
Yeah. And again, the ones that are conscious enough to pay attention and see, recognize those different things, just recognizing those things in ourselves, that's a blessing. A lot of people can't see these things, man. They're just like, why? Why is this happening?
Yep.
And they continue to do things the same way, in the same method, same mind state, with the same result, where, you know, we're at least now getting to the point where we can take a step back, right? Examine the way we do things, why things are happening, what is the Most High trying to show me, how do I move on next? That's a beautiful thing. You know, that's a beautiful thing that a lot of people ain't got. They don't have that. So remember, the things that we go through is not, it says it in the scriptures, I believe it's in Maccabees, it's not for our destruction, right? It's not to destroy us. The fiery trial is not to burn you to a crisp. It's to try your faith, to strengthen you, but for you to, I mean, how else are you going to use the Bible? Right? How else are you going to actually put the scriptures into play if you're not going through or dealing with stuff? Good or bad. If there's no situations, how are you going to actually exercise the scriptures? Right? So, you know, it's a time to exercise and apply. You know what I mean? That way, whatever you're dealing with, whatever it is, good, bad, in between, at least you know that there's something to apply in these situations. Right? Let's read on. Where you at?
Verse 11. And the Lord shall make thee plenteous in goods, in the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of thy ground, and the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers to give thee. The Lord shall open unto thee his good treasure, the heaven to give the rain unto thy land in its season, and to bless all the work of thine hand. And thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow.
What verse was that? Right. You ready? Come on.
Noah Shabbat Ban Yum Yum. Noah Shabbat Ban Yum Yum Ban Yasharala. Man of Israel, Amaj Barak.
Yahweh Shemel Shabbat.
Yahweh Shemel Shabbat. Ban Yum Yum. Trip me up.
Was it Baruch 4?
Baruch 4 that was talking about not for your destruction.
Yeah. Oh, is it? I thought it was one of Maccabees.
If you're talking about
Destruction 4:6.
Read it real quick.
Baruch. Chapter 4, verse 6. You were sold to the nations, not for your destruction, but because ye moved the Most High to wrath. Ye were delivered unto the enemies.
Right. Right. There was another one I was thinking of. It was in Maccabees, so there's two of them. Right? Yeah. Watch. Go to 2 Maccabees 5 and 12. So all you do is precept it. Right? Precept upon precept. So, yeah. Either one can go. My mind was on the one in Maccabees. One brought up the one in Baruch. So now y'all got two scriptures. Read this one real quick.
2 Maccabees chapter 5 verse 12.
Right?
And commanded his men of war.
2 Maccabees 6 and 12. Slot.
2 Maccabees chapter 6 verse 12.
Right?
Now he beseech those that read this book.
Right?
That they be not discouraged for these
calamities,
but that they judge those punishments not to be for destruction,
right?
But for a chastening of our nation.
Right. You see that? So basically saying the same thing. My mind was just on this one. Right?
Brother,
Yes.
the part that sticks out to me the most is that it's a punishment because we went off.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Yep.
is why we're in a calamitous situation because I messed up.
Yeah, you walk away from the path. The Most High got to course correct.
Amos 3:1.
You got to be corrected back into the path, right? So You know, there's a few scriptures you can add with this, but I mean, y'all get the point, right? Hebrews, what is it? Hebrews 12 about the chastening. Job 5:17. There's a few, right? But you know, but the point still stands that the things that we go through, it's not to the fiery trial, though you be tried with fire, right? Again, what is it? 1 Peter's 1:7. The trial of your faith being more precious than gold. It's not to destroy your faith or your belief in the Most High. It's to really strengthen it. But it's how we go through things. It's how we do things. It's how we outlook to the pure. All things are pure. How is my outlook towards what I'm dealing with? Because think about it. People go through stuff and they blame God. They blame the Most High, like, oh, he did this. No. No. He didn't do it. He stood back. He stood back and let you just do what you do. He just stopped being that guide or being that protector, right? He stopped. Whose fault and why? Well, because you decided that I don't want to be protected no more. I don't want to follow no more. And you stepped out of the circle. You just got to look at it like that. There's a circle of protection. Most I said, if you walk in the middle of this circle or anywhere in this circle, I got you. I don't want that. Well, okay, I don't got you.
Fend for yourself.
You take a step back. What's outside the circle? Destruction, death, this, that. Choose what you want. You know what I'm saying? Step inside the umbrella or not. When you use an umbrella and you step outside of it and it's raining, you get wet. When you do this, you're like, oh, wow, that works. Right? But if you use the umbrella wrong, you still get wet. Tilt it too much, and then you got to hold it the right way to make sure that the rain. Simple to me. Where we at?
Deuteronomy 28:13.
Right? Deuteronomy chapter 28:13. Go ahead.
And the Lord shall make thee the hand,
No.
the head, and not the tail.
Right.
And thou shalt be above only, and thou shalt not be beneath, if that thou hearken unto the commandments of the Lord thy God, which I commanded thee this day to observe and to do them. And
A little bit louder.
and thou shalt not go against from any of the words which I commanded thee.
Where you at?
3
What verse?
14.
Thee this day.
Thee this day to the right hand or to the left, to go after other gods to serve them. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes which I commanded thee is this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
You know what's cold? There's only about, from verse 14, bless, and not bless you. 3 to 14 is what?
Lessons.
Right. How many verses is that? 11? Right? About 11, 12. But then when you go from 15 all the way to 68, you're like, damn. What?
The
Incense is what?
Not that.
Oh.
Yeah.
But then when you go and you're like, wait a minute, it's like 50-something curses. Right? And then the curses got residual curses. They got residual income on residual income curses. Just think about it. What was the Most High trying to show us? That no matter what you tried to do, you weren't going to be able to escape. Right? That life would... Remember the song? Can it be that it was all so simple?
Yeah.
Right? It would have been so much simpler to just follow. And all you needed was the simplicity in the Most High in Christ. A simple life. Right? With simple with simple blessings that would carry you all the way through. And we chose the hard way with no way out.
Yeah.
First of all, in some verses, there's 4 curses in some verses.
Yeah.
Right? So you got like 50-something verses with 2-3 curses in one verse. It's like 75 curses. It's like 10 blessings. But think about those 10, 15 blessings. That's all you needed to be prosperous.
Yeah.
But the Most High is like, yup, you're going to be cursed here. Cattle stored, grope at noonday, blinded, retarded, this, that, burning. You like, wait a minute. So there's no escape? And if you run, they're going to chase you. If you get brought into another land as slaves, the curse is going to be with you. Damn, so there's no escape.
There's no
But all I got to do is just listen and, you know what? I'll take the hard way. Right? I'm just like, dang, the Most High made it so plain that there was no way for you to get around this, even if you tried, but to listen and do what I wanted you to do. Right? So where verse you at?
16.
Right? Go ahead. Cursed.
Cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field.
So that's 2 curses in one verse. Go ahead.
Cursed shalt thou be.
Shall be thy
Shall be thy
basket
and thy store.
Mm-hmm.
Cursed shall be the fruit of thy body.
That's one curse. Go ahead.
And the fruit of thy land.
That's another one. Go ahead. That's all in one verse. Go ahead.
The
increase
of thy kind.
That's another one.
And the flocks of thy sheep.
Right. That's another one. So that's 4 in one. I mean, we only in 3 verses. We got 10 curses. Like, wouldn't you be like, wait a minute, hold on, this ain't adding up, right? Right? Remember, we were all there, so don't forget that we were there. We were the ones. We were the ones. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 19. Cursed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and cursed shalt thou be when thou goest out. The Lord shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, and rebuke in all that thou settest thine hand unto.
And do we not know about this one? Man, truck, bro.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't look at me.
Gosh.
That is true.
Vex, man. Vexation. Don't matter, man. It's real. You're going to be vexed at every turn, trying to make it.
Yeah, it's trying to make it, man.
That's it. Just trying to even do the right things now. You're still going to have vexation because of the people around and the situations that you're put in. And even if you break one curse, there's still 4 or 5 curses attached to that.
Yeah.
Right? So you have your own business, but curse is thy basket, so the business ain't going good. You'll be the borrower and not the lender, so you can't get no loan to keep the business moving forward. Like, bruh, It's like it's stacked. You knock down one, and you still got 4 more to go, just pertaining to one situation. And you got to keep knocking. But the point is what? Keep striving.
Yes.
Keep pushing. Keep knocking down those pins. Keep breaking through those walls. And let's be real, we're never gonna completely just wipe out the curses before Christ comes, right? But we can get to a certain point, right, where it's like, man, I'm not dealing with this or dealing with that. Remember, finances ain't gonna be our freedom.
That's true.
So if you think that you're gonna financially be free, that ain't it, right? That probably be the last thing you get, right? You ain't gonna get that till Christ comes. If you think freedom of expression and all those things ain't gonna be it for our people, right? So, but you can get to a point where you can say, you know what? The Most High got me here to be able to do this, to promote the word, or this to promote the schools, or this to add.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Go ahead. Where you at?
Next section.
Go ahead.
For to do until thou be destroyed,
Right.
and until thou perish quickly,
Right.
because of the
Wickedness.
wickedness of thy doings,
Whereby?
whereby thou hast
Forsaken.
forsaken me.
Mm-hmm.
The Lord shall make the
Pestilence.
pestilence
Leave.
cleave unto thee until he have consumed thee from off the land,
Weather.
whether thou
Goest.
goest to possess it.
Right. So just think about Gad. They possess this land, but then here comes the pestilence. Here comes the smallpox. Here comes the chicken pox. Here comes the flu, the cold. Think about it. Just think about it. In this day and age, the Most High got to hit like the coronavirus to kill people, right? Think about back then when you dying of the flu. Just think about it. I mean, there was a time when you died of diarrhea, right? They didn't know how to cure that or even what to give you for that. You just lose all your fluid and die. But think about what level you were physically at to not have to deal with sickness. And then when it's introduced to you, it wiped you out. That's what happened to the natives. Y'all know that, right? That's how they won. That's how they won a lot of the battles against us. They sickened them. They got us sick. And the men were so weak they couldn't even go out and fight. So it was like shooting ducks in a barrel. But think about how strong we really were. Think about how powerful and how warlike we were. Even in our weakest estate, we're better than everybody.
That's so true.
Right? But then you're so strong, but then you're still so weak because the unseen can kill you. Think about that. Smallpox and the flu virus and whatever they put in blankets, AIDS or whatever they put in the blankets, lice and all that stuff that wiped us out and gave us disease and fleas and ticks. Just think about that. The unseen killed you, but you were so powerful. Doesn't make sense, right? Well, really, it's the Most High showing that He's the most powerful.
Right.
That He can let something unseen kill you, but then He'll still give you the might and the strength physically to defend yourself against, how Gad was defending themselves against these generals and Esau coming through, but they couldn't defend against the things that they couldn't see. The Most High allowed it. That was part of the curse. The pestilence. You can't see pestilence until it's too late, right? Till it starts to accumulate on your body. You might miss one flea, but when you got 50 fleas on you, oh wow, you got fleas. You'll see them, right? But that's what was wiping the natives out of the land. Judah ain't trying to possess nothing. Benjamin ain't trying to possess nothing. They're not in a position to possess anything. But if they try, guess what? Most High will send some pestilence through there to wipe that out because you're not doing it the right way. You know, I look at the white man as a pestilence.
God.
I look at him as a pestilence. And you look at like Oklahoma City, when they was doing their little Black Wall Street, and that pestilence came through and wiped that land out, wiped them off the land. So you want to have businesses? You want to be rich? Oh, okay. You got your own little bank?
This is nice.
All right, that's what's up. We'll send this crop duster through. One crop duster, and that was it. Just think about it. You did all that infrastructure and all that building, and one crop duster came through and wiped out your whole town. Oh, y'all want to live good and do all that? We're going to drop bombs in Philly. Remember when they bombed Philadelphia? The black neighborhood in Philadelphia? You got to look it up. They dropped a bomb in Philadelphia, the government, and blew up a few city blocks, black neighborhood.
I heard about that.
Yeah. Oh, you want to do the Harlem Renaissance? Okay. We got something for that. We're going to put all the crack, all the coke up in Harlem. It's about to be hell up in Harlem. You want to do all these things? Got you.
Yeah, go for it.
So, you just got to see, man. No, what that? You don't get about to see when you read. Sit down. You read. Got it? Go ahead.
The Lord shall make.
What verse you at?
21.
What book and verse?
Deuteronomy 28 and 21.
Right. There were many Black Wall Streets. Yeah. But we know that the one in Tulsa, that was the blueprint. You know, when you look at that time, that was the spot. And there were many, I mean, when you look at the black communities in America in the 60s and the 50s, or really the 60s, right? I did a class on it, but that was the time when you can go into any black neighborhood and you can buy black. Your butcher, your mortician, your barber, right? Your insurance, it was your bank, it was black folks. So yeah, there was many models of Black Wall Street in the USA, but just ask yourself, how did the Most High wipe those things out? Why? Well, for one, to show you that financial freedom wasn't going to be it. Because we were financially free. Remember, we were the first ones, or I don't want to say the first ones, but yeah, black folks, middle class, 60s and 70s, they was the one buying color TVs, record players, buying cars cash, owning vehicles, owning homes. That was us. We was getting bank loans. That was black folk in America, because we had the dough. We had the dough, right? We had a whole untapped economy that white people couldn't understand what was going on. So we had it, but we had it so good, how come that didn't? They all ended at the same, they all ended in the same way. Well, remember, it was all the Most High. Again, if a crop duster can slide through and blow up and destroy a whole town's infrastructure and a few shotguns, what is it founded on? That's what we have to ask ourselves. What were they founding their society? What were we founding things on back in them days? And were we trying to break these curses, or were we just showing that the way we go about things wasn't going to work anyway? Black Wall Street was about money, finance, being independent, right, from the powers that be, and showing good old whitey that we can make it.
But Martin Luther King helped you that too.
Or with the desegregation.
Yeah.
Yeah. All these things that we shouldn't have been allowed ourselves to be a part of, right? Because it's a curse to live up under your enemy. You don't keep your your friends close and your enemies closer. That's what you call, for a lack of better terms, retarded. You lose forward progress when you do that. That's what retarded means, right? You lose momentum when you keep your enemies up under you. I gotta see what he's doing. No, you don't. Because as soon as you stumble, he ain't gonna catch you. He gonna help you. He gonna kick you right in the butt.
Take yourself.
And help you fall. So our principles and the way we found things and the principles that we build on, they're all wrong. That's why all the black Wall Streets across America, wherever it was, whether it was Harlem, whether it was Oklahoma, whether it was Atlanta, whether it was Florida, right? Where come on, all the way back to the Seminoles, the Seminole Indians and Reuben and all them teaming up with Judah and having societies down in Florida and all through Mississippi and Louisiana, right? Doesn't matter. What were you built on? What were you building your foundation on? Was it Christ? Or was it trying to build for the circumstance at hand? Well, we got to get like our oppressor. And a lot of the times that's what it was about. It was how do we live like our oppressors? He's always going to be above you because that's the thing pressing you down. If anything, he's pushing you into a mind state that's wrong. We've always been motivated off of the wrong mind state in how we go about doing things. We always looked at the people around us from the time of the wilderness and wanted what? Well, we want a king just like them. We want to be just like the people that we're better than. But how? Why would you want to downgrade yourself? Why would you want to downgrade yourself? Why would we allow it? Well, because we didn't have Yahweh Shai. We didn't have the Most High as the front thing in our minds. Right? You ready?
The Lord shall make the pestilence
Cleave
unto thee until he have consumed thee from off the land, whether thou goest to possess it.
Right, read on.
The Lord shall smite thee with consumption and with a fever and with an inflammation and with an extreme burning.
Yeah, that sounds like all the diseases to me. Sound like monkeypox, AIDS, herpes, gonorrhea, syphilis, chlamydia, AIDS, HIV, hemorrhoids, right? What's the one that you get in your stomach? Ulcers. What's that?
Don't forget the one they ain't named yet.
Right, whatever they ain't named yet. Right? I mean, because they there. Most High has got things in the wings waiting. Ulcerative colitis. I've heard about it. Ulcers. What is that? Like ulcers? Stomach ulcers. Yeah. Liver cirrhosis. Psoriasis. Shingles. Yeah. All that. And he just keep unleashing one by one. Here goes some monkey. Here goes some monkeypox. Here goes chicken pox back in the 80s and 90s. Now here go the monkeypox. Like, I don't get it. What are we gonna have next? Cat pox? Dog pox?
Squirrel pox.
Squirrel pox? Bat pox? Think about it. Chicken pox. It's supposed to have come from a chicken. Monkey pox. It had derived from a monkey. They're not naming these things just for no reason.
Right.
So what's the next Pac? We know it ain't Tupac.
Yeah.
We know it ain't X-Pac. Right? What Pac is it? Read on. I'll tell you, I got corny jokes on the Sabbath, man.
With extreme burning,
Right?
and with the sword, and with blasting, and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish.
You're going to put your finger and mark where you're reading. You're going to do that so you can know where you're at. Go ahead and read a little louder, please.
And the Lord shall make the rain of thy land
Where you at? Read verse 23.
23.
Right.
And thy heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is under thee shall be iron.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut off your blessings. Rain, crops, not gonna happen. Nothing can grow through iron, nothing can grow through brass. Right, so I'm gonna shut off your blessings. Go ahead, 23. Oh, 24.
The Lord shall make the rain of thy land powder and dust.
Right, drought. Right, drought conditions. There's something called powdery mildew when you do grow crops. It comes on, the powdery mildew goes on, it's a crop that they hit. I think it's like cucumbers. You'll see it, you look at the thing and it's all white. It says powdery mildew. And no matter what you try to do, you wash it off, you blast it off, you do whatever, it comes back. So there's powdery mildew that hits crops. Because the Most High said he's going to destroy us using pestilence. Go ahead.
From heaven shall it come down upon thee until thou be destroyed. The Lord shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shall be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth.
I mean, there it is right there. He reminded us, you're going to be dispersed and spread. That was a curse. It was a curse to not be connected to your people and be in your land. It was a curse to be dispersed through all kingdoms. Just think about it. Just think about all the history of the world. Where did you see the Egyptians get spread out and not live in Egypt? Even when they didn't have the rule in Egypt, they still stayed there. Even when the Romans came in, Egyptians still stayed in Egypt. Yep. They still got their land. Right? You look at all the ancient societies that are still around now. The one thing they have is that they know what they're connected to that land. This is probably the most detrimental thing you can do to anybody, is remove them from their land. Think about if you didn't have no house.
That's true.
Where you gonna put your stuff? Nobody's gonna give you any credit for anything when you know what I'm saying? If you don't have anywhere to be, anywhere to go, you're just gonna be a nomad in the land. That was us. Go ahead.
And thy carcasses
Carcasses
shall be
meat
unto all fowls of the air.
Nobody's gonna bury your bodies. Go ahead.
And unto the beasts of the earth.
Right.
And on man,
no man
shall fray them away.
Yeah, like it was a curse to not be buried. Our custom was to bury. Left that body out. You say you was gonna just be there for the pickings, for the birds to pick at your eyeballs, and the beasts to just eat your flesh. Right, and that's why Tobit went around. He did what? He tried to bury. He tried. With that Assyrian captivity, come on, you know what he was dropping. He didn't have enough shovels. He didn't have enough shovel strength to bury all the bodies that was dropping. But he tried. He tried, but remember, it was a curse. He wasn't going to get to them all. Go ahead.
Verse 27. The Lord will smite thee with the
botch
of Egypt.
Ooh, I can't wait to talk about that.
And with the
emerods,
and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof
Yeah, and yeah, when you look at that Egyptian plague of the boils, said them boils was in their guts, right, in their throat, in their organs. It wasn't just like, oh, a little, you know what I'm saying, little pimple. Nah, they were in pain, women, men, and children. Remember, those plagues were extreme. I can't wait to go through that one. Those plagues were extreme because Pharaoh's pride was extreme and the people's pride was extreme. So the Most High had to really put it to them, right? And really, remember, we've been going through the class about the Egyptian gods and the Most High. I hate to use the word challenging their gods, but challenging their faith and belief in their gods by making something extreme and seeing how extreme was their God going to react for them, right? And I believe with the boils, he was challenging Isis. We're going to get into it. He was challenging Isis because she was the goddess of something. Dun, 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 dun.
You're right, to be continued.
Right? But he was challenging Isis, their most famous goddess. Isis, everybody knows about Isis. Rappers rap about her, movies about Isis, right? She's their prominent figure. The Romans, listen, the Romans even memorialized Isis in their time. They took her from the damn, whatever dynasty that was, the early dynasties, and brought her all the way into now. What? Don't talk about it. No what?
Starbucks logo.
It's ISIS? See? The Starbucks, every time you get your little Starbucks, mocha chocolate latte, right? Let me get that, let me get that with the foam on top. Whatever it is, I don't know. But every time you get it, a caramel frap, you got ISIS right there to remind you. Because there's demons on coffee. I mean, let's be real. There's demons on coffee, right? They put demons on coffee the way they promote it. Like, you ever see the shirts, coffee first, parenting later? Yeah, you gotta see it. There was a whole, push on these shirts and, putting coffee as the thing that if you didn't get coffee, you couldn't live. Yeah, but then you're gonna understand why they got ISIS on the cup. Because she's synonymous for something. Read on. ISIS. Boils, right? Go ahead.
The Lord shall smite thee with
Madness, right?
And
Blindness.
and
Astonishment
of her
heart.
And thou shalt grope that at noonday, as the blind gropeth in darkness, and thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt be only oppressed and spoiled evermore, and on man
Read it again, slowly.
and no man
Take your time. Go ahead.
and no man shall save thee. Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her.
Oh yeah, we know. Come on. We know that. First of all, that's happening all through the world, right?
Yeah.
But who's the ones that's rapping about it, making songs, putting it on Instagram? While you in the act, you got her on the live,
Right.
and you recording it and sending it to her man, glorifying it. That's a code in the black community. That's the code that gets you in with the homies. So we know that this is, that happens everywhere. Yeah, you're right. But who glorifies it and relishes in it?
God.
Read on. Damn,
Thou shalt build an house,
or you're gonna build a whole country. You're going to build all of America. It should just say you're going to build all of America, right? White House. You're going to build the farmhouse. You're going to build up every little cookie cutter house. You're going to do all the roofing, all the building. You're going to be the framer, the gardener, the maintenance man. See, imagine if it said that. You're going to walk into America and build up every house, every infrastructure. I mean, come on. All you got to do is drive by the next. If you drive by any construction, who is it? Doing what? He ain't got the plans. He ain't got the blueprints, right? And instructing the blueprints. He's the nigga on the roof with his head wrapped in a towel in 110 degrees with long sleeves on. Climbing up the roof, climbing up the ladder.
Playing their music.
Right? They're the ones that's doing the building, the hard job. They're the ones jackhammer the cement.
Very dangerous.
Right? They're not in the AC truck sitting there watching everybody. The foreman. They're not doing that. Hell nah. They jumping into them manholes. Right? Coming out smelling like poo. Dirty. Water main breaks. Send Issachar. Got to get your roof done. Get you about 10 Issacharites. They get it done in a day. Right? You got to get anything done. The white man ain't out there killing himself. Oh, grass mowed? Go get Issachar. All these jobs, man. It's Issachar. Oh, you wanted to get your trash collected? Go get Issachar and Judah, because that's who does that. Judah loves to, for some reason, they love to be trash guys. You want your package delivered? Go get Judah. He loves to work at FedEx and UPS.
That's facts.
Right? And Amazon. Think about it. The white people, the nations ain't doing these jobs, bro. You're just not. They're sitting in the AC office while you sit in traffic, burning gas, being upset, mad as hell, dealing with disgruntled people, and they get to sit and dispatch. What's your problem? Deal with it. Click. Deal with it. Figure it out.
That's tough.
Oh, you broke down? Get you a tow truck. Oh, this, oh, that. Bro, they get to sit nice and cushy and orchestrate while we got to deal with the building of this society. Just think about that. Just like we did in Egypt. When you were building all the ducts from the Nile into the city to carry water into the city, who do you think built that? We. The Egyptians wasn't doing that. They didn't lift a finger. It said we built their treasure cities. Come on, they didn't even build their own cities. But think about it. The white man ain't built no city in America. He sent Esau. He sent us. He sent Israel to go do those hard jobs, man. Right? Man, it's just so cold. Just think about it. You know, this England thing just really been on my mind. I've just been thinking about how they colonized our people. And I asked a question last night. Do you colonize something that doesn't have worth and value? But they colonized us and said that we were nothing.
Yep.
But then they used our value for themselves. Right? They used our value. They took the land, the resources. But just think about how much value we really had for them to have to come and put us in slavery to use us. Think about our strength. Think about our the industry that we had to build. And listen, forget about what you think. We're in every industry. We're a part of every industry. We're just on the lower end of the industries. We're not the thinking. We're the doing, the body, the work. Right? But we're in every industry. We know about everything. We're the mechanics. We know how to fix everything. You got black men working in wind turbines. You got black men working on airplane. My uncle is an airplane mechanic. He's been working for the airlines for 30 plus years. Right? You'd never think this dude from Jamaica knows how to fix airplanes. He's a mechanic. Right? But he don't know how to fly no damn plane. Wouldn't you rather fly it than fix it? I mean, that kind of depends, right?
Yeah.
But what's easier? Fly it than to fix it. All that heavy lifting and this and that and back and it. We get the hard stuff where they get the easy stuff. But it's by design. We didn't want the easy stuff. We wanted it hard. Go ahead, read on.
And thou shalt not dwell
Where you at?
there.
Go ahead.
Thou shalt not dwell therein.
Yeah, because Issachar go build up all these communities and then go live in a little shack. Right there on Braeswood. They go live in a little studio with all his kids and wife. He done built up a mansion and then got to go home to a shack. Got to go home to poverty in the ghetto. Every night, beans and rice. You cutting the lawn, you, damn, baked apple pie. But you got to go home to the same thing every day, just mixed up. Because beans and rice is beans and rice. It don't matter what type of tortilla you put to it. You know what I'm saying? This car is tripping, man. A burrito and a taco is the same damn thing. Let's be real.
Tabasco tastes different, so, you know.
Oh, man. There you go.
Sauce, huh?
That's Judah, though.
Yeah, the sauce.
Yeah, different hot sauces make it taste. No, it don't.
Yeah, it's a different
Chicken is
flavor.
chicken is chicken, bruh. Right? Chicken is chicken. The hot sauce ain't gonna give you no different.
Give it a different taste, a little different.
Right? But beans and rice is beans and rice. No matter how you sauce it up, what type of cheese you add, it's all the same. Right? Why am I saying that? Because we don't get them options. We don't get the amenities. Right? We don't get those things where that's what we chose. That's our condition. Right. Go ahead. Somebody had their hand up? Go ahead.
Thou shalt not plant a vineyard and shalt.
No, it says thou shalt.
Thou shalt.
Thou shalt.
Thou shalt not.
No, there's no not there.
Thou shalt.
Put your finger.
Thou shalt plant a vineyard.
Yep.
Vineyard
Mm-hmm.
and shalt not gather the grapes thereof.
Right? Go ahead.
Then
Thine.
thine ox shall be slain
Mm-hmm.
before thine eyes, and thou shalt not eat thereof.
I mean, bro, this happened in history. When they came into America, when the British came through, trying to wipe Gad out the land, what did they go kill?
The buffaloes.
Kill all their buffaloes. And they piled them all up. Dead bodies just rotting. We know that Gad used those things as food, clothing. They used the bones for weapons. They used the oil for their fires and their lamps. Like they did not waste not one piece of that animal. They used everything. They used everything, man. They used it as the bones and stuff. They used it as tools to live, right? But then here comes the colonizer. I'm gonna use that word from that. Here comes the colonizer that needs to tame. Wait till this. I'm putting together this one on Gad. There's one that I'm putting together. It pains my heart. But y'all been hearing about. Remember when the Pope went over there to Canada and apologized? So that story came out last summer, right? But then the Pope finally went over and apologized. But I'm putting together a story on a class on all those schools that had all those Gadite kids, and really just go through this book that details everything that they was doing to the people, to the kids, and it was mainly to the kids, trying to assimilate them into white society. Bro, it was bad. I mean, obviously, sexual assault, right? Indoctrination, physical assault. But I mean, the scriptures told us it was going to happen.
I need that book.
The scriptures told us it was going to happen. You know what I mean? But here, these things like, oh no, see the curses, that was everybody. But show me in history where one man went through and slain all the damn buffalo that they know the people ate, and that was the way they killed them, part of the way they killed them.
Right.
And they got photos of it. These dudes sitting on mountains with rifles and sitting on a mountain of buffalo. You can look. Who's on there? Put it up. Find it. Find the photo. When I'm talking, y'all got to be make sure that y'all find these photos, man. They there, right? But these things happen in history. They happen in history. They literally went and slayed all their food source, right? And that was on a big scale. Then it happens on smaller scales, where the white man walk into your land and just take everything from you. Eminent domain, right? We need that back. Oh, you got 40 acres and a mule? Nope, not no more. You got 0. Shalom. Right? Go ahead, read on.
Therefore, thine ass shall be violently taken away from before thy face.
I'm sorry, y'all.
And shall not be
Restored
to thee. Thy sheep shall be given unto thine
enemies,
and thou shalt have none to
rescue
them. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto other people, and thine eyes shall look and fell with
longing
for them all the day long, and there shall be no
might
in thine hand.
Now we can see this along the border. Every time they try to come over, what's the first thing they do? They take the kids away. They divide the kids from the parents. So you can see that today happening a lot. Another way that this happens is the school system. You send your kids to school, they get indoctrinated by the school system, right?
That's even nowadays. You know, like back in the day when we were in school, like we call ourselves out and stuff. Now your kid can't even be like an hour late or anything. Otherwise, they count it as an unexcused absence, and then they'll try to take you to truancy court. And then if you want to call them out, it can only be for a doctor's appointment, and you have to have the note as well, or you're gonna get truancy.
Right, your oppression, man. Your oppression controls everything about you. But these are the curses we placed on ourselves. Right, read.
The first
fruit
of thy land, and all thy
labors
shall a
nation
which thou knowest not eat up, and thou shalt be only
oppressed
and crushed always. So that thou shalt be made mad for the sight of thine eyes, which thou shalt see.
What verse you at?
25.
Go ahead.
35.
No.
Yeah, 25. 35.
You supposed to. Oh, okay. You going to 40? Go ahead.
The land shall smite
the Lord.
The Lord shall smite thee in the knees.
Put your finger there so you can know where you're at.
Knees and in the legs with a sore botch that can't be healed from the sole of thy foot unto the top of thy head. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, and there shalt thou serve other gods, wood and stone, and thou shalt become an astonishment in a proverb and a byword among all nations.
Right, so don't get it twisted. American media has put in the image of the black man across the world. So black people are known across the world as what? We're only good for certain things, right? Sports, jumping high, running fast, niggas, coons, spics, wetbacks, porch monkeys, border jumpers, cotton pickers,
Street cheetahs.
A street cheetah. Damn! I ain't never heard that. A street cheetah. You hood fast, right? Swindlers, underhanded, thieves, robbers, killers, abusive to their women, their children, lazy. That's the image that's been put out there. That's why they fear us. Oh, and on top of that, aggressive, unbalanced, emotional.
Super predators.
Right, super predators, apex predators, right? They ain't calling you an Israelite, God-fearing. They're calling you all these other names. Bywords, proverbs, an astonishment. They're astonished that, how can we give them crack for all these years and they haven't died yet?
Right.
How can they smoke fentanyl as recreation? Right? When the little white girl went to go buy Percocet, she touched the Percocet thinking that it was Percocet. It was fentanyl and she damn near died.
Yep.
She just touched it and OD'd. That just happened.
Damn.
But you got Negroes that's out here smoking fentanyl
Recreationally.
for recreation. They smoking it like it's cigarettes.
Yeah.
And they like, damn, these niggas ain't dying. We gotta create clinics to help them get high. Those get high clinics ain't for us. You know that, right? That ain't really for us because we're immune. We're immune to drugs. That's for white folks that was ODing because of the fentanyl, because of those things. Think about it.
Yep.
Black people are sitting there smoking fentanyl. White people touch that stuff and die. But they're astonished, like, oh my God.
These guys.
Remember when they were doing surgery on us without anesthesia?
Yeah.
Because somehow we were stronger and more powerful and we didn't feel pain. Right? Remember when they wouldn't service us in the hospitals as fast? Because what would they say? They're strong enough to take it. They don't have pain. They have a high pain threshold.
Yeah, that's what you used to say.
Nah, bro, we feel pain. We feel pain. That don't control us all the time. What?
It's like, when Yashikar
Hey,
split
look.
open his eyeball.
Tell him to get there and figure out his nose. Go ahead.
When Yashikar got his eye split open right here, he did that no pain medicine. They just all up in his eyeball.
Yeah,
I was like, I gotta sit down.
Yeah. I mean, some of us got higher thresholds than others, but the point is the astonishment, the look on their faces when you jumping from the free throw, when LeBron's 40 years old, still playing ball like he's 10. They like, oh my God, he's so great. Right? I mean, we do got powers. We do got we are physical specimens. Right? But they're astonished at it, which they shouldn't be. I mean, they should know what's up. Whatever we get into, we're the best.
That's true.
Right? We outlast, we outcompete. We're the best at everything. But they're still trying to attribute our greatness to what? Oh, the food they eat. Oh, it's their genetic makeup. Oh, it's this, it's that. Not giving it to the Most High. It's the Most High that gives us that energy and that strength. Right? They're the most spiritual people. Yeah, we are. But we believe in everything. That's the problem. So, again, you can see these curses. The reason why I'm bringing these things out, you can see these curses so you can see the curses in real life instances and not just a bunch of words in a book. like other people try to do. They try to downplay these curses like, oh, everybody dealt with them. Well, everybody has dealt with something at some point in their history. But have they dealt with all these things at once? Together? In this captivity to the next?
Right.
To the
Succession.
next? To the next? To the next? Perpetual. From one captivity to the next. We dealt with these things. You think we didn't deal with these things in Egypt for the 80 years?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah, we did. You think they wasn't snatching our kids and throwing them in Pharaoh's house and snatching our wives, and they abhorred the Hebrew men. But I bet you they like them women's. Right? Because the women were lively. They weren't like Egyptian women, boring. Right? So just think about it. Docile. But just think about it. These things were happening in Egypt. Not all, but some. In the next captivity. These things were happening when we weren't in captivity. That's the coldest part.
Yeah.
You weren't in captivity, but you were still going through some of these things. Then you go back into the next captivity, the major, Assyrian. Guess what? Right into these things. And you get out of captivity, you live for a little bit, and you do these same things. That's the point. Who did it keep happening to? You could talk about this nation and that nation, but if you look at Israel as a whole from the inception to now, it's been us. Read on. You're going to read two, then I'm going to read one. Oh, we have another reader. Right. Go ahead. Where you at?
27, 37. Whither the Lord shall lead thee. Thou shalt carry much seed out into the field, and shalt gather but little, and for the locust shall consume it. Thou shalt plant vineyards and dress them, but shalt neither drink of the wine, nor gather the grapes up for
grapes. Gather the grapes, right. Go ahead.
Grapes for the worms shall eat them. Thou shalt have 8 olive trees there throughout all thy coast, but thou shalt not anoint thyself with the oil, for thine olive shall cast his
fruit. For thine olive shall cast his fruit, meaning when a tree casts its fruit, it drops the fruit prematurely. So for whatever conditions are going on, like for instance, tomatoes do it when it's too hot. When it's above 100 degrees, tomatoes will start to blossom, and the fruit comes from the blossom. But what happens is, it's too hot, they drop the blossom, or they'll drop the fruit to try to protect the plant. Yeah, it's called casting the fruit. Yeah, trees have a defense mechanism just like we do, right? What happens to your body when you start to get too cold? Where does all the blood go? It leaves the extremities and goes into the cavity, to the core, to keep your heart pumping to the major organs. That's a natural reflex of the cold, right? When it gets too hot, what do? You sweat. That's a natural reflex. So same thing, cast is fruit. What is it showing? Well, the conditions in which you're going to do things, and even if the conditions are right, I'm going to send locusts. I'll be straight up with you. So I got in my yard right now, I got these 2 tomato plants that I got. And one of them, when I stand, I got to look up at it like this because it's so tall, right? And I every morning I go out, look at my little tomato plant, and I'm like, dang, same thing. It's way too hot, so it's been dropping all the little buds. And so now at this point, I'm kind of just growing it to grow it. But the good thing about Texas is it's starting to cool down, so it's going to start doing its thing. But I'm looking, I'm examining it for bugs, and I'm doing this, and I'm like, wait a minute, yesterday all these leaves were there. What happened to all the leaves? And I'm looking, and I'm like, what the hell? I'm looking at the whole thing, and I keep looking, I'm looking. Nothing. Go to the next little plant, and I'm looking. I got an okra plant that's probably about this high. Nice. And I'm looking, and the leaves are gone. And I'm like, oh, hell no. Bro, there was a neon green caterpillar like this big. Oh, man. Just moving along. I'm talking about he wasn't there yesterday. Yeah. He was there this morning. Not this morning, but he wasn't there yesterday. But this morning I go and half the tree is gone. Dang. That's how quickly one bug can rip through your crop. So imagine when he sends a plague of locusts. Yeah. They'll decimate you in hours. Think about Egypt. When he sent the locusts, that swarm, decimated Egypt in a matter of hours. They eat. Quick, yeah. Yeah, ain't no stopping them. They eat, reproduce. But this damn slug, man, this caterpillar, it was a nice looking caterpillar. I wanted to keep it. I had nothing to feed it, but it was neon green. Beautiful bug. But he was just sitting there eating my plants, man. So he had to go. I tossed him over the fence. I got him and just tossed him over the fence. Like, you go eat over there, right? I got some cucumbers. I'm looking at my cucumbers. I'm like, dang, the bugs. But then, Most High showed me some grace. Right in one of the leaves. Check this out. In the leaves, I'm looking. I'm like, what is that? Bro, a frog like this big. Green frog that blended in with the leaves. That big. Right? He's sitting in the leaves doing what?
Eating them up.
Eating the bugs. Mm-hmm. I looked over like, I left him. I'm like, you got that, baby. Yeah. Get you some shade. I turned it so you get some shade. I'm like, you sit right there and do your thing. You know what I'm saying? Because he was protecting the plant. That's fair. He just sitting back. So, the Most High show you some grace and some mercy, but the ecosystem of, you can't get around the ecosystem of life, right? But the Most High can change that ecosystem to benefit or to destroy you. Unfortunately, when you're in a cursed state, the ecosystem is going to be against you. Yeah. Right? Like Moses said it, when you go against the Most High, even his creation is going to be at war with you. His creation being the bugs, the little small things, the pestilence, right? Remember, there's predators on all levels. There's bugs that eat bugs. Yeah. Why are ladybugs beneficial? They eat bugs. They eat bugs that harm crops. Yeah, that's what ladybugs do. So when you see ladybugs, they always say ladybugs are a form of good luck. I've heard that. Right? But really, ladybugs, they'll land on your crop and they'll eat the bad bugs. Bees are a good thing. It's good to have them, but if the Most High ain't messing with you, he ain't gonna have those things, right? The rain to get the crop and then the good balance of predator and prey. He's not gonna have that for you. You become the prey. Yeah, you become the prey. Right? Did you finish? You good? Yeah. What happened? Oh man, stop that. Next reader. Good job. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm one Isaiah. Yehovah, Banya Shrala, men of Israel.
No. Say it again. You went too fast. Right. Go ahead.
I'm on one Isaiah. Shabbat Shah, Yehoda, Banya Shrala, men of Israel. Imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatah. Salaki.
Right. right, Deuteronomy 21, 28, 41 to 60. Ooh, you go right to the end. You finish the chapter. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 41. And thou shalt beget sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them.
Right, because they're going to be split up. Some of them want to go to the master's house, right? Like Nat Turner. What happened with him? If you know the story about Nat Turner, they took him and put him in the master's house. Took him away from his mom, his dad, taught him how to read, and they used him as the poster child to read the Bible to the other slaves. That was happening all over the place. But even now, you know, our children are institutionalized. You don't need, I mean, come on, what parent really is getting to enjoy their children?
That's true.
After you throw them in school, they become a ward of the state, right? They become the state property because now the state gets to indoctrinate them. And then when you try to enjoy them, you're like, damn, this ain't my child.
Competing with their minds.
You're competing to have your child's mind. Social media, school, friends, TV, you're competing to enjoy your child. You're like, damn, where's the purity? That's not the baby I raised. Well, you're right. She's not the baby. He's not the baby you raised. The world is influencing them now. Go ahead.
For they shall go into captivity.
They shall what?
Shall go into captivity.
Wait, but when I listen to my friends and I do what I want, and social media, huh?
For they shall go into captivity.
See, okay, I'm not gonna get started, but y'all just gotta pay attention.
Right.
You kids gotta pay attention. If your parents are not in control, anything else that controls you is captivity.
That's right.
If your righteous parents don't get to guide you, anything that guides you, the Bible's telling you. Read it one more time.
From the top.
Whew.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 41.
Right?
Thou shalt beget sons and daughters.
Right?
But thou shalt not enjoy them.
Right, because what is the enjoyable part about a mother, daughter, father, son? Well, I get to impart wisdom and knowledge into my son or my daughter. I get to, come on, baby, let's go and learn how to, the family recipes, and let's do this and let's do that, and right? The sewing and all these different things that we try to recreate and bring ourselves back to some form of heritage and history. But no, Mom, I'm busy. Social media. No, Dad, I'm busy. Video game. What does it say there, Aaron? Read on.
For they shall go into captivity.
Yeah, that's captivity. Your mind is now captive to something else other than your parents enjoying bringing you up. Go ahead.
All thy trees and fruit of thy land shall the locust consume. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. Verse 44. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him.
Right.
He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed.
So if you thought you could run, there's no running.
Because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded thee. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder.
Damn, Lord, why us? Why are we always the ones? How come we're in the ghettos and the barrios, the wandering, but for a sign? Because the Jews require a sign. Go ahead.
And upon thy seed forever, because thou servest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies,
Right.
which the Lord shall send against thee,
Right.
in hunger.
Yeah, and all he did was name a few things here, but he said in all things. So let's be real. It's everything. It's everything if you want to stay attached to that mind, right? Wisdom is going to do what? You shall know the truth, and the truth shall what? Make you freed. It's not even an option. You'll learn how to maneuver through certain situations and be autonomous from your oppressor. The problem is, again, as soon as you make yourself autonomous in one way, there's still other ways that you have to free yourself. Right? Okay, I got a little bit of finances, but now I got to know where to put those. But then I got to still not get way above my people to where they're looking at me like I'm food, digging my pockets, right? But I got to still be able to manage my money and put it in a way where the Most High still blesses me. You see what I'm saying? And disperse and do all these things. Like, there's still things that are in the way. You might get one aspect, but what about the other things? Isaiah 42:22. Right. Go ahead. Read on. We can go there. Read on.
And in thirst, and in nakedness,
right,
and in want of all things,
right.
And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck.
Right. That physical yoke of slavery. Right. Go ahead.
Until he have destroyed thee.
Right. And really, think about it. Was it a destruction to the point where you weren't around? Well, no, because he needed you as a slave. The destruction was now you don't even recognize who you are. Because do our people recognize who they are? Nah, because our people are Kemet, right? They're trying to get their Kundalini unlocked. They're trying to worship the queen. They don't recognize who they are, and even if you told them. They're like, no, that's not me. What's that?
And we have the Stockholm Syndrome.
Stockholm Syndrome. Yep. I'll read this real quick. Isaiah 43. This is 42 and 22. Yep. I got it highlighted. But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in holes. And they are hid in prison houses. They are for a prey, and none delivereth. For a spoil, and none saith restore. See that? Nobody's saying to restore. No matter what, Crump and all these people coming out, reparations and money, they're not saying, hey, let's restore the people. They're just trying to band-aid you. Verse 23. Who among you will give ear to this? Who will hearken and hear for the time to come? Who gave Jacob for a spoil and Israel to robbers? Did not the Lord? He against whom we have sinned. For they would not walk in his way, neither were they obedient to his law. So why me, why me, why me? Well, this is why. Because we didn't listen. I mean, that's what it goes back to. Kanye was right. Slavery was a choice. Everybody hated Kanye for that. And I'm like, damn, that's the smartest thing he ever said. He still didn't bring it out the right way. Because he couldn't back up what he was positioning scripturally, but we can. We chose it. We chose to be captives. We chose to be emancipated and then go be slaves up north to the workforce. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. You get free from slavery, so-called. Wouldn't you go try to find your God? Well, we went and tried to go find money and a place in America. So that further snared us and put us more in prisons. Because now you want to go, you trying to, come on, man, let's be real. You know, the Negroes that was freed or emancipated, the first thing they try to go do is find them a white woman. I need me a white queen, milk of magnesia. And that got you locked up. That got you in jail. Now what? Slavery all over again. That's the problem with our people. We want to be so arm in arm, hand in hand with our oppressor. That's what keeps getting us snared. Or one of the reasons that keeps getting us snared. Jump back. Good scripture. Jump back.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 49. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far.
So that astonishment, that sign, that wonder, that Isaiah is a good scripture to put with that. Go ahead.
From the end of the earth.
Right.
As swift as the eagle flieth.
And we know the Roman Greeks and Esau, they fly under that eagle, right? That good old liberated eagle. It's all over their money. It's all over their flags. It's all over their artifacts. That's what they live by. That eagle that flies swift. And we know Alexander the Great. That was his symbol. He conquered the known world faster than any conqueror. Right? So that's one instance. But the American eagle, right? The liberated eagle, the eagle
Right.
that flies and sees it. What does the eagle represent? Swiftness, strength, the ability to see all things. A predator. Go ahead.
A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand.
Right?
A nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old,
Yep.
nor show favor to the young.
Wait till I do this class on Gad. You're going to be like, damn, they did that? Them young kids? And you know, a lot of those people, I shouldn't say a lot, but there are a few of those people from those seminary schools that are still alive. And they're telling the things that was done to them.
That's not it.
Yeah. Like I said, I seen the story when I was in Rochester a year ago, last summer. And I was like, oh, I got to do a class on that. And then, you know, things happened, didn't put it together. Then the Pope ends up in Canada talking about, I apologize. Nigga, stop. Your apology ain't cutting it. But then, you know, you start looking into that stuff. The unmarked graves, the dead bodies, kids just disappeared. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? I'll give you a little part. They said they went to 1 acre of one of them schools. They did like some type of sonar X-ray of the ground or something. They said they saw 200 unmarked graves. That was just 1 acre of like 160 something acres. Think about that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Verse 51. And he shall eat the fruit of thy cattle,
Right.
and the fruit of thy land, until thou be destroyed, which also shall not leave thee either corn, wine, or oil, or the increase of thy kind, or flocks of thy sheep, until he have destroyed thee. He shall besiege thee in all thy gates, until thy high and fenced walls come down.
Yeah, we know the siege of Jerusalem, this happened. They besieged us to the point where what? And it's going to talk about it. You start eating your babies. They start going, all of a sudden you had 3 kids, now you got 2. Where'd little Baruch go? Oh, I don't know. Right? Where little Magungo? Right? Little baby Magunga ate.
He fed 3 people.
Little baby Magun became nourishment. You can laugh about it, but it was real.
It was real.
How do we do that now? How do we eat our children now? Well, when you offer them up, right? When you throw them in that fire, this world is like a big, remember, America is like a big altar.
Yeah.
America, the American mind state, it's like a big sacrificial altar. And every time you give yourself to one of the mind states that America promotes, that's a sacrifice. Every time you throw your children in front of any TV, any music, any radio, any phone unsupervised, their mind is being sacrificed. Go ahead.
Wherein thou trustedest
Right.
throughout all thy land, and he shall besiege thee in all thy gates throughout all thy land, which the Lord thy God hath given thee. Verse 53. Then thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body.
You should do what?
Then thou shalt eat the fruit of thy own body.
Yes. Go read Kings. It happened. It happened. Okay, go ahead.
The flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters,
Literally, it happened. Read.
which the Lord thy God hath given thee, in the siege and in the straitness wherewith thy enemies shall distress thee, so that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother.
Right. And that mind state carried all the way in now to, I don't got to eat you to show how much I hate you. I just ain't going to be there for you. I'm just not going to be around to teach you and guide you and protect you. As a father, go ahead.
And toward the wife of his bosom.
I'm not going to be there for my wife. I'm going to leave her to the wolves. She's going to be like a cottage amongst the cucumbers. Right? Just ready to be overtaken. Go ahead.
And toward the remnant of his children, which he shall leave.
Yep. And not for no good I got to go to war, son. I'll be back. Nah, I'm tired of moms. I'm tired of her talking. I'm tired of being a father. I'm tired of being responsible. I can't deal with the pressures of raising you providing for you, guiding you spiritually, mentally. It's a job. But what is it showing? That our people were just going to give up on each other. That was a curse, that the fathers would give up on his household. He would just abandon them. Go ahead.
So that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children whom he shall eat.
Right.
Because he hath nothing left him in the siege, and in the straitness wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee in all thy gates. The tender and delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness, her eye shall be evil toward the husband of her bosom, and toward her son,
right,
and toward her daughter,
right,
and toward her young one that cometh out from between her feet.
So what is this showing us? That through circumstance, our character was going to be changed because we didn't want to keep the Most High as the forefront. The tender and delicate woman, through circumstance, she changed. She got hard, right? She got cruel, like it says, like the ostrich. She got cruel. And now the kids don't matter because circumstance is dictating the way I move. The man that had a loving eye towards his brother, circumstance, now I got an evil eye towards my brother, towards my wife, towards my children, right? Circumstance. But look at today. Don't we blame things on circumstance?
God.
Why'd you rob him? Because I was broke. Why'd you kill him? Because I was broke. Right. Why'd you do it? Because of this circumstance or that circumstance or that circumstance. Why you out here on the street, sis? Circumstances. We might as well just say circumstances. Why you out here prostituting? Circumstance. Why you on OnlyFans? Circumstance. Why you got to tote a gun? Circumstances. Why you got to sell drugs? Circumstances.
Right. Yeah.
Right? It's through circumstances that we've brought on ourselves. Think about it. Our whole demeanor and character towards one another has changed. Y'all see that?
God.
Go ahead.
And toward her children, which she shall bear, for she shall eat them for want of all things, secretly in the siege and straitness wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee.
You're going to eat them secretly. Oh my God. You can only imagine what we was doing, trying to blend that meat with other meat.
Oh, man.
Yeah, what happened to such and such? Oh, he got torn by bears and wolves. What's that?
The original recipe for pozole
Oh, God.
is human meat.
Jesus. Pozole.
For real?
It's human meat.
Yeah, it was prisoners, and they would carve, I think that had their hearts carved out, and they would put it in pozole.
So the original recipe for pozole, but I had said it was human meat. But think about it, would you know? Once you put some seasoning, right? Once you hook that up,
Put in the soup.
put all that, you put all them spices and herbs, you don't know what you're eating.
Right.
Tastes like chicken.
Tastes like chicken. Black folks, everything tastes like chicken.
Tastes like chicken.
Chicken tastes like chicken. Tastes like chicken. Manna tastes like chicken.
Manna.
Right? But just think about, man, what we were doing, trying to secretly eat our kid. It said the women did it in secret. The men probably just did it. Screw it.
Boorish.
Right? But just think about that mentality, that mind state that you have to be in to look at your little small, tender 8-month-old child as a turkey.
Right.
Damn.
That's rough.
We had a debate in class in school about if it's okay to steal from the rich. And basically the whole class said because we're broke, it's okay. And the rich can just replace what they took. Thou shalt not steal. It don't give stipulations.
That's right.
Thou shalt not steal, right? I mean,
It's almost like putting you in a situation.
yeah, if you think about it, a man that got to steal, Most High ain't with him. Most High is not. He ain't got no faith, right? And why would you have to be put in a position to steal? But what are you doing? To be a thief,
God.
right? So my debate would be, when the Bible says thou shalt not steal, it don't give stipulations on who not to steal from. That's a blanket statement. Thou shalt not steal. Then you break it down. Okay, so you got a rich Israelite, you steal from him, or a rich Edomite. Which one do you pick? See how it starts to get dicey.
Yeah.
But if you keep it simple and just thou shalt not steal. Let me make sure I'm doing the things where I don't have to go be a thief, or a robber, or a dope boy, or a jack boy. Right? I don't got to be those things. Go ahead.
I was going to read something real quick, if you don't mind.
Huh?
It's going to be 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 7. It says, the Lord maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up.
Yep.
You know? So it's the Lord that puts you in the situation that you're in.
Well, no, it's you that put yourself in the situation. It's the Most High that blesses it or curses it.
Right.
Yeah. We put ourselves in the situations according to our doings. Right? Just like it says in this Isaiah, right? Who gave Jacob for a spoil and Israel for robbers? Did not the Lord, he against whom we have sinned?
Right.
Our sins is what puts us in these situations.
Con.
Go ahead.
Okay, Bert. Wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee in thy gates. Verse 58. If thou wilt not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, thou shalt mayest fear this glorious and fearful name, the Lord thy God. Then the Lord will make thy plagues wonderful, and the plagues of thy seed, even great plagues, and of long continuance, and sore sicknesses, and of long continuance. Moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt, which thou was afraid of, and they shall cleave unto thee. Also every sickness and every plague which is not written in the book of this law.
There's other things out there to be had. There's other plagues that are not written, that are just waiting. Most High got plagues waiting in the wings. Go ahead.
Them will the Lord bring upon thee until thou be destroyed. You know what's crazy, sir? You go to church and you listen to people talk about, religion and stuff like that, but when you read the book, it says it's the book of the law. Joshua 1:8 also says it too. So
Joshua 1:8, Baruch 4:1.
Verse 62. And ye shall be left few in number, whereas ye were as the stars of heaven for multitude, because thou wouldest not obey the voice of the Lord thy power. And it shall come to pass that as the Lord rejoiced over you to do you good and to multiply you, so the Lord will rejoice over you to destroy you and to bring you to naught. And ye shall be plucked from off the land whither thou goest to possess it. And the Lord shall scatter thee from among all people, from one end of the earth even unto the other, and there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. And among these nations thou shalt find no ease, neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest.
Yeah, and we know that Christianity and Islam wasn't around yet, right? Future prophecy. We know that those two religions, those symbols, the wood, the stone, represent those two major religions. But wood and stone, what are idols made out of? Wood and stone. Right? So we know basically blanket statement for you would be worshiping idols. Your Christmas tree, right? That's wood. Your whatever stone statues they build or whatever idols, the Egyptians, they built everything out of stone. Right? All their little statues, they would clay and do all these different things and worship their idols. So because I've heard that, Christianity and Islam weren't around yet. But the Most High didn't know it was going to be around. He didn't have a way of equating that wood and stone to those religions. Of course he did.
Right.
That's why the scriptures, they got, sometimes you got your twofold meanings. Sometimes you got your deeper meaning, right? But you can still attribute it now that we look at it, we can say, oh, damn, Christianity. Oh, damn, Islam. They're represented by the cross, the cobblestone. Those are their major significant symbols.
Can I just ask a question about verse 62?
62, read it.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 62. And ye shall be left few in number, whereas ye were as the stars of heaven for multitude.
Right? What's your question on that?
Is that referencing like a third of the nation would be destroyed, or what does that mean when it says?
That's talking about through all the curses, what's going to happen? Well, if you're dying because of the curses, you're going to be less than what you were before the curses. So just think about it. When you spread a people out, if I take us three and spread us out, right? We're now weaker, right? So whatever we do, the strength is not going to be there.
Right.
Then when we start mingling amongst these other nations, what starts to happen? Well, our numbers are going to decrease, because now the women got the option to go deal with Esau, Chinese, Japanese, this, that, right? So now our women ain't there. The men are still there, but the repopulation of the people, that's not happening. Then you're dying because of disease, pestilence, bad economics, worshiping other gods. That's going to physically dwindle your numbers. And then think about it. Another thing about dispersing us across the land, a lot of us don't even realize that we're Israelites. We're associating ourselves with whatever land we're in. So there's Israel scattered through the four corners, but they're thinking that they're, again, Egyptian, Alaskan, right? And all these different places that were spread. So
Been diluted.
yeah, like basically what was he showing us? As a result, you think about when we were in Egypt. What happened before the slavery? Well, it said that we grew exceedingly great. That was a number. Then they tried to put us in slavery and we still grew exceedingly great. But what was the one thing about us being in Egypt that was significant that we're not dealing with now? We were all concentrated in one area, right? So just the four corners, spreading us to the four corners, that right there was so detrimental. Losing that heritage, losing our inheritance, losing that land, it was so detrimental to us even being able to repopulate anything or keep our numbers up.
Diluted. We were
Diluted,
diluted.
yeah. But think about it. The craziest thing is Israel's having babies like crazy, right? We have a baby, but then what's happening to the babies? Institutionalized in whatever way, whether it be foster care or women having babies in trash cans, or they say the birth rate with black women compared to their white women in other nations is real low, right? We'll go in and have, to have babies, and we're the ones coming out not having the babies. Jail, right? Think about all the black and Hispanic men in jail. We're like 70-80% of the jail. So you're gonna lose productive numbers in society when they're all locked away or they're all dying, right? I mean, when's the last time you seen a white rapper die? When's the last time somebody shot at Machine Gun Kelly or Eminem?
Can't say.
But y'all look, right? What's another white rapper? Machine Gun Kelly, Eminem, who else? Paramore? Oh. Right? What are we called on the stereotypical? Right, that's another thing. What are we called on the stereotypical level? We're called a minority.
That's true.
When you look at it, even though we have our places where we make up the populace, but as a whole, we are the minority. When you compare us to all the other nations, and you look at the so-called population, whatever it may be, we are the minority. We're not the majority because of this. That's part of the way. How do you keep a people subdued? You got to have the numbers also. So, all those different levels. Go ahead.
But the Lord shall give thee there a trembling heart, and failing of eyes, and sorrow of mind.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. The, high blood pressure, hypertension, diabetes, all those medical conditions. Who's that put on? Pre-existing conditions. Black folk, right? First of all, monkeypox just hit, and who's suffering the most monkeypox? According to them.
Israelite communities.
The Israelite community. But how? We the damn minority. But we the majority when it comes to just being off, right? We just wicked out there, right? We run to these negative things in a mass, but we're considered the minority. But everything affects us. A lot of white rappers overdose. Oh, that's true. They all overdose. What's the one?
Mac Miller or something?
Mac Miller, but that's with a lot of white famous people in general. LOL. Yeah, they love their drugs. Go ahead.
Verse 66. And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and shalt have none assurance of thy life.
Imagine just living in fear. That's going to shorten your lifespan. Right? Just living in fear. You're not going to make it too long. I was watching an episode of Blackish. You know, Lawrence Fishburne, he's the father in that show. He walks in, he's happy. He's like, oh, yeah, y'all got to celebrate. They're like, Pops, what's going on? He said, I made it to 66. They're like, 66? What's the big deal? He said, name another black man that made it to 66. They were sitting there like, damn, you got us. Because I started thinking about it, I'm like, huh, right?
That's facts.
Wow.
66 is just an odd number.
Yeah.
But he was like, yeah, I made it to 66. He said that's white folks' retirement age, right? It's like they know, they put it that high because they know black people ain't reaching there. But it's true. Come on, man. Cats, the rappers rap about it. I wasn't supposed to make it past 17. Remember back in the day, it was 21?
Yeah.
The number keeps going lower. So in 10 years, they're going to be like, man, I wasn't supposed to make it past 12.
Yeah.
Like, damn, it's that bad. But
it's that bad.
it went from 21 to 18. Now they talking about 17.
Tupac.
Well, because they're getting worse early. Things are getting worse for the kids early. I mean, come on, man. They had 12. I mean, there was a time when a 12-year-old, he wouldn't have a gun. He wouldn't be peddling drugs at 12. But now when I hear like, oh yeah, so by 12 I was already with the homies smoking blunts and shooting people. I'm like, yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
Because my generation was more teens, 18, 17.
16, 18.
Yeah, like when I remember going, high school. I had one friend that got a girl pregnant in high school, just one. Right, we were in high school. But now, come on. High school teen pregnancy is wild right now. They out here just doing it and having babies. So, things are ramped up through time. But the states are not correct for the census. We actually are the majority. Well, right. If you're dealing with the majority thing, remember, we don't know who we are. A lot of Issachar talk about Caucasian, right? A lot of Negroes talking about African.
Yeah.
So you're right, but just think about it. If you want to look at our numbers as a whole, we are not the majority. We're not the majority. For one, the scriptures say we're going to be the majority, and then everything that we do, we're the minority in it, no matter what. No matter what we do, we're few in number in whatever industry, whatever it is that we're doing. Except for killing each other. We are the majority in that.
Right.
Right? But yeah, you can't go by the census because it's going to be wrong either way. You got people saying that they're black and they're not. Native American, they lie, and they're not really Native American. So the census is always going to be unreliable because people don't know how to determine nationality. You know what I mean? So let's be real. Let's just really deal with it. Who's really giving the numbers on how many people are in the society? Yeah, the white man's doing that. Can't trust anything that he does.
Yeah.
You can't trust anything. So when he says there's 6 billion people on the earth and the earth is running out of room, I'm like, BS. The earth can't run out of room. The Most High didn't create it to run out of room. He created everything in a balance, right? So the earth ain't running out of room, but they tell you that. They tell you the earth is what? Overheating. I'm perfectly fine. Look, I got on a hoodie in the summertime. I got a hoodie on. It's damn 100 degrees out there. I ain't tripping, right? The earth ain't overheating. It's just that white people don't know how to live in the heat. It's too hot for them.
Yep.
It's too crowded for them because the things that they deem habitable, they can't live in, or they can't capitalize in, so
They set up their own destruction.
yeah, you're right. You do see us everywhere, but that's the I think that's the facade where you're like, oh, we've been scattered everywhere. But just think about it. If I take you and just scatter you everywhere, does that mean that there's more of you? You're just scattered.
Just scattered, yeah.
You just scattered out. And then what happens when you scatter something? It does become diluted. It does lose its validity. You know what I mean? So,
Especially when you scatter.
he said, just look at the traffic in Houston. Oh, man, yeah.
Especially when you scatter where you're not prominent, like where you're not in abundance of, like.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like,
Well, yeah, you look at the traffic in Houston. All the niggas got to go to work when white people sit at home and do things from their office. That's not a good indicator. You know what I mean? I mean, I like to just tend to say, okay, well, the scriptures say it. If it hasn't happened yet, at some point it's going to happen. But I'll give you this. Check this out. When you deal with the Taino Indians, when they were taken by the Spaniards from the Caribbeans, like the lower Caribbean islands into Puerto Rico, they were taken. There were only 600 of them, 600 Tainos. So you talking about getting wiped down, right? They always make the joke. You never see two Indians together. That's the joke, right? Because when's the last time you seen two natives, right? When is the last time you seen a Native American family?
On TV.
When? National Geographic. Now, there's certain places you go to Arizona, you'll see a lot of that. You'll see mom, dad, sons, daughters, you'll see it. But that's Arizona. You got to go to like South Dakota. You got to go to Arizona. You got to go to New Mexico, right? You got to go to maybe Oklahoma, where they got like reservations, and they're off. But just ask yourself, when's the last time you see an actual? Well, I shouldn't say actual, because even a lot of Judah that's moving around, calling themselves Jews, they're natives. They just don't know it. But that's what I'm saying. You can't rely on look and even census, because a lot of black folks in Houston that look like good old Negro, they're ham. They're ham, right? Just because they come from Nigeria don't mean they ain't ham.
Right.
And just because they come from Nigeria don't mean that they can't be Israel. But we can't go off the look, right? We know that. It's not about the look. So looking in traffic ain't gonna really determine how many Jews are in Houston for me, because I don't look at things like that. That's how, and no offense, but that's how people whose senses are exercised and untrained and haven't been taught to look at things spiritually, that's how they look at things. Like, oh, well, see, look at all the black folks. Well, now we got to go through and determine what, that's a black man or is it a black African? You know what I'm saying? Is that an African man or is that an actual Jew? Remember, just like how we've mingled amongst the heathen and learned their works, they're coming back and mingling amongst us and living in our neighborhoods and doing what? Acting black, acting like how black people act.
That's true.
Right? You got the cat, Giannis, the basketball player. Is he African or is he a black man? Right? You got TD Jakes. He'll claim he's from the Igbo tribe. Right? Right? But is he a black man or is he African? You know, look, you'd be like, oh, regular old Jake. But is he Jake or is he Ham? And that's all I'm saying is we can't go off a look. That's all I'm saying. You got to go off of spirit. You got to go off of, you know, and when it's time to separate the nations, the angels got to do it. Why? Because they're going to know for sure. That's why he didn't say, oh, and, you know, and the reapers are you.
Right.
Right? The reapers are y'all. Because we're going to be looking like, oh, yeah, he's black. And,
bring him in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she's a light-skinned tender.
Oh, yeah.
She don't really look black, but
she come in.
Right, yeah. Oh, then she got good green eyes. Oh, she can come. Oh, she can come. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, he got on that jersey I like. Come on over.
I would like him, even though he looks like me.
Oh, yeah, he's too dark.
Yeah.
He's too dark.
Yeah, he's definitely.
Because you got the darker lights, right? You got those darker lights that, oh, if you ain't dark enough, or if you're too dark, you ain't part of Israel.
That's true.
Right? I call them darker lights. The Negro lights. Right? Didn't the Hebrew begin to outnumber the Egyptians? Yeah, we definitely did. I said that. We did. We did, but then, okay, why did they come back and say that then? If it wasn't going to happen or didn't happen at some point. It happened at points in history.
Yeah.
That's all we're saying. It happened in points in history. Again, go and look up the Taino Indians. They were wiped down to a population of 600. That's one tribe. Where's the tribe of Dan at? See, I can go through it. Where's the tribe of Dan?
That's true.
Right? They were a tribe, and then all of a sudden now you don't even hear about them. What happened? Well, obviously their numbers got brought down real low. When the native Indians were here in America, and the colonizers were wiping through them, their numbers went way down, and they were the minority. Right? Today, let's be real. Today, I don't know who's the minority and who's the majority. I can't see all people. Nobody can. You can, I mean, if you want to say, okay, let me look at one city, but are you everywhere in that city? Can you are we hovering above and looking down and really saying, oh, okay, here goes 100 black people, 100 white people. And then those black people, are they African black? Are those white people? Are some of them Israel that are just light skinned?
Right.
That's all I'm saying is, how are we determining nationality? Well, we always got to remember Isaiah 11 and 11, right? Isaiah 11 and 11. See, that cat looks like me. Dang. This Gadite. Got that nose, bro. Right. They are, didn't the Hebrews begin to outnumber? Right. They are us. Right. We are everywhere. But so is the white man. So is the nations. They've been breeding, mixing with us, and vice versa. We've been doing this since the dawn of time.
Yep.
Right? So, again, not an argument or anything like that. It's just, how are we looking at the things?
Right.
It's happened at some point in time. And I said it. I mean, come on, we having babies like crazy. We still popping out 5-6 babies, one woman. 5-6 babies where the white man can't even have babies. Right? Their birth rate is lowering. But if you go to a country like Italy, where it's 99.99% white people, when you go to a country like, or white-looking people, right, Edomites, when you go to a country like Germany, when you go to a country like Ukraine, when you go to, what was I looking at the other day? Oh, you know what's funny? Even, I was watching the little queen, they taking her body, because her house is in Scotland. And I'm looking at the guard, and they got all the military lined up. Right? You probably had 300 people out there. You know how many black people you had out there? Just in the military part? One black man out of all them 300 people.
Dang.
And that's Scotland. How many black people you gonna have in Scotland? Right? How many people you gonna have? How many black folks you think is in Ireland? We forgot about Canada, Nova Scotia, and all these other places. There's not an abundance of black people or Israelites. They're not the majority there. We looking at America, yeah, of course, we the concentration, right? But then you still got South America, right? You still got, first of all, was it New Zealand? They barely even let black people in there. You got to make a certain amount of money to live in New Zealand.
Damn.
Yeah, if you don't make a certain amount of money, you can't even live there. So we know we ain't the majority in New Zealand. It's a huge island. Australia. Black folks ain't living in Australia like that. Unless you're dealing with the Aborigines. They're definitely not the majority. They're the minority off in the desert. Right? Let's go to China. Let's go to, we can go to all these places and we are the minority pushed in the corner in a lot of these places. So that's all I'm saying.
Makes sense.
Anyway, where we at?
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 66.
Right?
And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee,
Right?
and thou shalt fear day and night, and shalt have none assurance of thy life. Verse 67. In the morning thou shalt say, would God it were even? And at even thou shalt say, would God it were morning? For the fear of thine heart wherewith thou shalt fear, and for the sight of thine eyes which thou shalt see. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships.
Right? And everybody should know this one by just heart, just repetition, basic. Back into slavery, again with ships. Mizraim, right? Slavery and bondage. Go ahead.
By the way whereof I spake unto thee.
Right? Remember, he was speaking to us from this side Jordan, right? In the wilderness. The way I speak of, from the place that I'm speaking to you from, go ahead.
Thou shalt see it no more again.
Right, because it's all about back to Africa, back to this place, back to that place. American dream. You're not going to see that land. Go ahead.
And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies.
Right, in your new slavery, in your new land, sold to your enemy.
For bondmen,
right,
and bondwomen,
right,
and no man shall buy you.
Right, no one was going to free you from that oppression. None of your leaders. Go ahead.
That's it.
Right. What? What's that?
66.
Verse 66. And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee.
Right.
And thou shalt fear day and night, and shalt have none assurance of thy life.
Just think about slavery. When you woke up, that could have been your day to die, right? If the master was feeling a certain way, that could have been your life. I mean, let's just think about it now. Which one of us is assured the next day? Right? You can turn the news on right now and another black man pulled over and shot. It hasn't happened in a while. Right? Been what? A month? 2 months? It's been like 2 months that a major story, or maybe a month, that a major story. But think about it. Any one of us can hop in the car, and because the white man has the rule, because of our oppressors has that rule over us, you gotta pull over. He can find you guilty on the spot. You gotta deal with his law, his rule right then and there. If you twitch, I can shoot you. You're just, at any moment. That's that. And then just the way the world is built right now. Stray bullet. Wrong place at the wrong time. Your life is in doubt. There's no guarantee, is what it's saying. Why? Because the land is defiled, man. Just think about it. Maybe I watch too much news. But look, it happened. Listen, it happened right here. Where was it at? At the Chick-fil-A. Did y'all see that one? What? The woman was putting her baby in she was at the Chick-fil-A, putting her baby in the car, and the dude just walked up with a weapon, like, give me the car. Damn. Then all of a sudden, they brawling, in the Chick-fil-A workers brawling with the dude. That's one instant, but how many of the sisters got babies? Every time she got the kids and she got to put them in the car and do all that, right? You got all these situations where at any moment, if the Most High is not with you, it's a doubtful situation. You're in the balance. It's 50-50, right? At any moment, we can hop in the car, man, and a damn tire can roll down the... Just think about it. Think about the what happened with that family. The truck fell off the thing and fell on top of their SUV. Yeah. You watch all the videos of tires flying down the highway and hits the car. Right? But if the Most High is with you, I'm not saying there's more of a guarantee.
Right. Absolutely.
Right? There's more of the Most High, but at the same time, the Most High is with you. He can take you at any time.
Anytime, yeah.
But for these type of situations where you got the oppressor pressing you, right? You got your oppressor on your neck, literally. As soon as you see him, you fear. Like, who gets happy when they see the police? You're like, damn, what the hell did I do? And you trying to adjust and pucker up and 10 to 2, and all of a sudden you like turn the radio all the way down, and you just check it. You like damn, and he just rolls right by. You're like, oh, Jesus, right? But there was a time when, think about it, we couldn't walk the streets. We still can't. Stop and frisk.
Yeah.
Right? And that's automatically a situation. But remember, there was a time when you walked through the streets in America, and they could lynch you. They can kill you. Right? And that's just, we're just talking about America, but just think about all the captivities we've been in, where at any moment a nation, Most High could set a nation on us to take us out because of our disobedience. Right. That's how we were living, like, but still oblivious and not thinking about, like, damn, the Most High can do this to us. Right? But he's letting us know, you don't follow me, your life is going to be in doubt no matter where you're at. Right? So, I mean, we know all the situations we've been through. There are more blacks on the continent of Africa than the entire white population in the world combined in Europe and the Americas. I did the math myself from the census. The census may not be accurate, right? But remember, Africans are Africans. They come from Ham. Israelites are Israelites that come from Shem. So we're not the same. So when you say there's more Israelites, when you say Israelites are not the minority, you can't group Africans into that. We're not the same. Remember, African, they come from Ham. Israelites come from Shem. We're Shemitic, they're Hamitic. So there could be more Africans, you're right, on that continent than all of Europe, but they're not Israelites. Not all of them are Israelites. Right. We are in mental bondage. The TV is a biggie. Yeah, I mean, I'm very aware not to go off of what TV tells me. Mm-hmm. They tell you that everybody in Africa runs around barefoot with no type of infrastructure, where they got better infrastructure in Africa than they do in all of America. You go to a place like Turkey, they make you seem like, oh, it's all sand and deserts, where Turkey is more beautiful than any place in America. So I don't go off of TV. You know, I'm not naive in that way, not anymore. So yeah, we know the TV that's what's keeping a lot of people in bondage. Media, alternative news, very important. I listen to a lot of alternative news, especially, along with the news that happens here, CNN and all that crap. But I do alternative news to really get what's going on. But remember, not all Africans and Israelites are two different nations, right? Remember, the Africans, Ham, the Egyptians, they had us in slavery. They're Africans. They wouldn't be Israelites, so we wouldn't be the same. So they wouldn't be considered part of the numbers when he says we're the minority. And just remember this, I get it, we're talking, but remember the scriptures say it. So we can't, are we going to refute the scriptures? And then I'm going to say it one more time, there have been situations in time where we were our population was wiped down to bare minimum. Yeah. But remember, go to Isaiah real quick. Does the Most High even deal with the majority? Why did he choose us? Let's go to Deuteronomy real quick. Deuteronomy 4. Deuteronomy, what is it, 4 and 6? You're right. I believe the Bible. I don't believe the hype. The white man can't feed me that BS. I believe the Bible. Right? That's what it applied to, and that's what I'm sticking to. That's what it applied to. Deuteronomy 4. Deuteronomy 7 and 6. Oh. Right, yeah, 7 and 7. Read that. Deuteronomy 7 and 7.
Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 7.
Right.
The Lord did not set his love upon you,
right,
nor choose you,
right,
because you were more in number than any people,
right,
for ye were the fewest of all people.
Now pause. This is coming out of Egypt. This is Deuteronomy. We might have overpopularized the Egyptians, but did we have more numbers than Ham? No. Because you had the Canaanites, the Jebusites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, You had Mizraim, which is the Egyptians. You had the Nubians, the Ethiopians, Cush. They were all Ham. Right? Remember, Ishmael, he had 12 princes that came from him. Esau had 12 dukes that came from him. So if we go scripturally, the Most High said he didn't choose us because we were the greatest in number. We were the least of how many people?
Of all, you were the fewest of all people.
We were right. The Bible is saying that he chose us because we were the fewest of all people. Go ahead.
Verse 8. But because the Lord loved you,
Right.
and because he would keep the oath.
Right, that's it on that. So this is in Deuteronomy. We're not that far off in time from what we're reading now. Right? And remember, this is already 40 years after Egypt. You see that? So yeah, did we regain some population? Of course we did. But now that we're being oppressed all over again, they wiped out the transatlantic slave trade, wiped out 100 million, 300 million, 300,000, right? You got 250 native women per year getting kidnapped. 250,000
Today.
in this day and age. Where they going? Think about that. When you got, man, it's so much that's wiping us out, including ourselves. The black on black crime is insane. You know, but again, I'm going to stick to what the scriptures say. It may not be applying now, but it has applied in times in history, and it may apply in the future. Right? That's all we're saying. Where we at? So he goes to 68. This is what we're going to do. You read Deuteronomy 29 and 1 through 8. You're going to read Isaiah 60.
Yes.
Just split that, and then I'll come back with the... No, then you'll read 6.
Right.
You'll be number 6 reader, and I'll be this.
Yeah, you're going to read Ecclesiasticus.
Yeah, I'll read the prologue and chapter 1.
Deuteronomy chapter 29
So, I mean, your question was answered? The balance? Okay, go ahead.
and verse 1. These are the words of the covenant which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, beside the covenant which he made with them in Horeb. And Moses called unto all Israel and said unto them, Ye have seen all that the Lord did before your eyes in the land of Egypt unto Pharaoh, and unto all his servants, and unto all his land. The great temptations which thine eyes have seen, the signs and those great miracles.
Right, 10 plagues, parting of the Red Sea, manna, which was not fish or anything that we were familiar with. Got to make that clear. The manna that the Most High sent was not fish that flew. It wasn't locusts. The Bible tells us that it was a meat that was unfamiliar to our taste. Go ahead.
Verse 4. Yet the Lord hath not given you an heart to perceive, and eyes to see, and ears to hear unto this day. And I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes are not waxen old upon you, and thy shoe is not waxen old upon thy foot.
Right, so we're at the tail end of that 40 years. We're at that 40, right? Up until this point. Go ahead.
Ye have not eaten bread, neither have ye drunk wine or strong drink, that ye might know that I am the Lord your power.
No influence. No, oh, I was drunk. Oh, no, I was faded. Nope, you're going to be clear-minded. You're going to be clear-minded when you deal with this chastisement. Go ahead.
And when ye came unto this place, Sihon, the king of Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, came out against us unto battle. And we smote them. And we took their land, and gave it for an inheritance unto the Reubenites.
Right.
And to the Gadites.
Remember, Reuben and Gad wanted to stay back and have that land for their cattle, their women, their children. Moses said, okay, you can have the land if you go with your brethren to fight for the other land. So they end up getting that land. They got both sides. That's how you had Jordan River, and you had land on this side, and we had land on this side. That's how we ended up with an East and West Manasseh. Go ahead.
And to the half tribe of Manasseh.
Right. See, Manasseh got East and West. They were so big, they had 2 plots of land. Go ahead.
That's it, sir.
Oh, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Right. Any questions on that before we go to Isaiah? Right, let's go to Isaiah 60. Let's hear some good news. Right?
Isaiah chapter 60, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon thee. For, behold, the darkness shall cover the earth,
Yep.
and gross darkness the people.
Yeah, that darkness, that lack of knowledge, that that gross darkness, the inability to see your condition, the inability to see your wrong, the inability to understand what to change. It's like a gross darkness. That Egyptian darkness, where you just going crazy in the dark, losing it. But that light, he said that light has come. That wisdom, right? Yahweh Shai. Go ahead.
But the Lord shall arise upon thee,
Right?
and his glory shall be seen upon thee.
Right?
And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and the kings to the brightness of thy rising.
Yeah, a lot of Israel is like scared when the Bible talks about Gentiles. Like you get nervous, like, oh God, why is he dealing with them? Well, you gotta deal with them.
Right.
You gotta use them for what they're gonna do. And then guess what? It said they're gonna be following our wisdom, our light. So don't be fearful. Don't be scary.
Yeah.
When the Gentile comes up to you like, man, what can I do to, you know what I'm saying, help y'all out? Yeah, let them help. Let them help. That's what the Bible says that they're going to do anyway. They're going to grab onto the skirt of him that is a Jew and say, we want to serve your God. What's wrong with that? Yes, we got to get our people right. No, they're not going to sit up here and teach. They're not doing all that. But when the white man pays you a paycheck to help your household, what's the difference?
That's true.
If you take a donation from a white man, what's the damn difference?
No difference.
Oh, we ain't taking that white money. You tripping. It's green. And it spends the same.
Yep.
Right? It spends the same. A white man can walk in here right now and want to give a donation. Guess what? We taking that. You tripping. It's pride, man. And it's foolish. Because you'll go get white money from a white job. So what's the difference? Right? Let them help. Let them help. Go ahead.
Lift up thine eyes round about, and see. All they gather themselves together. They come to thee.
Right?
Thy son shall come from far.
He said they all gather together. They come to thee. Go ahead.
And thy daughter shall be nursed at thy side.
Right?
Then thou shalt see, and flow together. And thine heart shall fear.
Right?
And be enlarged. Because the abundance of the sea shall be converted unto thee.
Yeah, it's a scary thing at first. Like, damn, wait a minute. What's going on here? You say you're going to fear, but then be enlarged. But then you're going to see that the conversion, the people are going to be converted to us at a point where everybody is going to be moving in the laws of the Most High in Christ. What you going to do then? Tell Christ, no, they can't bow down?
Shoot.
No, Yahweh Shai. You know, no, la, sir. Respectfully, sir. He gonna look at you like, bruh, get up out of here. You tripping.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
You tripping. Go ahead.
The forces of the Gentiles shall come unto thee. The multitude
I
of...
mean, let's be real. You take the forces of the Gentiles now. You drive around in their little vehicles, right? You wear their name brands, right? You spend their money. You live in their houses. You get the forces of the Gentiles right now. So we can't be hypocritical, like, oh, I'm gonna deal with this and not with that. Now, am I saying go out and like gather the first white boy you see and teach them the Bible? No, it's not what I'm saying. But when they do fall upon you and stumble around you, and they say, oh, I want to lend a helping hand, let them do it.
Time.
Let them do it. They got resources. And we need resources, don't we? Mm-hmm. Make you friends of the righteous, the mammon of unrighteousness, that when you fall, he can receive you into habitations, peaceful habitations. Right? I mean, come on, let's be real. Is it saying go hang out with the first Edomite you see? Or Ishmaelite? No, it's not saying that. But you know what this goes back to? The ability to be cordial with people. The ability to be at peace with man, with all men. The ability not to look at a person's nationality and let it irk you to the point where now you got to kill them and bash them.
That's true.
Israel got to do better, man. Go ahead.
The multitude of camels shall cover thee. The dromedaries of Midian and Ippah, all they from Sheba shall come.
We know about the Midianites. They were off. But didn't Moses take advice from Jethro?
Yep.
Being a Midianite?
He did. Government.
Yep. He took counsel from Midian. Go ahead.
They shall bring gold and incense, and they shall show forth the praises of the Most High.
They're going to do what?
Show forth the praises of the Most High.
Yeah, and that's how you know whether or not to deal. If they come trying to show forth the praises of the devil, then you reject that. Nah, get up out of here. We ain't dealing with that.
Right.
But if they're like, listen, we know you the Jews, you know what I'm saying, and how can we help? Well, this is what we need. This is what we need. Go ahead and write that check. Nah, go ahead and do that Cash App. Go ahead and do that Zelle. We don't take checks. Right? We don't take checks. Go ahead.
All the flocks of
What's
Kedar.
that, Angela?
I have a question. So would that be the same, the scripture says that the riches of the wicked will be stored up for the righteous? Would that be considered the same thing? Or?
Yeah, it would be. Just think about it. just think about it. If we gotta, let's say somebody just sent in some alms for something. Somebody's watching this. This YouTube channel is not exclusive to black folks or Israelites. You got Esau watching. You got everybody that can just pop on and watch and say, "Oh, I like that," right? And they can send in a donation if they got it. Are we gonna reject it based on nationality? No. Now we're gonna say, oh, we can put that towards this or towards that or whatever the case may be, right? Now, a person sends a donation, and are we gonna sit there and be like, so what's your occupation? What did you do to get this money? You got people that, man, you got Israel that's wicked, trying to send money in, and we don't grill them, you know? So, yeah, the things that the wicked are building up, they are gonna be, at some point, flipped around and used in a righteous fashion. Were you finished?
No, sir. Because I was just
right? I see.
how-
Yep. Put that donation thing. Go ahead. Go ahead. Put that up there. Hell yeah. You need it. Go ahead.
But how, sometimes when you go to like the Christian church, a lot of times,
Right.
some of them, not all, but some of them will say they'll have like a celebrity that they know is probably a bad actor, and they want to get money on it. We're not taking their money. That's blood money or devil's money and things like that. And they say that a lot, you know.
Right.
And, you know, I was just that was my question too, because you often do hear that, not in all, because now they're taking money from everybody, but I have heard some pastors or
Well,
preachers say.
well, let me give you an instance. Like the scriptures say, you can't take the money of the hire of a whore or a dog, right? So this is the thing. If we know, if a cat walks straight in and was like, man, I want to get this donation. I just got these packs off, and I want to give a donation. We like, huh? You just sold drugs to get that money? Well, we can't take that, because we wouldn't take that, right? But are we grilling every single person? If a person comes and says, look, this is how I got this money, then we ain't dealing with that. Man, a lot of the times, I ain't gonna front. A lot of the times, I know I used to do it at the cart. You'd have people come to the oil cart, and they're like, oh yeah, like if somebody walked up and was like, yeah, I just robbed somebody for this money, let me buy oil. I'd be like, no, negative, right? We ain't doing that, right? But do we question every single person when they pull out their money? Like, so how did you attain your funds? Now let's be real. Did some of them get their funds illegally? Yeah. Of course they did. But are we sitting there grilling every single person in a business setting? No. You know what I mean? We're not doing that. But if they're like, oh yeah, I just robbed the granny down the street to get this, we're like, nah, we ain't dealing with that, right? Or I got stolen goods here. Nah, we ain't messing with that, right? But then you'd have to sit there and grill every single person that wanted to do something. Go ahead. What's that?
Is it, I think kind of like on the flip side of that?
Right.
You would be in a situation where you would give money or help another person, and you don't know what they're gonna do, what it is that you give them.
That too.
But so if you're just doing the right thing, you want to, sow a seed or whatever, then you don't know what they're gonna do with it. If they're gonna do right by or wrong. So would that be the same instance? Like,
Well, I trust this. If he asks me to borrow money, I trust that he's not gonna go buy a bag of weed.
right.
If he's like, hey, I need to borrow some money for gas, I might say, well, what have you been doing with your money? Why you ain't got no gas money? And then he might say, well, this came up, that came up. I'm like, cool. Just to see if he's managing his finances properly. I'm gonna give him the 40, right? I'm gonna give him the money, but my mind is not, oh, he's about to go do something negative with it, right? Because know thou who you do good to. That's what the scriptures say. Do good to the godly, right? As long as the brothers and sisters are here fighting and striving, that's how we looking at each other, godly. We're trying to strive for that godliness. Right now, I always talk about it. Am I gonna go give the local homeless man $40? No. I'll probably give him something to eat. But I'm not gonna give him the money because I don't know what he's gonna do with it. That's in the balance. That's a 50-50 where he might go get some food, or he might go get some alcohol, or he might go get something that he don't need. So I might give him provisions instead. Where what can he really do with food? If he's desperate, he could sell the food and get a few bucks to go get his drugs if that's what he's on. Or if he's really hungry, he's gonna eat the food. So you gotta know who you're doing. It says know who you're doing good to, right? Know what to give a person. If a cat's sitting out on the corner with a bottle in his hand or a cans around him, and he's talking about need money for beer, you're not gonna get money for beer from me. I'll probably give you something, a water, some food, whatever, but you're not gonna get that money for that vice. If I know that he got a problem balancing money and he's blowing money on video games, okay, you're not getting that money from me. You gotta learn how to balance your money. But if it's like, hey, no, I got paid, but then this came up and that came up, and it's bill, I gotta pay this bill and this came out of nowhere, or my car, something happened with the car, I had to fix it and I just didn't have enough. Okay, cool, I got you. But that's why we gotta ask the questions and talk and understand. Like, I understand his financial situation, right? I understand, and if he communicates, it makes it a little bit easier. Abadiah, you had your hand up?
Just on verse 6, when it talks about that they'll bring their gold and their incense and things, that's the Most High using the nations to give us back what was rightfully ours.
Anyway, yeah. It's like when he used King Cyrus, right? You read Isaiah 45:1, he said, King Cyrus is my anointed. Yeah. He used King Cyrus as the means to have the temple rebuilt. And Cyrus went into his own treasury and funded the temple. Brought back the gold and all those precious things that was taken out of our temple. And he allowed us to take those things back and put them back in Jerusalem and rebuild the temple and pay for it. He was a Babylonian. So the Most High can use whoever he wants to use, right? He can use. Listen, we had in the school in Rochester. Let's be real. The school in Rochester, we needed something done. None of the brothers out there are really carpenter inclined, but Zion met this cat in the mall. He's an Edomite. He came through and did the work for free. He was like, "This is what y'all got going on? I love Jesus." Like, really? We love Jesus too. Right? and he came in and did the work. I think he there was some panels in the wall that needed to be put up and some painting and some stuff. It's a lot of work. He came through and knocked it out for free. Free. His own time, he bought the material. That's what I'm saying. So the Most High is going to send people. Doesn't matter. Abraham bought his land from who? To bury his family.
Yep.
From damn Ham.
Right, yep.
Right? Bought his land from Ham. I could go through all these different instances where it wasn't about nationality. It was about how you dealt.
Yeah.
We make it about nationality because we carnal.
Yeah.
Are you not carnal? Right? You fight over genealogy and nationality. That's what we fight over.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not dark enough. That's retarded. Oh, he's not light enough. That's stupid.
Yeah.
Right? Where the Most High is not looking at any of that. He said he judged the spirit of a man. He don't look at your height, your skin color. He don't even look at how Israelite you think you are. He looks at your spirit. That's what we got to remember. Why did he send that white man to come fix all that stuff in the school? Right? Well, because Zion dealt with him accordingly. Zion could have been like, oh, you just a crusty white man. Get up out of here.
Right, buy the oil and get out.
I don't even think it was. I don't even remember how that situation happened.
No.
It might have been the oil thing. I don't remember, but it might have been more than likely. But yeah, it just could have been on some. Oh, but you're a white man, and you're nothing. That's how all Israel thinks, right? But the Most High blessed the way Zion dealt with him, and he was in there and he fixed what he had to fix. I mean, let's be real, bro. The toilet breaks. Who you calling? The plumber. What's he gonna be? Gonna be a white man.
Yeah.
They letting black people be plumbers and electricians.
Yeah.
Let's just be real. You gonna pay for that, right? So is it better to pay for it or have a man come in and do it for free because you dealt right? See? I know some of y'all online like, huh? Y'all let white people into the sanctuary? Yeah, because they own the building.
Right.
That's why. They own the building. They own the buildings. We don't own it.
Right.
Right? So when the white boy need to go in there and fix something and do the electricity and do all this, oh, you can't come in because you white. We need a Puerto Rican. We need a this or we need a that. Come on now, we got to stop.
Right.
But Israel's so prideful, it's like, no, I'd rather pay for it. Not me. We ain't got it. Most High put it on his spirit to do it. Guess what?
You gonna do it?
Have at it. You love the Lord like we love the Lord, right?
Go ahead.
You may not know what you love, but we know. Hey, and at the same time, we looking at him like off of skin color, like, oh, that's a white dude. Well, you never know.
That's true.
You don't know his generations. You don't know his family. That's the thing. We get so caught up in carnal stuff. You don't know him. To even judge, you know off of appearance what you see. But is that what you see? Is it what it is? So, but yeah, it tells us here. We know that the riches of the wicked, all that wicked gold that the queen got, and all that wicked jewels, that's coming back to us. Not that we need it. The kingdom is going to be already built. It's already built. The gold floors and jewels and pearls and this. So we don't need the queen's jewels. But just to restore the things that they've taken, that's going to be the jewel to get back what was ours.
Right. I was listening to something on the history on her, and they said that she's from like a black nobility, a family and stuff like that. That's where she got all of her majority of her riches from. I was like, man, you're full of crap. But you know, they'll bring it out that she had black ancestry. You know,
listen. If y'all don't know, the house she died in, that's the house that King James lived in. Mm-hmm. King James was the king of Scotland. He was born in Edinburgh. That's the castle that he lived in.
Yep.
So if you watch all those processions, that house she died in was the castle that is called I forgot the name of the castle. I forgot the name of the castle. Huh?
She died in Balmoral. I think that's the name of the castle, Balmoral.
Is that the name of it?
That's
The one in Scotland, right? Yeah, I think that's what it's called. I always forget the name of it. But it's in Edinburgh. It's in Edinburgh, the city. That's where King James was born. That's where he lived. But that castle been handed down from king to king. They ain't building no new castle for Queen Elizabeth II. She just took over what was already there. And she could have came from Israelite nobility. Remember, before the Elizabeths and all those, remember, we ran Europe for that time. Up until, late 1600s.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth.
Because remember, King James,
From the
he went to
States.
1640, if I'm not mistaken. He went to 1640. So up until that time, we were running Europe, right? So it's possible. It's possible that she came from black nobility. You know, I wouldn't doubt it. At the same time, don't mean that she ain't wicked.
That's true.
All them slaves, I mean, let's be real. King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, they were Israelites.
Yeah. Yep.
And they commissioned Columbus to go do what he did. Right? If King James was the king in 1640, or he died in 1640, you die when you basically are the king till you die. We was getting put in slavery in America when?
16.
When did the first ship hit Virginia?
1692.
Right. When did Columbus and his crew sail the American?
1492.
Right. So, if we were running Europe and we was having slaves, that means black people were enslaving black people, or at least knew about it and commissioned parts of it. Israelites enslaving Israelites. You know what I mean? So, yeah, just
Oh, that ain't nothing new with Nehemiah.
Castle Balmoral. It's called something else. Let me see. Just looked this up the other day. Because it's a whole area. Then you got the King's Highway that they walked her body down to the chapel, to the church. I watched all that. You got to see that castle. Bro, it's insane. It's insane, that castle. And you know it ain't no modern castle because they're not building things like that nowhere. If you go to Scotland, you go to Ireland, you go to Europe, that's all they deal with is these ancient castles.
Yep. 1,000-year-old.
That we
castles.
built.
Yep.
That we built. Google Earth, where's that?
It's not Windsor.
No, Windsor is that's where she is now. That's in London, I believe. Right? Windsor Castle. You got Windsor Castle, you got Balmoral, you got what's the other one? The famous one. Buckingham Palace. Right? You got Buckingham. Down at, what is that? 10 Downing Street? Why do I know the address? It's terrible. Well, because when people refer to these things, you're like, what the hell are they talking about, Downing Street? And you're like, oh, that's the street where Buckingham Palace is.
Prime Minister's residence.
Right.
Wow.
Yep, that's where he gave it.
Holy Rod Palace?
Holy Rod, that's what it's called. Holy Rod. Yeah, Holy Rood.
Holy Rood.
Yeah, and then they got like a Holy Rood Park. Google Earth it. You'll be like, whoa, she got all that?
Yeah. She has a crazy amount of land.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just one house. But that's her favorite. That was her favorite house. That's where all the kids was raised and all that stuff. That's where the queen could be an old little wrinkled woman. Yep. And die in her wickedness. Anyway, let's read on. So yes, all those riches and all those things, they're going to be transferred to us. It's telling us that. It's telling us that. Right? What do camels do? What do? They carry things.
Yep.
They shall bring gold and incense. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 7. All the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered together unto thee.
Mm-hmm.
The rams of Nebaioth shall minister unto thee.
The tents of Kedar. Go ahead.
They shall come up with acceptance on mine altar, and I will glorify the house of my glory. Verse 8. Who are these that fly as a cloud,
Right?
and as the doves to their windows?
Talking about the chariots saving us. Who are these that fly as a cloud? Right? Well, that's going to be us. And as dove to their windows, we're going to be looking out at the destruction. Go ahead.
Surely the isles shall wait for me,
Right?
and the ships of Tarshish.
The merchant ships of Tarshish were known as merchant ships. Up and down that Zidonian coast. Go ahead.
First, to bring thy sons from far.
Right?
Their silver.
Their what?
Their silver.
Huh?
Their silver.
Sons and silver. Go ahead.
And their gold.
Whoa, damn. That sounds like riches to me. Why wait?
Con.
Why wait? Go ahead.
With them, unto the name of the Lord thy God,
Right.
and to the Holy One of Israel.
So if there's silver and gold, it comes in the form of resources and service, right? To build up the school or whatever the case may be. Bruh, have at it. Go ahead.
Because he have glorified thee,
Right.
and the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls,
Go ahead.
and their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee. Therefore thy gates shall be open continually. They shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring unto thee the forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Yea, those nations shall be utterly destroyed, utterly wasted. The glory
Remember,
of
the new Jerusalem is not going to be the only place that we inhabit. We're going to have the world. We're going to have the whole world. So just think about it. If there's going to be destruction in the world when Christ comes, when Yahushua comes, there's going to be wars and destruction. We know we're not going to be over here in America because that's going to burn. But what about the other places that are fighting wars and shooting missiles? Right? They're not going to be built. Just think about it. Just think about it. They're not going to be coming into Israel, or excuse me, they're not going to be coming into the gates of Jerusalem. It says nothing that defiles. So the nations ain't going to be walking up in there like, hey, you might be able to get to the gate.
Right.
This says, therefore thy gate shall be open continue, they shall not be shut day or night. Remember, I bring the forces of the Gentiles. Just think about that temple city. What is it going to need? Nothing. It's already built. It's already streets of gold, pearls, diamonds, precious stones. But there's going to be gates all around the world. That's still parts of the world that need to be built up, right? The waste places going to be built up. It tells you that in Ezekiel, Jeremiah, Isaiah. The waste places are going to be rebuilt by the strangers. Right. You see that? So just remember, we're gonna rule the world, the entire world. And whatever other land masses are out there that we don't know about, we're going to have all that. If there are any, right? There's speculation. There's speculation that beyond the ice wall, there's more land masses. I ain't never seen it. I don't know. But whatever the Most High got in store, we're going to be controlling it. What's that?
So like places like China or Singapore that are already built up, but they're not at war and destroyed,
But they will be.
They will.
The whole world is going to be at war when Christ comes. The whole world is going to be at war. There's going to be bombs and fighting everywhere. It ain't just going to be in two places. Everywhere. China's going to be involved. Russia's going to be involved. We know America's going to be involved. Everywhere is going to be involved. So, I mean, would there be places untouched? Who knows? But we know that there's going to have to be a rebuilding of these places. Who's going to do it? Same white people that know how to build stuff and drive cranes and do all that stuff, they're going to be rebuilding stuff for us to inhabit. You just look at the reverse. How was this country built? The scriptures say double unto them that they did to us, so they're going to have to double that work, right? Double the poverty for them. Just imagine it. They building up all these nice mansions and houses, and one of my favorite things to look at and lust over is when I go to Google Earth and I look at Greece. The Greek islands. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's insanely beautiful. And I'm just like, man, I want me one of them. Right? I want me one of them. Keep building. Keep building, Greco-Roman, right? Build up that nice little house with the terrace and the view with the infinity pool. Keep doing your thing. Right? Because I'm going to ask the Most High, can I give me an island in Greece? Right? Can I give me a little place, you know what I'm saying, in South America? That's if I make it. I'm over here making plans. I'm over here making real estate plans. Right? But then you look at all that stuff and you're like, man, they building all this stuff. They build it out for us.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If there's wars, that some of that's going to be
Destroyed to be rebuilt.
Oh, okay.
It says it, watch. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls. Which ones? They're not going to build the walls of Jerusalem. How do we know that? The New Jerusalem. How do we know that?
Because it's already built.
It's already built.
Peace prepared.
Yeah. It's already built. Ain't no hands is going to build that. Most High's hands.
That's gonna be awesome.
Right? No hands can be put to that to build it to make it what we read in Revelations. It's already built, waiting for us. But what walls are going to be built up? Well, all the things that are destroyed through the wars. When the angels come, when Christ comes, it's going to be fire and brimstone and destruction throughout the world. Remember, the angels are going to go through the world to gather the people. People are going to try to fight the angels throughout the world. So there is going to be destruction throughout the world. Right? But we're going to read the whole point of what is to come is to get back to the point of Eden where we had dominion over the earth. So you had the Garden of Eden, which was a section in Eden. Right? The whole world was known as Eden. We're trying to get back to that. Just like how Adam and Eve had it. Where you had the Garden of Eden. Eden was the world. They had dominion over the world. That's what we want. So there is going to be destruction. There is going to be wars. There is going to be waste places. But the scriptures tell us that the strangers, the nations, they're going to rebuild that. Every Chinese person ain't going to be wiped out. Every Indian ain't going to be wiped out. Every white person ain't going to be wiped out. They're going to be here to do what? They got to rebuild and serve their slavery. That's part of it. Right? That you're going to have your personal slaves. Just look at it. All you got to do is just flip the roles. We build everything, and then we are their personal slaves. Right? We build up their jobs. We do all that. We go to their jobs and work. You don't do it on a personal level anymore, where you know the boss and the owner and all that stuff, because everything is a corporation. But it's they got levels to it, but it's still going to be like that. You see what I'm saying? But on a righteous tip. So when I read scriptures like double to them the portion that they doubled unto us, or they gave unto us, I'm like, oh, so they're gonna have to build something. They're gonna have to restore broken things and build up cities and houses, right? All the curses that we went through, they're gonna have to deal with that. They're gonna build houses and not dwell therein. They're gonna be in the shacks. They're gonna be in poverty. Third world, no shoes. Yep. So, I mean, this is telling you, if they bring all their stuff to us, what they gonna have?
The same thing we have now.
The same thing we had now, barely making it.
Right.
But worse. Give you a little water.
Yeah.
What's that?
That brings me back to one of the movies that I love to watch, Hunger Games. Because I always watch
Hunger Games.
Yeah, I always
Yep.
love that movie because it's like, that's like what it's going to be like.
Dude.
In righteousness.
Yeah. Hunger Games.
Good movie.
Snowpiercer. All them type of shows, those end time shows, yeah, I love Hunger Games. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have them out there doing that. They have to fight for their food. Yeah, so, right, go ahead, read on. Where we at?
Verse 13.
Right.
Isaiah chapter 60, verse 13.
Right.
The glory of Lebanon.
Remember, it said the nation that don't want to deal like this, they just gonna die anyway. Right. Go ahead.
The glory of Lebanon shall come unto thee.
Right.
The fir tree.
Right.
The pine tree.
Right.
And the box together, to beautify the place of my sanctuary.
Yep.
And I will make the place of my feet glorious. The sons also of them that afflicted thee shall come bending unto thee, and all they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the soles of thy feet.
Mm-hmm.
And they shall call thee the city of the Lord, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas thou hast been forsaken and hated, so that no man went through thee. I will make thee and eternal excellency, a joy of many generations. Thou shalt also suck the milk of the Gentiles, and shalt suck the breast of kings. And thou shalt know that I, the Lord, am thy Savior, and thy Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. For brass I will bring gold, and for iron I will bring silver, and for wood brass, and for stones iron.
Now, I mean, let's be real. What was our most prosperous time in history? Under what rulership? Yeah, this is way past Solomon. That was our best time where we literally had, Solomon had golden shields.
Yeah.
Why? Because he knew he wasn't going to war. You don't go to war with gold. That's the soft metal.
Prestige.
Right? And then after Solomon, what happens? Rehoboam, Jeroboam, brass. Everything switched out, right? But this is telling us that we going to have the gold, right? Everything's, brass I will bring gold. Iron I will bring silver. Wood brass. For the stones iron. I will make thy officers peace and thine extractors righteousness. We already passed that point with Solomon. So when would it have to be again? Wouldn't it have to be now? Or kingdom? Yeah, because I mean, after Isaiah, all it was straight captivities. That's it. You couldn't say it was like, oh yeah, it was when we were in Jerusalem. Hell nah, we were occupied for 70 years. We were occupied paying tax to Caesar. We never had a time. The time of the Maccabees? Nope. We was living in the mountains and wilderness, running. So after Solomon, there was never a time where you could say, oh yeah, that happened. It's about to.
Praises.
Go ahead. Finish it.
I will also make thy officers peace, and thine extractors righteousness. Violence shall no more be heard in thy land, wasting nor destruction within thy borders. But thou shalt call thy wall salvation.
When? When can we actually say that? Our little, what? Our little in-between captivities? Nah. You talking about real salvation. Go ahead. Eternal. Yeah, that's why he said it. He said you will be eternal excellency, joy of many generations. Who can we say that about? What generation after Solomon could we say, oh yeah, they're the eternal excellency of the Most High, and we can look to them and say, Barakatah Yahweh Shem Yahushai?
Nope.
None. Maybe one or two for a little time, but you can't look and pinpoint, because there's none worth remembering.
40 years ain't even a real full generation.
Yeah. 30 years, I believe, right? Yeah. But the point is, you can't sit back and say, oh, that generation did it. They're the ones to look at. Because even in Yahushai's generation, he was combating ignorance and hypocrisy and the same things, murderers, haters, hypocrites, right? He was going in on the Pharisees and the Sadducees before his time. All the negatives and all the things that we were dealing with. So what time is it? Well, there got to be a time to come, because we haven't felt that yet. Read on.
And thy gates praise. The sun shall be no more thy light by day.
I mean, now we getting into some stuff. He said the what?
The sun shall be no more thy light by day.
Read.
Neither for brightness shall the moon give light unto thee.
That's that kingdom talk. Just think about it in this way. What was the sun created for? Huh? No.
A sign.
What was the sun and the moon created for? They weren't created. Don't say light, because that's wrong. Remember, let there be light. That was the first thing created. What were the sun and the moon created for?
Separate night and day.
That's it. That's it. So the moon was created to give signs for the seasons, to let you know the feast days. That was it. The sun was to let you know it's daytime. That's it. You ain't gonna need those signs. Yahushua is gonna tell us feast time, Sabbath, new moon, tabernacles, right? He gonna set it up.
That's awesome.
You're not gonna need these signs anymore. That's all they are. Ain't gonna be nothing to worship, nothing to look to. Blood moon, alpha moon, pink moon, blossom moon, super wolf, expialidocious, elephant moon. None of that stuff, right? And you go to Revelations, it says the same thing. You won't need the sun or the moon. Yahweh Shai is gonna be the light. Go ahead, read.
But the Lord shall be unto thee an everlasting light,
Right?
and thy God thy glory.
Amen. Where we at? Keep reading.
Verse 20.
Read to 22.
Thy sun shall no more go down, neither shall thy moon withdraw itself.
You see that? That's kingdom talk.
Con.
What does the sun do? It sets, right? So it ain't gonna do that. The moon ain't gonna withdraw itself. What does the moon do? It goes from nothing to full moon to nothing. It's not gonna be doing that back and forth. You ain't gonna need those signs. The moon just does what it does to tell you what part of the month you're in, beginning, middle, end. That's it. Feast day, the closeness of the moon, all these different things tell you the seasons. That's it. The moon and the sun, the distance. When it's cold, when the sun is up there and it's cold, what time is it? It's winter. It's winter time. Sun's out, but it's cold. Damn, what's going on? Oh, we're in winter. That's the season. Right? That's all they're there for. Nothing else. And to burn white people. Yeah, that's it. To torch men, to torch wickedness.
Con.
Right? Go ahead.
For the Lord shall be thine everlasting light,
Right?
and the days of thy mourning shall be ended.
Right? No more sorrow, like you read in Revelations 21. No more pain, sorrow. All things are passed away. No more pain. No more death. Go ahead.
Thy people also shall be all righteous.
They shall be what?
All righteous.
We know for a fact this ain't never happened. Even in Solomon's kingdom, all the people weren't righteous. You had half and half, or a majority, but it says all the people shall be righteous. Go ahead.
They shall inherit the land forever.
Right?
The branch of my planting.
Mm-hmm. What verse you at?
Verse 21 last.
Go ahead.
The work of my hands, that I may be glorified. A little one shall become 1,000.
Right?
And a small one, a strong nation.
Mm-hmm.
I, the Lord, will hasten it in its time.
Right. So this is in the kingdom. This is in the kingdom, man. So Isaiah 60 is always a good chapter. Always a reminder. What are you fighting for? Right? Go to Matthew's. Go to Matthew's real quick. 4 and 13. Almost at the home stretch'ems. Matthew 4:13 to 24. Then I'll read Ecclesiasticus. Go ahead.
Matthew chapter 4 verse 13.
Right?
And leaving Nazareth, he came and dwelt in Capernaum,
Right?
which is upon the sea coast,
Right?
and the borders of Zebulun and Naphtali, that it might be fulfilled,
Right.
which was spoken by Isaiah the prophet.
Right. And it was spoken in Isaiah chapter 9 verse 1. Go ahead.
Say, the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali,
Right?
by the way of the sea, beyond Jordan, Galilee of the Gentiles.
Uh-huh.
The people which sat in darkness saw great light.
Right, because those cities were occupied, right? They were occupied by the nations, and we were sprinkled in. And remember, Yahweh Shai went through those cities and taught. He taught the people and brought light. The ones that were in darkness, and that gross darkness that we just read about, gross darkness shall cover the earth. He went and he spread that light. Remember John 3:16? Down, 17, the light has come into the world. And men hate the light but love the darkness. Right. So all it was doing was referring back to Isaiah 9 and 1. But these cities, man, they were basically, what do they call it? Occupations.
Occupied cities.
They were occupied cities. And he was going through and teaching the people, bringing that light to them. Go ahead.
And to them which sat in the region and shadow of death, light is sprung up.
You see that? So you go back to the curses. Occupied by these nations, said their lives were in the shadow of death. Remember when it said their lives hang in the balance? They don't know. You asked about it, but it said our lives would hang in the balance. In Deuteronomy. So think about it. That curse went all the way into Christ's time, all the way into Yahweh's time. Because the curses didn't stop because of a time or a captivity. They kept going. From the day they were administered through every captivity, they just kept happening. You see that? So the people that he dealt with in Naphtali, and what other city was that?
And Naphtali and Zebulun.
And Zebulun, what were they dealing with? What we're dealing with today.
Wow.
Yep. Go ahead.
From that time, Yahushua began to preach and to say, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand.
Just like we say, repent, the kingdom of heaven, your salvation is nearer than you once believed.
Romans 13:11.
Now think about it. It's been 2,000 years. Damn near. Right? We in 2022. It's been 2,000 years and the same message has been being preached. Woe to you that's lost patience.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And Yahushua, walking by the Sea of Galilee, saw two brethren, Simon called Peter, and Andrew his brother, casting a net into the sea, for they were fishers. And he saith unto them, follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. And they straightway left their nets, and followed him. And going on from thence, he saw other two brethren.
Remember, their nets represented their livelihood, their state of mind, their occupation. So it was a symbol to show that they put down one occupation to pick up another. Or they're going to use the occupation that they learned to now use it in a spiritual sense for the Most High. Go ahead.
James, the son of Zebedee,
Right.
and John, his brother,
Sons of thunder. Right. Go ahead.
in a ship with Zebedee, their father,
Right.
mending their nets.
Because they were fishermen also. It was the trade of the land. Right. Go fish. Go ahead.
And he called them, and they immediately left their ship
You're going to 24. Go ahead.
and their father, and followed him. And Yahushua went about all Galilee, teaching in their synagogues, and preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing all manner of sickness, and all manner of disease among the people. And his fame went throughout all Syria. And they brought unto him all sick people that were taken with diverse diseases and torments, and those which were possessed with devils, and those which were lunatic, and those that had the palsy, and he healed them.
Questions on that before we jump to Ecclesiasticus? All right, let's go to Ecclesiasticus. So, let's see here. Ecclesiasticus chapter. We're going to read one, but I'm going to read this prologue also. It's important. So, we're in the book of Ecclesiasticus. This is the prologue made by an uncertain author. It says, this Jesus was the son of Sirach and grandchild to Jesus of the same name with him. This man therefore lived in the latter times after the people had been led away captive and called home again, and almost after all the prophets. Now his grandfather Jesus, as himself witnesseth, was a man of great diligence, in whom among the Hebrews, a man of great diligence and wisdom among the Hebrews, who did not only gather the grave and short sentences of wise men that had been before him, but himself also uttered some of his own, full of much understanding and wisdom. When as therefore the first Jesus died, leaving this book almost perfected, Sirach his son, receiving it after him, left it to his own son Jesus, who having gotten it into his hands, compiled it all orderly into one volume and called it wisdom. What is that? Intituling it both by his own name and his father's name and his grandfather's, alluring the hearer by the very name of wisdom to have a greater love to the study of this book. It containeth therefore wise sayings, dark sentences, and parables, and certain particular ancient godly stories of men that please God. Also, his prayer and song, moreover, what benefits the Most High had vouchsafed his people, and what plagues he had heaped upon their enemies. This Jesus did imitate Solomon, and was no less famous for wisdom and learning, both being indeed a man of great learning, and so reputed also. Now, the prologue of the wisdom of Jesus, the son of Sirach. Whereas many and great things have been delivered unto us by the law and the prophets, and by others that have followed their steps. For the which things Israel ought to be commended for learning and wisdom, and whereof not only the readers must needs become skillful themselves. See that? The reader has to become skillful himself, but also they that desire to learn be able to profit them which are without, both by speaking and writing. My grandfather Jesus, when he had much given himself to reading of the law and the prophets and other books of our fathers, and had gotten therein good judgment, was drawn on also himself to write something pertaining to learning and wisdom. So we understand that the book of Ecclesiasticus is a book of learning and wisdom that derived from the law. Y'all see that? So a man just didn't come up with something and throw it together. So that's why when you go back into, you can go into Ecclesiasticus, but then you could jump right back into the law on a lot of these different things. Let me see here. Other books, I'm sorry. To the intent that those which are desirous to learn are addicted to these things might profit much more in living according to the law. Wherefore, let me entreat you to read it with favor and attention, and to pardon us wherein we may seem to come short of some words, which we have labored to interpret. For the same things uttered in Hebrew and translated into another tongue have not the same force in them. And not only these things, but the law itself and the prophets and the rest of the books have no small difference when they are spoken in their own language. So that's why when you go into a Septuagint and Greek and Colossian and all these different languages that don't matter, if it ain't Hebrew, you're going to lose a lot of the validity is what the Bible is saying. So you can do a Greek translation, but they have to translate that from one language to another, to Greek, to English. It's not going to be the same. And that's what he's letting us know here. For in the 8th and 13th year coming into Egypt, when Euergetes was king, and continuing there some time, I found a book of no small learning. Therefore I thought it most necessary for me to bestow some diligence and travail to interpret it, using great watchfulness and skill in that space to bring the book to an end, and to set it forth for them also, which in a strange country are willing to learn, being prepared before in manners to live after the law. Now I'm going to read chapter 1. Ecclesiasticus chapter 1 and verse 1. All wisdom cometh from the Lord, and is with him forever. Who can number the sand of the sea and the drops of rain in the days of eternity? Who can find out the height of heaven and the breadth of the earth and the deep and wisdom? I'm telling you that if he's asking this question, what does it tell you? That they never measured the earth. They don't know how big it is. They don't know the expanse of heaven. They don't know any of these things. Wisdom hath been created before all things, and the understanding of prudence from everlasting. The word of the Most High is the fountain of wisdom, and our ways are everlasting commandments. To whom hath the root of wisdom been revealed? Or who hath known her wise counsel? Unto whom hath the knowledge of wisdom been made manifest, and who have understood her great experience. There is one wise and greatly to be feared, the Lord sitting upon his throne. He created her and saw her and numbered her and poured her out upon all his works. She is with all flesh according to his gift, and he hath given her to them that love him. Fear of the Lord is honor and glory and gladness and a crown of rejoicing. The fear of the Lord maketh a merry heart, and giveth joy and gladness and a long life. Whoso feareth the Lord, see, remember we were reading about the life hanging in the balance? Those are the ones that didn't fear, that didn't respect the law. But he comes back and says, the fear of the Lord, which is the keeping of the law, maketh a merry heart, giveth joy, gladness, and a long life. Whoso feareth the Lord, it shall go well with him. At the last he shall find favor in the day of his death. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and it was created with the faithful in the womb. She hath built an everlasting foundation with men, and shall continue with their seed. The fear of the Lord is a fullness of wisdom, and filleth men with her fruits. She filleth all their house with things desirable, and the gardeners with her increase. The fear of the Lord is a crown of wisdom, making peace and perfect health to flourish, both which are the gifts of the Most High, and it enlargeth their rejoicing that love him. Wisdom raineth down skill and knowledge of understanding, and excelleth them to honor that hold her fast. The root of wisdom is to fear the Lord, and the branches thereof are long life. The fear of the Lord driveth away sins, and where it is present, it turneth away wrath. A furious man cannot be justified, for the sway of his fury shall be his destruction. A patient man will bear for a time, and afterwards joy shall spring up unto him. So it's kind of like, you know, you think about when you do things in fury. Isn't it sometimes your own doings that get you caught up, and not even the situation? That's what it's. So it's kind of switching subjects. You'll see that a lot in Ecclesiasticus. One chapter will jump into 3 different subjects, but it's still talking about wisdom, how to do things in wisdom. Let me see here. 24, he will hide his words for a time, and lips of many shall declare his wisdom. The parables of knowledge are in the treasures of wisdom, but godliness is an abomination to the sinner. If thou desire wisdom, keep the commandment, and the Lord shall give her unto thee. And that's what it is. Like, you know, the commandments do bring you wisdom. Because then what will happen is this. You'll do something and you might not understand why to do it. But then as you're rehearsing that righteous act, now you're able to see the result of why you did it. And then you can backtrace. Oh, I get it now. You know, something as simple as the eating, the things that we're supposed to eat and not eat. But you can always do a backtrace on your health and say, well, I was less healthy when I was eating the abominations. The Bible said to stop. I stopped, not really understanding what the result was going to be. But now, since I applied that, now I have the correct understanding and knowledge. So now I can just do a backtrace and say, oh, I get it. Not eating pork, shrimp, crab, lobster, whatever. Moderation, drinking, eating. It's going to do these things in my life, and here's the result. Y'all get that? The fear of the Lord is the fear of the Lord is wisdom and instruction, and the faith and meekness are his delight. Distrust not the fear of the Lord when thou art poor. See that? And come not unto him with a double heart. That's what happens. A lot of times we get broken down, poor estate. What do? We start to try to fend for ourselves and do things outside of the law to make it. But he said, distrust not the fear of the Lord. The fear of the Lord is keeping his command. You see that? Keeping his commandments. And he said, don't have a double heart. 1 minute you want to be faithful and in there, and it start getting hard, you're like, oh no, I got to go make it another way. Can't do it like that. You got to be diligent and single-minded the whole way through. Be not an hypocrite in the sight of men, and take good heed what thou speakest. Exalt not thyself, lest thou fall, and bring dishonor upon thy soul. And so the Most High discovered thy secrets, and cast thee down in the midst of the congregation, because thou camest not in truth to the fear of the Lord, but thy heart is full of deceit. Con. I really appreciate your engagement with us online. I am not afraid of being unpopular, as I have always been one of the cool kids, but that gets you nowhere in spiritual growth. Yet, intrigue me once more. A lot of people don't want to hear the truth because grandma and them were Baptists all their lives. What happens to them now? I love my grandparents and parents. Are they going to have an opportunity to choose Yahweh Shai? Are they still alive? Because yeah, if they're still alive, they definitely got to. They definitely have the opportunity to change. That's what grace is about, right? Just think about it. Many people that came into the truth didn't hear the truth, and all of a sudden they just clicked over. Oh, that's the truth, right? You got people that fought for years, trying to figure out a way out. Knew it was the truth, knew what they were supposed to do, but I don't want to deal with that, right? So, yeah, if they're alive, they definitely got the opportunity. As long as this earth is still going and Yahweh Shai hasn't came yet, they got the opportunity to learn and to understand and to serve. Yes. Your parents, same thing. You know, we all want our family. We all want our family in the truth, man. Right? Wouldn't it be a beautiful thing? I want my parents. I want my parents to get some knowledge. I got a big family, man. I got brothers. I got 5 brothers and 3 sisters. I got 5 brothers and 3 sisters. I'd love for them. All. I got cousins galore. Right? But the one thing I understand is that they're not all going to get into the truth. Right? He said, 2 shall be in the house and 1 will be taken. 2 will be in the field, 1 will be taken. So what does that mean? Well, I know everybody from my family ain't going to make it. When I came into the truth, it was me and my older brother. He's no longer in the truth. I get it. You know, but does he have the opportunity? Yeah, he got the opportunity. But when Christ comes, there is no opportunity. That's the thing. People have and I'm not saying you, but a lot of people have this misconception that they can live riotously and however they want their whole life, and then they'll do the sinner's prayer.
Right, yeah.
Right?
I accept it.
On their deathbed, they accept Jesus. But then just think about this concept. What works? Well, they have faith, okay, but what works?
Right, yeah.
So that's dead. Oh, they have works, but what faith? That's dead, right?
Yeah.
Most High is not accepting that. Christ ain't accepting that. So yeah, they definitely have an opportunity. Right? Just go to Titus real quick. One of my favorite little scriptures. Go to Titus 2. And 11. Anybody else got any questions in here? You got questions online, put them up. But read that, Titus 2 and 11.
Titus chapter 2, verse 11. For the grace of Yahweh that bringeth salvation hath appeared to all men.
Well, you got to be around for it to appear to you. Go ahead.
Verse 12. Teaching us that, denying ungodliness and worldly lusts, we should live soberly.
Oh, he said my parents belong to your class. Okay. Okay, right. I'm speaking of the deceased and our forefathers. Why is the truth just being presented now? No. The truth is not just being presented now. The truth has been here, right? It's always been There's always been a remnant. Go to Isaiah real quick. Now I'm understanding your question a little bit better. Go to Isaiah a little bit. The truth has always been around. Remember, our forefathers, go there real quick, and then go to Hosea 4 and 6 real quick. Go to Hosea 4 and 6. Read that first. Right, so he said, my parents belong to your class. I introduced them to the truth. I'm speaking of the deceased and our forefathers. Why is the truth just being presented now? Read Hosea 4 and 6 real quick.
Hosea chapter 4, verse 6.
Right?
My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
Right, go ahead.
Because thou hast rejected knowledge,
Right?
I will also reject thee.
Right, so we are the ones that rejected the Most High from the beginning generations, from Adam. Right, but the truth has been around since Adam. And there's been signs of the truth since Adam, no matter what captivity we've been in, no matter what oppression we've been in, the truth has always been there. But we've continually rejected the Most High. So he said, since you reject me, I'm going to do what?
I will also reject thee.
Right?
That thou shalt be no priest to me, seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy God.
Right, but we reject him, he rejects us.
Son.
But go back to Isaiah real quick. Go to Isaiah real quick. So even though the Most High rejected us, he still did this throughout all generations.
Which Isaiah?
Isaiah, when you said a remnant, it's like Isaiah 1. If it wasn't for the Most High of hosts, he left a small remnant. It should be like Isaiah
9.
Isaiah 1 and 9, right?
Son.
Yeah, Isaiah chapter 1, verse 9.
Isaiah chapter 1, verse 9.
Right?
Except the Lord of hosts had left unto us a very small remnant.
Right?
We should have been as Sodom, and we should have been like unto Gomorrah.
Right, and when you look through the ages, the Most High has left a small remnant. Throughout the ages. The truth came out on a large scale in the late 60s when the school was established in New York, but that was on a larger scale, but there was still, the truth was still going out. It just wasn't on a large scale. The reason why it seems so abundant now is because you can hop on any YouTube channel and somebody's teaching something about the Bible. Right? But the truth has always been there. He that hath an ear, let him hear. You know, but our people have always been in the majority of rejection mode. I don't want to hear that Bible stuff. I want to be a Muslim. I don't want to hear that stuff. I want white Jesus. I don't want to hear that stuff. I want to be a Buddhist. I don't want to hear that stuff. I don't want none of that. So we rejected. So the Most High said, okay, cool. Deal with everything else. But remember, go to Jeremiah 17 real quick. Part of our curses was that we were going to discontinue. So why didn't your grandparents get the truth? Well, that's the curse. It's a curse to not know your language, not have your land, not know your heritage. That's a curse. So that's the curse that they had to deal with. Was the truth around? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You had did anybody ever wonder why Sammy Davis Jr., and I'm dealing with that time, why did Sammy Davis Jr. run around with a Jewish star? He thought he was a Jew. Right? He was given a little sign that, oh, I'm a Jew. Now, he probably didn't know that he was a real Jew. But something was telling him to wear that star. Wear that Star of David. Something was telling him. Right? And you go through all the places in America where you had black folks with churches in the South speaking Hebrew and Jewish temples and Hebrew everywhere. There were signs. We weren't interested in what the Most High was trying to give us. Read it real quick.
Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 4.
Right.
And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage.
Right.
That I gave thee.
Go ahead.
And I will cause thee to serve thine enemies.
Right. So since we're now serving enemies, it's hard to learn the truth. They're going to make sure you learn the lies to keep you as a slave.
That's true.
That's why when you were in slavery and they gave you the Bible, they only gave you half. They only gave you half the Bible because they didn't want you to know who you were, because they knew. Slave master knew who we were. But that's why they beat it out of us. Right? They beat that Israelite out of us and turned us into American slaves. Go ahead.
And the land which thou knowest not.
Right?
For ye have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever.
Right. So, will they still have an opportunity? Yeah, of course. Remember, the Most High deals with regeneration. So, your grandparents can be regenerated. And they'll have that opportunity to do it all over again. Right? They'll have the opportunity to do it all over again. So, it's not that it's just being presented now. Now it's just on a larger scale with media. And now it's harder to suppress what's going on. It's hard to suppress it. See, one of our curses is one of our blessings. The Most High scattering us, it was a curse, but the righteous, the ones that are pushing the truth, we're using that as our benefit. Because now that we're dispersed, we're able to wake up more people in more areas faster. I remember the time when you could only get the truth by going to one building. So when I came into the truth was just getting out of New York. And I learned in Colorado. But we were the only camp in Colorado. You couldn't go to down the block or over here. There was no picking and choosing. You had to come to our school. You had to run into one of the brothers in the mall. He had to rap to you, invite you, and then that's how you got the truth. Back in the day. Now, there was a time before me where you could only go to one place in one city, New York, Harlem. Right? And that's where the school was, to get the truth. And you had to be a part of that program. You couldn't jump on YouTube. Now, it just seems, now it is more abundant because there's a bunch of different camps, there's a bunch of different YouTubes, and you can pick and choose, right? Everybody's kind of getting that learning of who they are. So, man, you walk in the grocery store, see a cat with fringes on. You go to the mall, fringes. You go to the movies, damn. Oh, shalom. Hey, shalom, brother. And, you'll see that. There was a time when we were the only ones. And we didn't just wear fringes like that all the time. It was really more garments and class. You know what I mean? So, yeah. What does the dash thy foot against the stone mean in Psalms 91 and 12? Read that real quick.
Psalm chapter 91, verse 12. They shall bear thee up in their hands, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone.
Right. You fall into danger. That's all that's talking about. It said the angels shall bear thee up. That's why the devil tried to use this against Yahushua in Matthew 4. He said, throw yourself off a cliff and the angels will bear you up. Right? Put yourself in harm's way. That's what dash thy foot against the stones mean. You're in harm's way. So remember, he said, tempt not the Lord, thy power. Because Yahushua wasn't just going to throw himself off a cliff to see if the angels were going to bear him up. Again, what's our form of that? Well, I'm going to drive 1,000 miles an hour with this, because the seatbelt's going to save me. Ooh, you believe in that? You believe in that seatbelt that much? Or them brakes? Tempt not the Lord thy God. Don't dash your foot against the stones. Don't put yourself in harm's way. Watch, go to, there's one, just watch. Dash thy foot. Watch, it's Ecclesiasticus. It says, plain way. No. Right, Ecclesiasticus 32 and 20. Read.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 32, verse 20. Go not in a way wherein thou mayest fall.
Right.
and stumble not among the stones.
Right. Dash your foot or hit your foot against the stones or throw yourself against the stones. You see that? So the scriptures is telling you don't go in the way where you might stumble or throw yourself against stones. It's harmful. It's a harmful way. Go ahead.
Being not confident in a plain way.
Right. So hopefully you get that, Samara. Diana, one of the older girls in my neighborhood, grown up, was in the truth. This was 1975-ish, and we thought she was strange or acted African, but now I know she was in the truth. Yeah, man. You know that. You know, you had the thing. You talk about the commandment keepers. Y'all hear about them? The oath keepers, and they were supposedly the men back in the early 1900s, the black men that supposedly kept the law. I don't know how true it is. I don't know how true it is, but remember, the Most High said he had a remnant. So I trust that he had a remnant. But yeah, it's 1975, that made sense. The truth started hitting out in 69. Anybody could have came to that school, learned, and then left and went to another city and was teaching a family or whatever the case may be. Yep. I remember growing up in New York, going downtown Brooklyn and seeing the brothers out there teaching, like, what the hell's going on here? And I would watch. My mom would be in Rainbow shopping, and I'd be right there listening, not knowing what I was watching. I just thought I was watching some weird dudes. Right. I like the way they dressed. To me, it was strange, but it was like alluring and intriguing. Like, damn, these cats look powerful. I was a kid. I was 7, 8 years old. Just be out there just watching them. They just yelling at people yelling back at them. You're racist. And my mom would be like, come on, let's go. They talking crazy. Like, what? Are they? They talking the Bible. But I didn't know what I was watching, so it kind of threw me off. You know, I didn't know. Yeah, but the truth, it was going out. It just, again, not that large scale out there with the, the media helps it. The media hurts it and helps it, because anybody could be a teacher now.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So would Noah be considered like a small remnant? Because there was masses that didn't accept. Like,
would he be considered a small remnant? Yeah,
like,
of course.
Like Lot and his brothers were like a small remnant that came out of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, think about it. The whole world died and Noah and 8 people didn't. So definitely that was that preservation, right? And then we know who held on to the truth from Noah's family. It was Shem. And then we know from Shem, you had to go through Eber and go through that family and say, okay, right, Abraham. Like there was his name. Abraham kept that posterity going, right? So yeah, there was always a remnant throughout time, right? Even if you didn't see it or know it, there was something. Found one that said Shaka Khan. I didn't even know that. Yeah, we talking about the same thing. I didn't know Shaka Khan knew she was an Israelite, but see, she probably knew. I never really seen her do nothing provocative, and out of there she just sang, right? But I mean, there's probably many people that knew it. They didn't really just put it out there like that, And listen, there's many people now that know that they don't put it out there like that, So yeah, Angela, you had your hand up.
Going back to the person's question that was online when they were asking about the family members who were deceased. My question is, so when the scripture says that every knee shall bow and every tongue must confess that Yahushua is Lord, so is that saying that they will, the ones who are deceased already, will get another chance to receive that knowledge so that they can get into the kingdom?
Well, remember, there's going to be people that die, and when Yahushua comes, those graves are going to be opened, and they're going to be raised up to do what?
Accept or reject.
Accept, reject, judge for their life. But at some point, every knee will bow and every tongue will confess. Now, when you go to Romans, go to Romans real quick, because Paul says it, and you wonder like, well, why does Paul say this? Why does he say this thing? If, what is it, 1/3? 2/3 is going to be cut off. 1/3 is going to be saved. Where's it at? Where's it at? Paul said it. He said all Israel. All right, Romans 11:26. Read that real quick.
Romans chapter 11, verse 26.
Right?
And so all Israel shall be saved, as it is written.
Right. Go ahead.
There shall come out of Zion the deliverer, and shall turn away ungodliness from Jacob.
Right. So there's a few things going on. All Israel shall be saved. Well, how? If 2/3 is going to get cut off, 1/3 is going to make it. That means that everyone's not going to have the opportunity in this time before Christ to change. So how are they going to make it in? Well, we know. We just read it in Isaiah 60. A little one shall be a large nation. Right? What did it say? I'm misquoting it. But it was Isaiah 60 and the last verse. It said, and a little one shall become 1,000, and a small one a strong nation. I, the Lord, will hasten it in his time. Well, we know in the regeneration, if all the people are going to be righteous, what spirits are being regenerated into the kingdom? The ones that didn't have the ones that got brought back up, judged, cut down, and it says thinking of the scripture. Well, we know in the regeneration they're gonna get that opportunity, right? So, you know, going back to like the parents, like if my parents died tomorrow, they got two ways to make it, right? They got to either most I got to bring their spirit back and they hear the truth if the earth is still going, or they got to get brought back in the kingdom. That's it. But 2/3 got to get cut off. So there got to be somebody punished, right? There got to be people that's not going to hear the truth from our nation. We got to come to grips with that one. That could be our family. That's going to be our family. That's going to be our moms. That's going to be our dads, our uncles, our grandmas. That's going to be all of that. But the caveat or the silver line is that all Israel will be saved. So at some point they'll make it. But this is the question. Because I know it's like, well, what's the point of doing anything now? I'm going to make it. I might as well just live life, right? But remember, in between that time, you got to deal with that spiritual whooping. Mm-hmm. Do you want to deal with that? Do you want to deal with the punishments after death?
But wouldn't that be for individuals that actually reject because they choose not to hear, at least listen and hear? Like, isn't there a difference between those that just don't hear it? Like, for example, if you're just in the mountains and you don't get the word and you die, then you would be resurrected and then given an opportunity to hear the word, to make the choice to either accept or reject, right? But what about those that, like your parents, for example, you talk to them. Mm-hmm. They know because you have a brother. Like, I talk to my family and they know what I'm about and what I believe, but they choose to do their own thing. Mm-hmm. They choose not to want to understand or believe or even given an opportunity to understand the word, the truth about the Most High. So those are the aren't those the ones that are rejecting? I mean,
I see what you're saying, but the scriptures tell us that what? The gospel is going to be preached throughout the world.
Yeah.
So everyone's going to have an opportunity to hear it. And think about it. Rejection is not how much you fight against it. It's not how much you say, no, I don't want to deal with that, or how many times the person talks to you. That's not rejection, right? Rejection is, you can see something, right? Think about how many of our people saw the truth and didn't inquire. That's on them.
right.
The Most High put it out there for you. He put, everybody got something in their life for them to have to question the Most High and say, wait a minute, what is going on here? Why am I remember the curses he said for a sign and for a wonder. All our people have been going through curses. Like, you mean to tell me the crackhead never stood back and said, damn, why am I a crackhead? Or why am I giving myself, why is this rock? Right? That's the other rock. The other stone that our people give themselves to, the damn crack rocks. But they never sat back and said, damn, why am I addicted to this rock? Of course they did. They never went any further than that. You know, even with church being not as wholesome as it should be, there's still something in there where it's supposed to invoke something in you to do the minimal good things, right? The minimal good things. And then you go from there. A lot of people started in the truth from church. They went to church and they're like, nah, this is not it, but I know that there's something spiritually I should be looking for. And the truth hit them. They weighed it out and they were like, oh yeah, that's it. Right? But are there places where the Bible hasn't, like the truth hasn't been taught? I don't know. But go to Matthew real quick. Matthew 24:14. Revelation 1:7 is going to talk about, right, the reincarnation. Those that pierced him. Right? Or is that 1:9? 1:7. Yeah, right. Go ahead, read that real quick.
Matthew chapter 24, verse 14. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations.
Yeah, so it has to go out, or else it wouldn't be fair. Then that person that stands before Yahweh Shai to be judged can say, well, I didn't hear it. Okay, well then what can I judge you against? Where there's no law, there's no transgression. So we know that when Yahweh Shai comes to judge all man, the gospel went out to everybody.
Okay, so then that's it.
So that's it. But think about it.
Judge that, whether you got it, you rejected it, whether
Yeah,
you got
but
it, you accepted it.
you would got it in some form. But that's why now you got to understand why the scriptures say no man know, because we don't know how far the gospel has reached. You're right. There is some mountain somewhere where some cat is tucked away. I mean, think about it. Even in 2022, you still have
undiscovered locations.
No, not undiscovered, but you still have tribes in certain parts of the world that are I don't want to say uncivilized, or civilized to what we call civilized. Right? You got tribes out there that no human contact but themselves. So are they getting the Bible? But guess what? Do we know what they know? They might know that they're Israel or not. They might know who they are. You see what I'm saying? See, we look at that like, what are they being told, or who's telling them? But what if they know? What if that tribe that they haven't been conquered or civilized, they've been holding on to Hebrew tradition since their inception? They haven't been tainted. I'm just saying, what if? Or they've been holding on to their tradition, whatever it is. It hasn't been influenced, right? And they know, I know Israelite. This is what I am, but they know of the Israelites, right? But the scriptures say the gospel is going to go out. It has to, because then it wouldn't be fair.
He's righteous. So he's gonna make sure.
Most High going to make sure you know, Because where there's no law, there's no transgression.
That's why every knee shall
So
bend,
yeah, because
tongue
you're gonna
shall
know.
confess, 'cause he- yeah.
You're gonna know when Yahushua comes to judge all men, all flesh. That means all that flesh knew, right or wrong. He that knew the master's will and prepared himself not. He that didn't know the will and didn't prepare. You see that? So there's going to be a knowing. Everyone's gonna know.
So, sir, if I may, so that would come into play again with the Matthew 7.
With the what?
With the Matthew 7, when it says, the people will say, Lord, Lord, even those people who say that they believe, and they, cast out demons in your name, and he forsakes them. So in that case, that would be like the people in our families who see our walk and they know we believe it and they reject. So that's part of my question as well too. Would that be considered a rejection even if they know or have been given an opportunity to know the truth, to learn more of the truth? I think
You saying are they rejecting it, or are they being
right?
Of course, that's what rejecting is. When you see something, you just when you see something and you move it out the way, you don't want it. You move it away from you. So yeah, of course, like you'll have the family members that are like you have the super. I call them the super Christian family member, right? That is like church, God, Jesus, this, that, and that. But then you bring them a biblical concept like the dietary law, and they literally reject it. They reject it, right? But guess what? Think about this. Were you the first person to put that in their head?
No.
You could or couldn't have been. One man plant, one man water. The Most High get the increase. So, even when I talk to my family, like I remember my cousin hit me up. My older cousin, she hit me up. She was like, she texted me. She was like, "Are we the tribe of Benjamin?" I'm like, "Yeah, we are." I didn't put that in her head. She asked me a question. I gave her some info, whatever the case may be. But obviously, somebody planted that seed in her head. Now they're super Christian, super. They've been no alcohol. They on that tip. Like we don't drink, right? They don't they on that tip. But they're running around in pants. They'll talk about people. Money is their forefront. They go through all that, right? Keeping up with the Joneses, but they don't eat. They don't drink, right? But she asked me that. I had another. I got a lot of cousins, so it's hard to keep up with who's asking me what. But they'll ask me certain questions. They'll ask me certain things. Are they I could talk Bible with certain of my cousins. I got one cousin, I could talk the Bible with her like real for real. She won't reject it, but does she want to live that life? Nah, because there's still certain things about her that don't agree. So she won't openly reject to me. We can talk shop, we can talk Bible, right? And order and structure and man over the house and woman in order, kids. She believes in it. She believes in it, but is she willing to really do it? Well, right now, no. That humility is not there with her. You see what I'm saying? So is she rejecting? In a way.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, in a way, she's rejecting. She's not coming like, hey, so teach me more.
Right.
She's not really. She's in that middle of not really rejecting, but not really accepting. We can talk, but she ain't gonna live it. Is she getting a chance to hear the word? Hell yeah. Anybody that gets on the phone with me, there you go, hearing the gospel. Anybody that gets on the phone with me, any family member, my mom, my dad, in any which way, form it comes, they're hearing it. They're being shown what it is that we do, right? So if they decide like I don't want to live like that or I don't want to follow that advice, I counsel my parents and they don't even know it, and they still reject it. They're like, oh no, I'm not. I ain't doing that. My mom don't even call me no more. I gotta call her. My mom don't even call me. Because I give advice according to her situation, and she don't take it. So I'm like, cool. You know what? I'm not gonna fight with you to help you. So I just don't even entertain too many of the conversations. You know what I'm saying? It just you gotta know how far you can go, and even in that, just kind of tailing to another little subject, tailing off a little bit, I gotta check myself and say, you know what? I understand that they don't want to hear, but I gotta still keep that communication. It's my parents. I get it. I can't always be the guy that fixes everybody's problems. That's the one thing about me I gotta learn. Is that I'm in tell me something, counsel, fix mode. That's the mode. But I gotta learn that, and everybody, I can't be counsel, fix mode. My mom just wants to vent and not be told nothing. And I'm like, it's hard for me to sit back and hear that you're going through something and know that I got some part of the solution to give you, but then I gotta understand that you don't want to hear that. You're not calling me for solution. You calling me just to blow off steam.
Yep.
So I gotta be that for her. Right now I'm not ready to be that. It's burdensome. Because my mind don't work like that. My mind doesn't work to just internalize your problems and then not be able to blow off that steam back onto you in a way of fixing it. My mind doesn't work like that. It's hard for me.
Well, it kind of goes against what the scriptures are teaching you. The scriptures
Yeah.
are supposed to comfort.
It goes against all the principles that we learned.
Principles that we learned, exactly.
But then think about it, becoming all things to all men. Right? You gotta be able to, you have to be able to understand people and know this person's not on that, but they still need you.
Whether they shall hear
Or forbear, yeah. But they still need, you know, that's my mom. I'm her son. She don't understand the dynamic that I'm in. She don't understand. She just looks at me like, that's my son. Right? So, yeah, it's, what's that?
I did that like so much in my family.
Yeah.
It's just like you were saying, you know, my family is a certain way. You know, they're like, well, they don't drink, they don't do this, and they don't do that. But not to say that they are, you know, of course, by far angels.
Right.
But when something does happen, you know, pertaining to like my daughters or something like that, you know, and I've got to the point to where, like you said, I can't fix everything. They're reaping what they're sowing, and I'm at the point now where I'm like, I can't. It's in your house, I can't do that, you know. And so I get it hard. Like with my brother, he calls me or texts me. It's a whole other level. And he's like, oh, well, Tribe of Judah, this is what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, ooh, so now you know. And it was like all the vomit that he was spewing on the phone, out of all of it, I was like, oh, well, you know, we're the Tribe of Judah.
Right. God, that's all that matters, right?
But, you know, I'm still growing to that point because it was like slicing and dicing me up to where I was being so helpful, you know, in my spirit.
Yeah.
But when he said that, out of all the other stuff that he was saying negatively, that used to
That
really
one
break
little,
me down.
that one little silver lining.
Ooh, honey, I'm sorry, sir, but it used to break me down. But when he said,
Tribe of Judah.
Tribe of Judah, this is going on. I was like, oh, well,
he looking into some things. Yeah, he been looking into some things.
And so that just did my heart so good. But
Yeah.
it did. But he was going.
Yeah, but even in that, acknowledging that, that's to their detriment.
Oh my God.
That's to their detriment. They're gonna be held accountable.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of people don't want to jump into this book.
Yeah.
Because you got to be accountable for what you read and what you know. Oh, you Tribe of Judah? Now keep going. Christ is black? Now keep going. You're an Israelite? Now keep going.
Yeah.
A lot of people stop because they don't want to be accountable for the things after Christ is black. Jesus chose me. I'm an Israelite. Israelites are the true Jews. Like the blacks and Hispanics and natives are the true Jews. They stop because, whoa, hold on, this is getting deep. Hold on, this is accountability. Wait, so I got to do. Nah, I don't want to do these things. You know what I mean? So, be careful what they talking about. Tribe of Judah. Better be careful. Yeah, is that it? Showcase your best friends. What is this? All right, anything else online? Well, Shalom, it's been brought to my attention now that I'm in the truth. A lot of rappers back in the 80s rap the truth in their songs. Yeah, I'd be shocked to hear it. Go listen to KRS-One.
Oh, yeah.
Listen to KRS-One. Listen to Rakim. Listen, early Nas, early Kanye. Right? A lot of these people were rapping these things in their albums because they knew. they knew, they knew what was going on. They probably didn't have all the info, but they had pieces. What's that?
I remember my dad showing me this song one time where it was a guy that's saying that our forefathers were black, and he said the Bible said it in Genesis.
Yeah. Again, people read and they put little pieces together. So yeah, it's definitely been out there. It's been out there for a long time. Little small symbols and a song here and a song there. It's just different now because of media. Media and the fact that we are dispersed, that we can get more accomplished in a broader scale. It's easier to do it that way than to have to travel one state, then another state, then another state, right? Most High set it up that way. So, all right. Looks like that's it. How about payment? Right. Okay. I might you will point out with them by the face of this. Oh. Yeah. That's what you had. That's what you had. Yeah. You just do it in English. If you're not knowing, unless you know the Hebrew. Yeah, do it in English. It's all good.
Yahweh in the name of Yahushai.
Yahweh in the name of Yahushai.
No, let me do this real quick. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Babakashai.
Babakashai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Aita.
Aita.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Ma'aka
Ma'aka Allah.
Wa.
Wa. Ha.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Ha.
Ha.
Salat. Two.
Shemar
Al. Barak.
Rapah.
Chazak.
Magan.
Rapah. Izar.
Yasharallah.
Shalach.
Much
wisdom. Knowledge. And understanding. Much love. Spiritual powers. Forgive all of our sins. Babakashai. Shalach. Yahushai. Quickly. For indeed is our hope. Forever. Amen.
Yahweh in the name of Yahushua, please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. And send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, and much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahushua, come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem
Yahushai. Hahawa'ah. Matalanawa. Hatawara.
As blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushai. Hahawa'ah. Matalanawa. Awar. Lara'ah.
As blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushai. Hahawa'ah. Matalanawa. Ha'ayol. Korah. Lakora'ah.
Ha'ayin. That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushai. Hahawa'ah. Matalanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashat. Yasharallah.
That's blessed you, Yahweh, and then Yahushua that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And if anybody would like to get anointed, we can do that after class. This is Psalm chapter 92. It is a good day.
It is a good day.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
To sing praise unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
Show forth thy loving kindness
In the morning.
in the morning,
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
and upon the psaltery,
Upon a harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
For thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy works.
has
made
made
me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hand.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not,
Neither doth the fool understand this.
neither does a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass,
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
are most high forevermore.
most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies,
For lo thy enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
lo thy enemies,
lo thy enemies
shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn
But my horn
shalt thou exalt,
shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire of my enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked that rise up against me.
My desire of the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahushai
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh
shall flourish in the course of Yahweh.
shall flourish in the course of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Alright, Psalm chapter 133. Shayar, Hamalawat, Ladawad, Hana, Ma, Tawab, Lama, Ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatawab, Al, Harash, Yarad, Al, Hasakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Al, Panya, Madawatwa, Katal, Harmawan, Shayarad, Al, Hararia, Tazaya 1, Kaya, Shem, Tazawa, Yahweh, Ak, Habaraka, Hayamyam, I, Ha'awalam.
Amen. Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountain of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Gawad Yahweh.
Gawad Yahweh.
For the Sabbath.
For another Sabbath.
For another day.
For another day.
To do your will.
To do your will.
To do your works.
To do your works.
We ask Yahweh.
We ask Yahweh. Baruch Bashar.
Have mercy.
Have mercy.
And grace.
And grace.
Upon your servants.
Upon your servants.
We ask.
That
you remove.
Negative. Envy.
Hatred.
Evil eye.
Evil suspicion. Jealousy. From around us. And from out of us. Help us to see things. In a pure mind. In righteous judgment. We ask Yahweh. That you heal us. Heal our minds. Remove hurt. Remove harm. From around us. And from out of us. Ba'ashem Yahushai. The water. Amen. Call it.
Akim, Amidim, Barak, Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Rakatah,
Humrashwala.
Yagi Matah. Let's turn to face the sisters. Mount Shabbat. Call it.
slew not the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amidim, Barak,